0. The time allowed for the round is 92 seconds. In the arena now, we have G-Force NZPH with Georgina Dormer. Georgina is based in Canterbury and rides full-time alongside running her business, Rangi Ora Equestrian Supplies and the Rider Shop. G-Force is by Air Jordan Z out of Paparazzi NZPH. 12 jump vaults plus 2 time, a total of 14 there for Georgina with G-Force NZPH. Next to go is Matai Serendipity and Michaela Herbert. Michaela is a 24-year-old part-time vet nurse working at Te Puke Vets. And Matai Serendipity is by Corofino and Out of the Mere Wembley. Four falls, one rail there for Michaela with Matai Serendipity. Our next combination to go is Caroline Hinton riding Atlas Aotearoa. Caroline is a registered nurse. She has competed in the USA and Canada. Atlas Aotearoa is by Wheaty Handy Andy. And that was a clear round there for Carolyn and Atlas Aotearoa. We're moving down now to number 7, and this is LT Holst Harley with Tegan Fitzsimon. Tegan, a full-time rider from West Milton in Canterbury. And LT Holst Harley is by Indoctro. And a clear round there for Tegan aboard LT Holst Harley. Next to go, we have number 8, Authenticated, ridden by Jesse Linton. Jesse comes from the Hawke's Bay, and Authenticated is a bay gelding. And that was a clear round there for Jesse, so that at this stage gives us 4 clear rounds for the jump off. Next to go will be number 9, Cluedo ECPH, ridden by Nikki Booth. Nikki is a vet technician, and Cluedo is a bay mare by Corofino 2 out of Phoebe Nimador. 8 volts there for Nikki aboard Cluedo ECPH. And next to go we have Kate Hudson riding Stelvio GNZ. Kate is 21 years of age, down from Auckland, and studying for her Bachelor of Property at Auckland University. Stelvio GNZ is by Lansing out of Grosvenor Mere. And 4 volts there for Kate with Stelvio GNZ. In the arena now we have Grassendale Enzo and Luce Williams. Luce is a local. Her and her husband run Grassendale Genetics. And Grassendale Enzo is a thoroughbred in his second season of competition. And 4 volts there for Luce aboard Grassendale Enzo. And next to go, we will have number 12, Google NZPH, and Georgina Dorma. Google NZPH is by Orlando, and currently they have 16 points in the series. And another clear to add to the list, going to Google NZPH and Georgina Dorma. In the arena now, we have Morris Beatson riding Central Edition. Central Edition also has 16 faults in the series and is by Central Park. Four faults for Morris aboard Central Edition. We're at the halfway stage of the ECPH 5-year-old Grand Final, co-sponsored by A1 Breeding Services. And now next to go we have Awaroa Just a Dream with Annika van Rooyen. Annika comes from Tamaranui, and Awaroa Just a Dream was bred by the Van Rooyen family. And Awaroa Just a Dream is by Orami VDL. And Annika and Awaroa Just a Dream incurred 8 penalties. Next to go is Kaio, written by Karen Patrick. Karen lives in Masterton, and Kaio is a thoroughbred by Jacinto. "16 jump faults plus 4 time faults for Karen and Kaio. And next to go, we have Kiwi Embrace, written by Lou Bowie. Lou, a sheep and beef farmer at Makuri. And Kiwi Embrace is a mare by Kiwi Bonus. Two rails for 8 volts for Lou aboard Kiwi Embrace. And next to go, we have SP Victor with Jono Smith. Jono is a 29-year-old farrier and electrician from Kinloch. And SP Victor, a bay gelding by Oaks Volta out of Phoenix, NZPH, and was bred in Australia by Sue and Chris Smith. Currently, Jono and SP Victor have a total of 24 points on the series leaderboard. And it was clear there for Jono and SP Victor. And next to go, we have Angelina, ECPH, and Nikki Booth. Nikki, a vet technician, and Angelina, ECPH, is a bay mare by Corofino 2, out of Angelica Pickles, who was by Voltaire 2, and was bred by ECPH, East Coast Performance Horses. And a very nice clear round there from Nikki aboard Angelina, ECPH. And now we welcome back to the arena Annika Van Rooyen with Awaroa Ginger Kiss. Series points of 21 at this stage for Annika and Awaroa Ginger Kiss. Awaroa Ginger Kiss was bred by the Van Rooyen family. The sire is Silverstone VDL and the dam is Mistior. And that was a clear round there for Aroa Ginger Kiss and Annika. Next to go is Nahiwi Spectre and Jessie Linton. Nahiwi Spectre is a bay gelding bred by the Nahiwi stud. And a clear round there to Jessie and Nahiwi Spectre. And moving on now to number 22, which means we just have three combinations after Ashley. Ashley is riding Kiwi Royal. They currently have a total of 42 points in the series. Kiwi Royal is by Cartel. Well, an unfortunate rail there for Ashley and Kiwi Royal. So they finish with 4 faults. We won't see them back for the jump off. As I mentioned, down to our final 3 now. And in the arena at the moment, Double J Typhoon with Kim Carrington. They currently have a total of 44 points in the series. Kim, a year 11 boarder at Fielding High School. And Double J Typhoon is by Eurosports Centavos out of Double J Breeze and bred by the Double J Stables. And a clear round there for Young Kim and Double J Typhoon. And next to go we have Double J Graduate with Ike Baker currently sitting on 50 points for the series. Ike is a student at Massey University studying a Bachelor of Animal Science, majoring in equine. And Double J Graduate is by Double J Repacharge. He's at Massey. Now in front of the judges' box we have a horseshoe that's been picked up in the arena. So if it's yours, you can pick it up from the judges' box in ring 1. That is a horseshoe that has been found in the arena. And a clear round for Ike and Double J Graduate. So now we come to the final combination in round 1 of the ECPH 5-year-old series grand final. And sitting currently on 70 points, we have Quarterflex Julia MH with Melody Matheson. Melody comes from the Hawke's Bay, and Quarterflex Julia MH is a mare owned by Angela Miller, bred by Judith Matthews of Matthews Hanoverians, and Julia sired by Graphtop. So 4-fault round for Melody with Quarterflex Julia MH. Leaves us with 11 to return for the jump-off of the ECPH 5-year-old series grand final. And just running through the start order for you. 1 to go will be PHS Armando. 2 to go will be Atlas Altera. 3 will be LT Host Harley. 4 Authenticated. 5 will be Google NZPH. 6 Awaroa Ginger Kiss. 7 SP Victor. 8 will be Angelina ECPH. 9 will be Nahiwi Spectre. 10 Double J Typhoon. And completing the jump-off field will be Double J Graduate. So that's the 11 returning for the jump-off of the ECPH 5-year-old series grand final, co-sponsored here at the show by A1 Breeding Services. East Coast Performance Horses, who sponsor the 5-year-old breeding series, is a local operation run by Craig, Jenny and Nikki Booth. They're situated 50 kilometres east of Masterton in coastal Wairarapa. They aim to breed quality performance horses to produce and sell into the New Zealand and overseas sport horse markets. With excellent New Zealand and international mare bloodlines and using sires from across the globe, they have some exciting progeny set to grace our equestrian industry. All stock are well handled and ready for viewing. So if you're in the market for a young horse to bring on, then make your first port of call. East Coast Performance Horses. You can speak to Craig, Jenny or Nikki Booth on the grounds here for the duration of the show. Just a reminder to those of you who have missed out on tickets for the awards dinner this evening, you can still enjoy the atmosphere by heading along to the Nation Bar. They'll be live streaming the awards and also the auction, and you'll be able to place bids via phone for the auction. And we're almost ready now for the first of our 11 combinations for the jump-off. And first to go will be PHS Armando and Kimbest. So we're underway for the jump-off. That was the starting sound for PHS Armando with Kimbest. Well, unfortunately, rail at the second to last there for Kim for what was otherwise a very good round with PHS Armando. Their time before the jump off is 44.42. Our second combination out is Atlas Aotearoa with Carolyn Hinton. So another 4-fault round, and this time for Atlas Aotearoa and Carolyn Hinton. Their time 44.98. So not quick enough to take the lead off Kim, who had a quicker time of 44.42, but also with 4 penalties. Next to go is LT host Harley with Tegan Fitzsimon. And another 4-fault jump off, this time for Tegan aboard LT host Harley, a time of 49.16. So at the moment they will sit in third spot on the leaderboard. And we move on to number 8, Authenticated and Jessie Linton. And 4 faults for Jesse, so it's turning into a 4-fault jump off. 47.86 was Jesse's time, so he'll move into third spot, and Tegan will drop back 1 to fourth. Next to go will be Google, NZPH, and Georgina Dilma. Well, we have our first clear going to Google, NZPH, and Georgina Dorma. She stops the clock in 45.57, so that becomes the time to beat. Now for the remainder of the field, and the first of these will be Awaroa Ginger Kiss and Annika Van Rooyen. Well, we have another clear and a time of 44.50 for Annika and Awaroa Ginger Kiss. So that eclipses the time of Georgina with the Google NZPH, who had 45.57. Next to go is SB Victor and Jono Smith. And Jono elects to retire from the competition with SP Victor. So we will move on now to Angelina, SEPH, and Nikki Booth. Well, clear round there for Nikki and Angelina ECPH, a time of 44.92. Went close to Annika's time of 44.50, so just 0.42 slower and moving into second place on the leaderboard. Next to go, we have Nahiwi Spectre with Jesse Linton. Well, good time there, 42.78. So Jesse moves to the top of the leaderboard with Nahiwi Spectre. And two combinations left to go. So at the moment, we've got Jesse in the lead, 42.78. Annika Line second, 44.50. And Nikki in third, 44.92. And on the junior now, we have Double J Typhoon with Kim Carrington. Well, the time was good, 42.31. Would have eclipsed Jesse's time, but unfortunately there's 4 faults there for Kim and Double J Typhoon. And we come now to the final combination for the jump off of the ECPH 5-year-old series grand final, and this is Double J Graduate and Ike Baker. Well, unfortunately, last fence comes down for Ike with Double J Graduate. Finishes with 4 faults and a time of 46.70. And have the results now for the ECPH 5-year-old series grand final. Once they come back up on my screen, I will give them to you. In first place, we have Nahiwi's Angelina ECPH and Nikki Booth in 44.92. In fourth place, Google NZPH and Georgina Dorma, 45.57. In fifth place, Double J Typhoon, Kim Carrington, 4 faults in 42.31. And in sixth place, PHS Amando and Kim Best in 4 faults in 44.42. So first, Nahiwi Spectre. Second, Awaroa Ginger Kiss. Third to Angelina ECPH. Fourth, Google NZPH. Fifth, Double J Typhoon, and sixth to PHS Armando. And riders, if you'd like to assemble in the presentation area, and we'll hand over to Dana to take us through the presentation, where I'm sure she'll have assembled members of the Booth family who have very kindly for a number of years now sponsored the 5-year-old breeding series.
Well, good morning, everybody, from our little bit bedraggled presentation area, but what a great class the 5-year-old class always is, and awesome to see some great young horses out there doing it. We've got with us Jenny Booth from East Coast Performance Horses. Jenny and Nikki and Craig, long-time supporters of equestrian sport and long-time sponsors of the 5-year-old class, so we really appreciate that. Jenny's presenting the ribbons because Nikki would normally do it, but Nikki's getting a ribbon, so she has to be on the other side of it this time. First place went to Jessie Linton and Nahiwi Spectre. And second to Anika Van Rooyen and Awaroa Ginger Kiss. Possibly not. Thank you for Tanya for letting you ride on horse. Third place to Nikki Booth and Angelina ECPH, so flying the flag for East Coast Performance Horses. Third place in the series final for the 5-year-olds is a great effort. Fourth place to Georgie Dorma and Google NZPH. Fifth place to Kimberly Carrington and Double J Typhoon. And sixth place to Kim Best and PHS Armando. Just a quick word with the winner, all dressed up in the garlands, supplied by the fabulous people at Quality Presentations. Jessie, congratulations, well done. Who would you like to thank?
I'd definitely like to thank Tanya for giving me the horse. It was a little hairy out there, but luckily we got through the finish flags. But a big thank you to Jenny and Craig Booth from East Coast Performance Horses for sponsoring the class. It was a nice, good jump off with everyone in it, so it was lots of fun. Thank you.
Well done, that's great. No doubt we'll see you out here several other times during the rest of the day. So, Jenny, just thank you once again for your awesome support of equestrian sport. You're also a jumping board member and an ESNZ board member and a area show volunteer and God knows else what. So, congratulations. Thank you so much for your work. But East Coast Performance, you must be pretty proud today.
Oh, absolutely, Dana. I mean, you know, I'm really sorry that the heavens opened up this morning, but these 5-year-olds, they've just done us proud. So, yeah, really happy to have been a part of the sport and for East Coast to be continuing with sponsorship for the 5-year-old series, which is the gateway for breeding. So, yeah, Nikki, of course, would normally be standing here doing this. We're quite excited. We've got lots of lovely babies on the ground and very excited for the future of breeding in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's really come a long way, hasn't it, in the past few years, which is awesome. Right, I'll let you guys get out of the rain. Well done, congratulations, and we'll see you out here again shortly in the next classes. So, off you go. Oh, you decide, Jessie. Do you know you left from right? Jessie's going left, that's good. So there we go. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the winners in the East Coast Performance Horses 5-year-old series grand final. First, Jessie Linton and Nahiwi Spectre. Second place to Awaroa Ginger Kiss and Anika Van Rooyen. Third, Angelina ECPH and Nikki Booth. Fourth place, Google NZPH. Georgina Dormer. Fifth place to Double Day Typhoon, ridden by Kimberly Carrington. And sixth to PHS Armando and Kim Best.
So with the presentation of the ECPH 5-year-old class being completed, we look onwards to the next event in Ring 1, and that is the Ultramox 6-year-old Grand Final. Co-sponsored by NZPH. Garrett Becker from Tauranga, our course designer, and his team out there just setting the course for the 6-year-old class. Then it will be open for riders to walk, and we should be getting underway pretty much just after 9:40, shall we say. Now, anybody looking for a hot drink, I don't know whether you'll be too keen on the ice drinks today, but Sweet Flutter have their caravan on site here all day. So you won't have to go without your caffeine fix. They have all coffees available. If it does warm up a bit later on, they will also have ice drinks, and they also supply delicious donuts. So pop along and see the girls there at Sweet Flutter for your caffeine fix. Also, Salt Street Food and Simon are on the grounds today. They have an amazing menu of delicious treats and meals. And also our hospitality area, so you don't have to sit out in the rain. You can go into the bar and enjoy the live streaming, have a nice quiet drink, socialise with your friends. So you're pretty well covered as far as your comfort and appetite being satisfied here at the Glistening Waters Series Final. Just running through the points at the moment for the Ultramox 6-year-old series. Currently, Double J Hurricane and Sam Carrington sitting on 62 points. Julie Davey and LT Holst Frida on 55. Rose Outfield and Footloose NZPH are on 50, and Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH on 48. So that's the first, the top four on the leaderboard for the Ultramox 5-year-old series. Once you're drenched, it's not as bad, is it? It's just the getting wet. At the moment, we have the riders and some of the coaches walking the course for the Ultramox 6-year-old Grand Final. Ultramox, the sponsors of the 6-year-old breeding series, is New Zealand's only 3-in-1 equine drench containing moxidexin making it the broadest spectrum equine worm available. Ultramox is effective in the treatment and control of roundworms, tapeworms, and bots in horses. It is safe to use in all classes and types of horses. This includes breeding mares, stallions, pregnant mares at all stages of their pregnancy, and lactating mares. That is a rundown on Ultramox, the sponsors of the 6-year-old breeding series.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We're about to start the Ultramox 6-year-old grand final. 19 competitors in this class, and it's going to be a good class. We've got some of our top riders in the series entered in here. We've got Sam Carrington, who's heading up the leaderboard at the moment on 62 points. She's had a great season so far, but she's followed very closely by the rest. So Julie Davies, LT Holst Frieda has 55, and Rose Allfeld's Footloose NZPH are on 50 points. Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH is currently sitting equal on 48 points with Sophia Blackbourne's LT Holst Zelato Blue and Katie Meredith's Vulcan GNZ. So the riders are out there walking the course. Weather's a little bit dodged today, but I'm sure we will see a clearing of that, as she says optimistically, heading into the rest of the day. Big day ahead. We straight after the 6-year-old, we'll be moving into the 7-year-old, sponsored by Matthews Hanoverians and Grassendale Genetics. And then the FMG Young Rider Series Grand Final, which is also sponsored by Massey Stables and Equus Auctions. So that's always a very competitive class. So we'll look forward to that. Following that, we'll have the Poly Payments Premier League Series Grand Final. Some really good combinations coming up for that later this afternoon. And the final class of the day will be the Country TV Pony Grand Prix Grand Final, also sponsored by Borthwick Wine. Rugs sponsored by PGG Wrightsons, so very happy to be involved with them, and we are just about ready to go. So our first competitor will be coming into the ring fairly shortly. It will be okay, so our first competitor, as you can see on the screen there, Daniel Webb and WSJ Astros. My good friend Heather McDonald, who is the assistant course builder out there, has dropped off the course plan, which is handy. Speed per minute 350. This course is run at time allowed 89 seconds. So a pretty good time there. And Garrett will be assessing how that's all going as we go through the course jump off course later. We'll give that later when we get to the jump off. I'm just looking for my friend Sally Clark, who's meant to be joining me as the co-commentator for this class, and I might just go and see if we can give her a shout. Just a few words about Ultramox, just to keep us going for a little bit. Ultramox has been a long-time supporter of equestrian sport and certainly the series classes. We've worked with them in jumping for quite a number of years, and they've always been really good partners with us. As you know, Ultramox, New Zealand's only 3-in-1 equine drench containing moxidectin, making it the broadest spectrum equine wormer available. Ultramox is effective in treatment and control of roundworms, tapeworms and bots in horses. Safe to use in all classes and types of horses, and including breeding mares, stallions, pregnant mares at all stages of pregnancy, and lactating mares. Safe for foals over 4 weeks of age. Take care in calibrating the dose for foals and smaller breeds is their advice. So thanks again to them as we look forward to the culmination of the series for the year, and looking forward to getting our class underway here. Rightio, there's the bell gone for our first competitor, Daniel Webb and WSJ Astros. Daniel is a sheep and beef farmer from Hunterville, and this horse is a 6-year-old, obviously, and it's out of Anasazi. Okay, so Daniel's finished his round. I wasn't concentrating completely because I was about introducing our celebrity guest for this morning's 6-year-old class, Sally Clark. No stranger to competing in these rings, Sally. You've been right through these all of these classes and all of these grades. How do you think it's looking out there today?
Morning, Dana. Well, I think it looks wet and miserable, but the going is really good. The horses, you haven't seen very much slipping or anything. And they're lucky. I looked at the rain radar, and I think the rain is done for a bit.
Great. That'll make everybody a bit happier, a bit calmer.
Yeah, not a lot. Once you're out there riding, you really don't notice it. Once you get into it, you don't really notice the weather. You're focusing on what you're doing.
Yeah. So, who have we got next? It's hard to see from this end of the ground a little bit. Garrett's out there issuing some instructions to Heather. That looks like Hannah Bognuda, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think she must be just about ready to... Something's happening out there. Must be waiting for a rail, I think, or something along those lines.
Oh, they're sorting out the Liverpool, are they? They were doing a bit of hammering yesterday with some of the looked like some of the cup holders strips on the side of the stands weren't.
Oh, right.
Once they got a smash, they didn't hold up some of them. Drills and hammers and.
So you've got a busy day today. You've got a number of children and others riding and young riders and pony classes.
Not a lot today. I've only got a metre 30 because on Sunflake, and Victoria's Secret's not. She doesn't. Oh, she's not jumping today. Tomorrow maybe.
Okay.
And a few pupils, ponies, and Morris in the big Grand Prix. He needs me for that.
He will definitely need your advice and guidance for that. We'll possibly let you go and deal with him. Yes, we're having a bit of a course issue out there. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but hard to hear from here. But the 6-year-old, they've improved a lot, haven't they? These horses. There's lots of new breeding coming in, and some really nice young horses coming through the grades.
Yes, I went out yesterday and watched half the 4-year-old when the sun was shining, and
It was a bit more pleasant.
it was nice. And so I watched half that class, and it was a quite a decent little technical track, and I thought there's a couple that didn't cope, but they all were nice jumping horses. Probably I would have identified one that wouldn't have been great, but then you've got to take into account the fact that they're young, they're green, and they've just got that much to learn, and some adapt really quickly and some don't, and that's the same right up through the age group classes. Some of them adapt and focus on their job and tune into what they're doing really quickly, and some take a little bit more time. And the big horses, they take more time. They're just slower developing. So sometimes you're not even seeing your true horse till it's a 7-year-old.
So how often do you see a horse like take Windermere Cappuccino, for example, winning a 5, 6, 7 and a 7-year-old series and then going straight up? Pretty phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah. But it is also a rider horse partnership thing. You if you've been riding it right the way through and developing it, and you make your connection with it, but stars are stars. So you get a good rider on a star. They're just going to, and Tegan's a good rider, and the Windermere Cappuccino is obviously a star. So it doesn't take much.
Yeah, there's the series classes are people have very differing opinions and views on them. They think they're too high and we push them too young and we do different things. What are your view? What's your view on them?
From an eventing background, I was quite surprised at how quickly we kept pushing the young horses through and into the heights, and that was really when I was first with Morris about 15, 17 years ago, something like that. And but I can see now why you need to do it. You need to keep the pressure on, and you ride them correctly, and you can keep the pressure on, and you keep them coming through. If you pot around a meter, yes, you consolidate, but it's you can consolidate if you ride them properly and prepare them properly, and give them enough of the right work.
Yeah. Great. Right, we've gone back to the top of the list now. Daniel's riding about 6 horses, I think, so he's all over the place. So he probably had to come and do this first. We're now, I think the bell has gone. There she is. She's underway. Amanda Wilson in Arlento ST. Arlento is by On the Point Arlington out of Pixel, which is by Lessing and homebred by Amanda. Amanda was in here yesterday, and those junior riders, the first up in the class, are having a bit of trouble down this line here. So she will have picked up a few pointers going down there.
Yeah, it's always hard, with the side of the ring so close, and also you're heading for the gate there. There's a bit of action at the gate, but this is a nice horse. I haven't seen it. Oops. Commentator's curse.
Yes, well, that happens all the time. But we're not going to we don't own the commentator's curse. We just go with it.
Yeah, and it's so satisfying when you breed your own and you break them in and you bring them through. And
yeah, well, she's no stranger to that, is she? I mean, they've made a living out of breaking in horses and bringing them through the age group series. And Sister Vicky's had a couple of lovely horses winning in the age group series at the Young Horse Show recently.
Yeah, they're talented girls, And Amanda's just bought a property in Taupo, so she'll be much more in the thick of it there. Shame.
So
that
she had a time fault.
Yeah, she did a big wide turn onto 4A. She's similar course to the 5. No, it's not similar. The first part's the same, but she was wide around here onto 4A. and that they will if several of them have time faults in these early horses, they have a look at the time and they sometimes do adjust it. But she
the time
did go
was pretty
wide.
generous. I think it was 89 seconds. So
Yeah, but you don't. It's
I
it
guess
just depends.
what the course length is.
Yeah, and so after the first 2 or 3, they will have a look at the time if there's time faults, and they may adjust it either out or in.
So this is Hannah Bognuda, and her horses are WSJ Jonah. And the only information I have about it is out of Rita. It's a big horse, isn't it?
Yes, it is a big horse. I'm not sure if it. I'm pretty sure. What's the WSJ?
That's all web showjumping. So
Yeah, so it was
Daniel's.
one of Daniel's. I thought it was one of Daniel's. Yeah, they're lovely. Daniel produces some very nice horses. I couldn't tell you what the sire of his horse is though, but he has a lot by Centavos, so there's a chance his early horses. Yeah, then not all the Centavos are covered in white bling.
A lot of Centavos horses out yesterday.
Oops. Oops. That's better. The 6-year-olds are still green horses. You're turning away from the gate to get onto that fence, so they've still got to refocus on their job. Centavos has been a very good horse.
You've got a
for New
Centavos
Zealand.
horse. Which one of
Yeah,
yours?
Central Park is
Central
by
Park.
Centavos. Yeah, he's a lovely horse. Beautiful temperament, and temperament is so important in this game, you know, for trainability. You know, it's nice to have good temperament on the ground, but if they haven't got a good temperament with their trainability, you just uphill battle.
Sure thing. Okay, so
Yeah.
she's finished with 8 faults. Hannah?
Just got a bit of a difficult stride to that oxer down there.
The red and black. Oh, here we go on the replay.
Yeah, it just added when it shouldn't have. Yeah, got in there a bit strong.
There we go. So that's the bell now for Rachel Nelson, I believe. That looks like Rach. Yes. Ocean Lady, 6-year-old mare by My Ocean Wave, which was by Lordano, owned by the rider in Buta and Alison Green. They've been around for a while, breeding horses, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, out of My Ocean Wave. Yeah, out there, the lovely jumping mare.
Oh, out of My Ocean Wave. Yes.
Yeah,
Quite
by
right.
Lordano, yeah. Yeah, she was jumping big classes, the Grand Prix. So nice when you see their progeny come out like this. Lordano's produced some really nice horses.
Yeah, Rach and Harvey doing a lot of work with those young horses at NZPH. So, you know, she's often in the 4-year-old and 5-year-old classes.
Mm. Yeah, and, you know, when you're working with the young ones all the time, it gives you more and more experience with young ones. So it's all positives. It's hard work, though, young ones. They are hard work because they're green and, you know, then you want to hop on a experienced horse. It gives you such a feel-good factor.
Yeah, when the work's all done and you can push the buttons and go.
Yep. This horse just a little bit lost. I don't know how much she's done. I know Rachel's had her out a little bit, but
I haven't seen it out a lot.
yeah. You know, she's just showing 6-year-old greenness. My last mouthful of coffee.
I thought she had more than one rail. Maybe I was wrong.
No.
No, they haven't switched it off, so it's still going. I think 3 rails.
Only had 1 rail at this point. And at that point,
2 at there.
Yeah.
And 3. So, 12 faults for Rachel Nelson and Ocean Lady.
I didn't walk the treble, but it looks like it's probably riding a little bit short. Downhill a little bit. Is that downhill?
It is downhill, and that's what Amanda said yesterday. She said, you know, if you don't sit up and square your shoulders back going down there, you can...
no, this treble down the blue one.
Oh, the blue one. Sorry. This one...
That's downhill.
Yeah, the green double is downhill.
And
Right.
towards home. And they always want to move up towards home. But, yeah, no, the treble just seems to be riding a little bit short.
So underway now, Jamie Whittaker and Empress VWNZ. So Vicky Wilson, bred horse I'm picking. And for the information about this horse, Jamie's written Happy Horse. So I'm not sure we know it's full breeding, but if it's a VW horse, it'll be one of Vicky's.
Yes, I haven't seen this one out, but... yes, it certainly can jump. Look at it. Lovely. Yeah, she got a bit close there, but you know, triple bar, you can get close to the bottom of a triple bar and they can jump out of it for you like that. See, I just think it's just riding a little bit short, that treble, and you know you'll find that later as the class goes on, the other riders will pick it and maybe square up the shoulders.
Yeah, it's almost an advantage to be higher up in the series, isn't it? Because you get to watch everybody else go through the course.
Well, yeah, there's got to be some benefit, and so you go at the end.
Right, so here comes Briar. Briar Burnett Grant, Fibre Fresh Casala. She's got some lovely young horses, Briar, now.
Right, yeah, they've done it on a good breeding program now. You know, they've got the horses that Hannah used to ride, that Daniel Meach got in for them, and producing some really nice young horses out of those nice big mares.
Yeah, there's no information about the breeding of this horse either, which is a shame. We do need the riders to update these details in the main event system. So that
we weren't allowed to enter this time without updating it, but you know, you have to put a full stop in, and you can update it without
yes, quite right. Yeah.
adding too much information. Briar does such a good job of her horses. Such a nice, quiet rider.
Yeah, she never changes, does she?
Mm. Yep, wants to jump too, doesn't it? Gives them a bit of air. You know, the jumps with the fill under them, it helps them get in the air a little bit. The ones without any, you know, the ones with just the poles,
Right.
doesn't push them up quite the same.
Nicely into that one. Very experienced, Briar, of course, no stranger to top-level competition.
For her age, particularly for her age, you know, she's done an awful lot.
Won the Olympic Cup, youngest ever person to win the Olympic Cup,
Yes, that was a fabulous result that year.
and represented New Zealand at the Youth Olympics.
Just a couple of years ago, wasn't it? Same 6th or 8th or something. 6th, was she?
She was definitely up there. She did a really good job. So first clear.
Yeah, lovely, good rhythm. See that?
Nice rhythm.
Rhythm is really important.
So our next one is Brooke Edgecombe and Casio Extreme.
Brooke has 2 horses very similar to look at.
So Extreme horse would have come from Charlene Workman's Extreme Sport Horses.
Yes.
Maybe a Corofino, if it doesn't say here.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
Cassiano.
Cassiano.
Yeah. And he's producing some very good horses. Yep, I know she loves this horse too. She told me she'd have to find something really, really nice to get on after her good mare.
After Andrea.
Yeah. It's a shame. Just ran around a little bit, looked at the fill.
So the first in the combination down, and she's coming around to the second half of the course.
Oops. I think the horse took its eye off the fence then.
We've noticed,
Just got a bit
certainly with
flat.
some of them, they come around here, they look right into your truck as they come around this corner. So I don't know what's going on in the corner of there.
Yeah, it's quite hard. Yesterday when I was in the class in this ring, the classes in here, that it's quite hard getting into these jumps that they put on this corner. You know, you've got to hug the fence a little bit without going too wide, and you know, then you'll end up with time faults. Yes, because Brooke hasn't had this horse for terribly long. I don't know if you've got the points there, but she.
I do, but it's yes, she's down. Oh, Brooke. It's not really featured on the points on the leaderboard.
Has she got how many?
She's got
Okay.
LT Holst Helen, which is up here.
No, she's not jumping that in the series anymore.
But I can't see this horse on the leaderboard.
Which means it's not done very many 6-year-old classes.
Oh, well, it is, but it's under Jamie Campbell.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
how
22,
extreme,
yeah.
22 points.
Might have done a few with Jamie before Brooke bought it, but they need to keep coming out to the shows and keep doing these classes, you know, because then they get used to the ring and they get the experience is huge for them at this age.
Well, this is a nice young horse from Ash Hart's Kiwi Windfall. It must be up here. It's on the leaderboard at 22 points, so he's had a few good results with this. I think we can safely say bred at Fernhill
I
Stud.
think we safely can. Yeah. Ashley was a bit unlucky in this 5-year-old. Very big horse, that one. And this one's not as big. This is a nice looking horse.
Yeah, I think he was unlucky in the 5-year-old. I think it's gone clear just about every course it's run and then the one that counts it didn't make it.
Sod's law always, isn't it?
Horses and courses, eh?
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice horse. He's had some fun with this.
Kind. It looks very kind. It was a perfect ride to that fence.
He rides a lot of young horses, does Ash?
Yes, he only really has young horses. Every time he gets them up the heights, they sell.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, ran around a bit going into the treble at the far end. It catches up.
Mm.
Oh, I would say it was probably looking into the judge's box then, because the horses don't want to hit the poles. It hurts their legs, you know. If we run along and jump over something, we don't want to hit our legs, and the horses are the same. It's just, if they misstride or take their eye off what they're doing, or any particular reason, but they generally don't want to hit the fence.
No, he'll be a bit disappointed.
Not that hard. Yeah. Yeah. If it were me, if I thought about it, I would ride up to that fence so that my young horse, I don't know if he did, but so my young horses had a look to see what is there.
Right.
But you never know if someone didn't stand up or move or.
And it is on a funny angle, isn't it? Looking from here.
The others have all done it okay, so it's not really an excuse, but it might be the reason for him.
Well, we're back with Daniel Webb again with WSJ Apache. Another one of his nice young horses out and about. Yeah,
Daniel's got some really good bloodlines he breeds from way back, from his father's day.
This is a Centavos horse, this one, by Centavos out of Cheyenne.
Yeah, Cheyenne, yeah. And Cheyenne was from the bloodlines of his father, or that line way back.
Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly what that would be. Morris could tell you all that. So now they have to ring the... Oh, no, he's all right.
No,
he needs to just circle and get going.
Just reassuring it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've amassed 24 points in the series.
Which is 6. Which is 6. Well, if he jumped.
Double clears.
It's
who knows?
6 falls. Yeah. And he does, again, have a lot of young horses and brings them up through the grades, and he still rides some at upper level. So he won the Grand Prix at Carterton a couple of weeks on one of his. They're all his homebred, and he's put a lot of effort into breeding them from good bloodlines on the mare's side, which are his families, and he's used Centavos a lot, like I was saying, and I think has he got a colt of his own now, maybe? Yes, he has. And you can see it now, and he must really enjoy what he does. It's so satisfying having your own horses like that.
Yeah, and he's such a great guy, Daniel, isn't he?
Yeah.
He does a nice job. He's always pleasant. Does a lot of volunteer work in the sport.
Yeah.
Getting things going. We appreciate that. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure.
That'll be time faults, and there'll be all sorts of faults there. Yeah,
and that was that. We'll move on to our next one. Nice job from Daniel. Reassuring his horse and getting it round happy is good. We've got Logan Massey now and Florence. So once again, a bit short on detail. Logan's been doing a bit of work with all sorts of horses at all sorts of levels. He must be very busy young man. He's a full-time sheep and beef farmer as well.
Yeah, so it's by Lord Loreno, which he has, doesn't he? Did he? He had it, I think. But this horse has been nice. I don't know how long he's had it, but I mean, you notice this horse because of its colour.
Yeah.
And yes, Logan's Logan gets all sorts. He's a good rider. He's an accurate rider, and he's sympathetic. And you know, he spent all that time working with Cian O'Connor in Europe and Ireland and stuff. So he's had a wealth of experience, which is lovely for his horses. But it's lovely for everybody to see him after he's been out there, you know, in the big wide world. He went to all the top shows in Europe. So he's had so many great opportunities.
It's good to see them bring that back, as you say.
Yeah.
Teach some young kids and, you know, do some different things.
Didn't he nail that treble?
Yeah, lovely.
Or triple, as the Americans would say. Yeah, you know, his ride is a good class ride.
All clear. Nice ride from Logan. So that's 2 clears. Briar Burnett Grant and Logan Massey. Now, you should be able to tell us a bit about this horse.
Hopefully this will be our third clear.
Next to come, Morris Beatson and Final Warrior.
No, because I fill in these things, the detail, and it doesn't ask you for the breeding in the horse pedigree, in that information.
It's interesting because we had it all yesterday, and I'm not quite sure. We might have had a different printout sent over today, so we'll check that out before we get to the 7-year-old. So tell us about this horse, Sally.
He's actually a really big horse. I don't know if you can tell, but he is a really big horse, and he's a nice horse. He's lovely nature, but he's by Koro Club, which is a colt we bought as a yearling.
Right.
Koro Club was by Corofino, out of a Abaloo mare. And so, you know, really good bloodlines, but he's this horse is by Koro Club out of a distal fink mare. So yeah, it's
a nice natured horse that's going around pretty quietly.
Yeah, he's quite kind. Just so long as he leaves the jumps up.
Yeah, you don't say anything about that. You'll have that commentator's curse, and then Morris will be...
He's actually got a really big stride, so the treble could test him. I hope Morris has figured out that the treble's a bit short.
Yeah. We're about to find that out.
Yeah. No, that wasn't the stride length. But you could see him having to get him back into the last part. So all his brothers, no full brothers and sisters, have the Warrior name. We just ended up doing that. So Schimmel Warrior was his brother.
Oh, right.
Okay. There's been... go way back. Schimmel was Morris's World Cup horse, Grand Prix horse, yeah. And there's been a lot of those Jedi Warrior that we sold in America.
Right, yes, of course.
And Once a Warrior, Princess Warrior. There's been a lot of lovely horses. The mare was a very good breeder.
Clearly.
Yeah, and you know the distal fink gives them a lot of jump. So
yeah, you've used distal fink a bit, haven't you?
Morris likes distal fink a lot. Distal fink's the father of a lot of our our 2 or 3 of our broodmares, 2 I think. Yeah. Oh well, that was a shame.
Yeah, it was a shame. 8 faults for Maury and Final Warrior. On the journey now, we've got Benrose Casino ECPH and Sophie Scott. So this horse, obviously bred locally by East Coast Performance Horses, by Cassiano out of Red Rinse.
Big. Sophie loves her horses big.
Yes, she does.
Yeah. And I tell you, she does such a good job. She trained a little bit in Europe as well for, was it last? No, it wouldn't have been last winter. Would have been the one before probably. COVID last winter.
Yes.
And so she had a bit of training over there, which was a great experience. Was it with Ludger Beerbaum, I think? And she has all these lovely big horses. East Coast Performance horses produce some very nice horses.
She's doing a good job, isn't she? Because to be a full-time rider, you've got to have them coming up through the grades, coming in behind your good horses at the top level all the time.
She does a really good job.
Ooh,
and
she's lucky there.
You see, that's the short. I think it's riding short that distance. Yeah, so she did well because these big horses, they're going to have big strides.
Oh, that's a shame. Last fence down. So
yeah, see, it ran around on this corner, and again, apart from that, could have looked in the judge's box.
Well, you do look straight in there as you go around that corner, don't you? And timing machines and all sorts of things going on.
Look at that. That was classical over the triple bar. That's pretty short in there. I didn't walk it, but you can see it's pretty short. See, it dropped the bit there. And just it took its focus off the fence, just dropped the bit and went behind her leg. So no luck.
No, so still only the two clears, Briar and Logan, and Emmy Joyride 2 and Shanae Mackay in the ring now.
So this one's by Centavos. Is it there?
By Centavos, yes.
Yeah, out of Fed.
Filly.
Yeah.
Bred by Gemma and produced by Shanae.
Yep, and they have a good little breeding program going on. Gemma is a racehorse trainer, Shanae's mother, and they've got to get some nice thoroughbred mares.
Nice looking horse, isn't it?
He's a lovely horse. They rate this horse. I haven't watched him a lot lately, but I think he is a very nice horse.
So he's 38 points on the leaderboard. So up in the top 10.
She's been in the money quite a bit. She's quite competitive in the amateur also, which is similar height to this. So it's good for Shanae to be able to do both those series classes. So don't underrate Shanae's riding. She's quite a talented rider, and she really can produce them, and she really can ride them, and she's a very, very good rider of difficult horses too.
Oh, good. We've seen her come up through ponies and do other things. They had good ponies, the Mackay girls.
Yep. Oh.
That's a bit of a shame for her because it was been a really lovely round.
Yeah, it was. Really nice round.
4 faults. And just 5 left to go in the class. We've got Jesse Linton now and Kelton Williams. Well, he's a lot of success on this horse. Won the 5-year-old at Horse of the Year and finished third in the 5-year-old series. Lots of double clears in the 6-year-old and prizes up to $1.30. Horses by Mustangs Bandit.
Yeah, the Mustangs, I don't know a lot about them, but there are several nice ones out there. Not a big horse. But Jesse can ride. Again, don't underestimate Jesse's riding either. He's very, very competitive.
You saw that in the 5-year-old where he wasn't leaving anything to chance there.
Yeah, and so this horse, we've seen this horse around a lot, and he gives it a really good ride, and was like you say, very successful in the 5-year-olds. And I know that it's for sale.
Right.
But, a horse like this is super for a junior rider going on to young riders and stuff. But I know, it doesn't worry Jesse. He really enjoys riding these horses, so he hangs on to them if he can. And he's produced this horse, so, it's his ride, and that makes it so much nicer when you ride them. It's, it's your ride, and they go your way.
Yeah, because he had it out pretty young, didn't he? It came out as a 4-year-old.
Yeah. And so that's these ones that come out as 4-year-olds, it is a benefit for many of them because they've already had a look around.
Ooh.
And we don't bring our 4-year-olds out because we have enough not to have to bring a
Enough to
four-year-old
do.
out. But I'm sure it would benefit them if we did, and we watch the ones that come out as 4-year-olds, and
Nice clear round for Jesse.
nice, yeah.
So he'll be back in the jump off. We're in the business end of it now. So Jeremy Whale, currently 4th on the national leaderboard with 48 points. It's a bit congested up the top there. There's only about 14 points in between the top and 4th place. So anything could happen.
Big horse.
Yeah, locally bred at East Coast Performance Horses. Had a lot of success with this.
He has a lot.
A number of double clears throughout the season, obviously, to get him to 48 points. So
Jeremy's very experienced. He produces them really nicely. He's a lovely rider. Soft but effective, and he's got really good hands. See, the Cassiano's, he's producing quite a lot of good horses, Cassiano. He hasn't been... Oh, I know Golden Grove had him as Frozen Seaman before the stallion actually came out here. So there are a few from his early days, but now that he's here, people, want to breed to the fresh semen because the results are that much better. But yeah.
he gives it a nice ride, doesn't he?
Oh, he's a lovely rider, Jeremy's, Yeah.
Pretty textbook down there.
Yeah.
Lovely
Yeah,
clear
good
round.
job.
Well, that's helping things out a bit. We've now got 4 on the jump off with 3 left to go, and the 3 top riders in the series. We've got Rose Orfeld, Julie Davey, and Sam Carrington. Very competitive at this level. So Rose Orfeld and Footloose NZPH are our next combination.
From the South Island, Rose. Been up touring around the North Island for a month since
Tekapoto. Or do they go home after Tekapoto and then come back for...
Not sure actually, but they were here for the show in Hastings, the Horse of the Year replacement.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the same.
Not quite the same, but a very nice show though. They did a fabulous last minute job of putting it together.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday in the courses and how they were pretty testing at that Hawke's Bay show and
Yes, Greg was the course designer there in Ring 1, and it was interesting for everybody to ride the courses of a different course builder, because we get the same course builders a lot, with Heather and Gary, and which is great, but we get used to them. So to sometimes have that challenge, they're all great course builders. They just all have their own different little flair, and you just have to learn how to ride them and learn what they're trying to do, how they're trying, what the challenges are that they're presenting out there to you. Then Greg, he fronts up, and he's done a few. He's done some of the young horse classes, which have been interesting, but he builds quite technical, Greg. So that was a bit of a different challenge for us.
a lot of related lines and technicality, but tested people out and made them think.
Yeah, it sure did. This is a nice horse, actually. I don't know what he saw in the first of the treble there, but just didn't quite
that's a shame
get
for
out
Rose.
of the way of it. Yeah.
She's currently in third place on the leaderboard.
She had a time fault. She rides quiet though, Rose.
So it's time fault as well, which will finish her with 5. And LT Holst Frida and Julie Davey, another of those lovely LT Holst horses that has come through. By Sirocco Blue.
which is it's a really good stallion in Europe. It's a Rocco Blue.
So she's had some lovely clear rounds. She's been clear at Central Hawke's Bay, Egmont, Taupo, Gisborne, Dannevirke, Wairarapa, and second at the Young Horse Show in the 6-year-old.
Yes, Julie's a very, very good rider. This mare's a little bit difficult, and she does produce it beautifully, but she is incredibly good rider, Julie. She doesn't have them now, but several top horses until they got too old. She's bred from them. And since she hasn't had them, she's produced a lot of young horses. Coleman. Yeah, that's it.
It's a Coleman horse.
Yeah. It's also a really, really well renowned European horse. The Sea Line. These horses are named, well, they don't have to be, but you sort of try and name them from the stallions' first letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see
Or
that
some
treble riding
derivative.
short. Even for that, that's not a big horse. Julie's a very little girl. She's a very little skinny. Yeah, good job.
Lovely clear round from Julie and LT Holst Frida as we move to our last competitor, the leader of the National Series, Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane. Sam has 62 points, so she's in the lead. But, of course, anything can happen in these classes, can't they? She's had a fantastic season with this horse. A double clears at Central Districts, Hawke's Bay AMP, Wairarapa, Labour Weekend and Area Show, Egmont, Wellington, Central and Southern, Nationals, Northern Hawke's Bay and Clearville. So
with the series, you get double points at the everyday shows, ordinary shows. You get extra points at the prime shows, which is the Young Horse Show and
Nationals.
Only half a dozen probably shows. So the aim in these 5 and 6-year-old classes is to get those points, because just going around the other shows just gets you the double clear rounds.
Yeah.
So
a third at the National Young Horse Show and a third at the North Island Champs will have helped.
those are what you
Significantly.
need to get for these to get up the series with these horses, and that's where there's a lot of luck involved, and also you actually have to go to them because they're spread all around the country. Nationals in Christchurch and Young Horse Show in Hastings and the North Island Champs in Hawera, all those things, they're spread around. So you've got to be pretty onto it to get out there, and you drop scores. So once you've got a certain number of scores, then they stop counting for you. But this shows not double points, but points plus. It's points plus you double clear if you jump a double clear. Sam's a lovely, lovely rider. They've got a really good family business going on here.
Producing some lovely horses.
Yep. These two girls, Sam and her sister Kim, do a fabulous job on their horses.
And that's why she's at the top of the leaderboard. Lovely clear round from her. Just calm and consistent. So, 6 coming back. Well, that's not bad.
That's perfect, because then no one misses out on a prize. We like it when 6 come back. It's not nice when 7 come back, because someone's going to miss out. And everybody feels sorry for that someone, and everybody's had their turn at being 7th.
Yeah.
And when there are 7 in the jump off.
Yeah, so coming back, we've got a pretty good field, really. We've got Briar Burnett Grant and Fiberfresh Casala, Logan Massey and Florence, Jesse Linton with Kelton William, Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH, Julie Davey and LT Holst Frida, and Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane. So anyone could come out the winner of that.
Yeah, well, look at the 5-year-old and look how that was random, and you wouldn't have expected so many rails down in the 5-year-olds. But, when the pressure goes on, things start to happen. And, I mean, who would ever have picked that nice horse of Ike's would have crashed through the wall,
Yeah.
So it's just young horses can do anything.
Yeah, I think and this is a bit different, isn't it? Because normally in the 6-year-old, it's not a jump off as such; it's a second round.
Only at the big shows. The jump off at the big shows is a speed class, but on your regular shows, it's just 2 round A1, which is 2 rounds again without being timed. So,
Oh God, I can't read that.
this I've got the breeding up.
Oh,
here.
good.
So Florence is Lord Lorino, Molly. You see, that's Florence. Florence is Lord Lorino. LS, the long spring stud, so and out of a Double J repechage mare, really, really good stallion. Produced a lot of great horses. Who else have we got in there? Bannockburn. Cassiano, out of a million mare, a million VDL, really top end bloodlines from Europe. Double J Hurricane. Where are you? Is Heartbreaker. Oh, out of a Voltaire 2 mare, Double J Breeze. Again, great bloodlines. Voltaire is from great bloodlines in Europe.
Yeah, so lovely to see all these great young horses coming through the grades and hopefully, going on to much greater things. And hopefully staying in New Zealand for some of our good riders to keep progressing on.
Yeah. And just go back to the breeding of, what was I looking at? Kilturn. William, interesting breeding there with, where has he gone now? Kilturn.
For those of you who can't see, Sally's reading something which is minuscule off her phone because she's...
For the breeding. And so he's the Mustang's bloodline on the side, but on the dam side, he's out of His Royal Highness mare. So there's the thoroughbred. The thoroughbred is also what we love to add the thoroughbred to the bloodlines because it takes some of the heavy out of them. What were you saying? Sorry that
I was talking about the young horses coming through and hopefully staying in New Zealand for our young riders and people to progress on.
Yeah.
And keep going, up through.
Yes, well, there's
successes.
You'll find the 7-year-old class next, and that this year for the first time has very low numbers, and everybody's trying to figure out why. But it swings and roundabouts. Some years you get good numbers, and this year you've got small numbers but good quality as well. So, yeah, we are developing our breeding programs. You can see here with the bloodlines with the Claudia Hayes
Centavos.
Eurosport horses. They've gotten a lot of lovely colts, and they're all good bloodlines. And yeah, where you've got a lot of horses out there, some. A small number, actually hardly any, will become superstars, but some will become stars, and then some will become good Kiwi horses that we can keep here, and even just kick around in the amateurs and stuff. So you get the full range. They don't all have to be superstars, and they don't, because they're not. We're not all superstar riders and wanting to aim to be the top end. If they're good enough, they will be sold overseas, but. They need to be pretty starry, look at how many have been sold overseas lately, none. Well, a couple have gone to Australia, but not in the real world. Like, we're too far away for the European buyers to come and the American buyers to come here. I know one horse that was viewed by one of Morris's European friends, and they came all the way out because to have a look at it, and yeah, it wasn't what they wanted, so they went back. And and that happens. If that happens, they're less likely to come next time, because it's a long way, and they are so busy over there going to shows that they just haven't got a week to take off to New Zealand because of all the things that are involved flying to New Zealand, COVID aside.
Especially with COVID in the mix as well now.
Yeah.
So just looking to the jump off, we've got fences 2, 3, 4 A and B, 5, 6, 7 and 11.
3, 4, A, B, 5, 6. Where's 11?
11 is the last one going
so-
into the judge's box.
Oh, so they've got a good gallop. That'll be fun.
Yeah, Jarrett often does that at the end. Just a little bit of a gallop to see what's going to happen. First rider in the ring, Brian Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Casala.
It's by Cannon, and it's out of a Casal mare. This is breeding to die for this horse. Cannon's very, very popular. It's a more recent stallion, like last 5 years. Well, obviously 5 years more, 8 years. But this would be one. Oh, he's 6-year-old. Yeah. So there's some really good horses in Europe by Cannon. I don't know how much he did himself. And then Casal is a fabulous jumping horse in Europe. Really, really, really successful. So the Casal's on the mother's side.
And then it's got Briar on top. Who's
Briar, who's very slick. Yeah, and she's going to cut a stride out.
It's tricky, that fence, isn't it? Right by the
By
gate.
the gate, yeah, and quite upright. And that roll back from the gate. Now, I didn't realise that one was in it. So a little bit of a gallop, but not a big gallop.
Stretch out.
Oh, not the gallop. I thought they were coming from 5 to the last.
42.48 will be the time to beat.
That's good. Left them all up.
Double clear for Briar. So you have to go clear now, and you have to be within that range.
Yeah.
Logan Massey now and Florence. So you had some information about Florence.
Florence. Yeah, Lord Loreno out of Molly. Molly's by Double J Reportage, incredibly successful stallion from the Jacob's Girl stud. Not breeding anymore. He's old.
No, he's retired.
Yeah, retired from stud duties. Yeah, see, Logan's very competitive.
Oh.
Yeah, so he did cut a stride out, but he had to work for it. It walks 6 down there, but I think it's a little holding 6. So I think that's where, his experience from Europe.
Make up some time.
Yeah, you cutting strides out makes up time. That's what you try and do, is you cut strides out, but only where it's realistic. Yeah, so
Nicely done. Slick time. 39.
So you need your big striding horse to cut strides out.
Yeah, so 3.5 seconds faster than Briar. 39 seconds flat.
Yeah, he was a bit lucky at the green one. It didn't want to fall down. He did actually give it a nudge. But I noticed yesterday that green one didn't want to fall down either. I found one that did want to fall down.
Unfortunately, you did.
The red one.
It was a bit of a shame for you.
Yeah, they should have put the red one where the green one was for me, and then it might not have fallen down, because you can actually hit that green one quite hard, and something about it that...
So on the back of his old mate Logan's round, I'm sure Jesse will
Yeah.
not be taking it easy.
He'll be wired. He'll be out there. And, they can make up some time on these turns here. Yes, if they hug that jump there, they can, the Copthorne jump.
Yeah, so it's
Good
12 seconds. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. See, his horse hasn't got a very big stride, so he didn't even try and make the 6 down there. He also probably knew he had that one down, so he probably wants to stay on 4, wanted to stay on 4 and not take the chance.
Well, there we go. And that's, yeah. So finished with 12 faults, Jesse Linton and Kelton William. It wouldn't be exactly how he'd played that out in his mind beforehand.
No, I tell you what, you'd be pretty lucky to win the 5-year-old and the 6-year-old. Show jumping, yep, keeps you level-headed.
Well, he'll still get a prize.
Totally get a prize, but it's a title we're all after.
Take the All right, we've moved now to Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn.
Slick inside turn there. Go, Jeremy.
Something's happened to our clock there, but that's all right. We'll just have to listen for the... I don't quite think it's taken 120 seconds to get to there, but
Yeah, see him cutting the corners off.
just slicing a bit here and there. And inside.
Sometimes those inside turns aren't faster. Sometimes the pulling around
slick.
the corner can slow you down. Sometimes keeping the gallop round that fence is probably similar time, but you know, you do what suits your horse.
We'll just wait for the
Time.
time. So great time, 38.10. So he is the time to beat now as we move to the last two, Julie Davey and Sam Carrington to come. Julie's on the countdown.
I don't know how tight it is at the top of the leaderboard for the series, so...
It's pretty tight.
Oh, yeah, so it can make a difference depending on their drop scores. Yeah, pretty tight. Yeah. I don't think Julie's...
A speedster.
Oh, she is, but she's, you know, this horse isn't always that easy, so she'd be just making sure she gets round tight and clear without going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The tight... Oh. Yeah, see, she's opted to go round there where Jeremy went inside because just keeping up the gallop because sometimes...
She's still done a pretty quick time, though.
Yeah, so that shows you, doesn't it?
39.4.
Mm.
That'll put her in third place
That's
for now. She's so experienced, isn't she?
Yes.
So knows what she's doing.
And smooth and balanced and correct. She's a beautiful rider, Julie.
And last one to go, Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane. Top of the leaderboard for now, but, you know, we just hope she can go clear and go well.
Because it's tight at the top.
It is. Anything could change there. And I try to do the maths, and I'm really not that good at it because when you start having drop scores and other things go on,
No, you've got to spend too much time looking at the sheet of paper. You don't get to look at how the horses are going. Sam's a beautiful rider, you know. So she made that easy, cutting a stride out down that line. Oh, it's a bit hard to see that.
And she's gone inside too, so she's got a pretty slick time. Oh, that'll be hard to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like it.
I'm not sure what the time is. It hasn't come up on the screen particularly well.
35.49 on the judge's box.
So if it's 35.49, that is a good 3 seconds faster than
Yeah,
anybody
and
else.
that shows you what smooth and even does because, you know, she went round here and she went round here. So just keeping the rhythm and then the 5 strides down that line to the green fence, you know, cutting that stride out, all of it. Great win. Smashes it all right.
She certainly did. So Sam will take the class out. Jeremy Whale will be second with Bannockburn ECPH. Logan will be third with Florence.
That'll move him up a bit. Maybe not into the top 6. Sam will stay at the top.
Julie will be fourth. Briar fifth and Jessie sixth.
So there might be a bit of a shake around at the top there, but not a lot. So the similar ones will still be in the top 6 in the series, but it was a great class.
It was a fabulous class. Hey, thank you so much for joining us. It was really good having you and just having a bit of insight into the technicalities of working on those classes.
Oh, my pleasure.
Really appreciated it.
All
Thanks,
right.
and good luck for the rest of the day and the rest of your horses.
Thanks, Dana.
Thanks, Sally.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now, with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us.
Coming through in the 6-year-old series. Thanks also to Ultramox, who are the long-term sponsor of this series and of equestrian sport. We appreciate that. Okay, so we have, Jenny Booth is going to do the honours for us, which is handy. She has a special interest in the breeding of horses, so this works for her. So well done to Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane. Fantastic round, Sam. Nailed it. 3 seconds faster than Jeremy. Jeremy, you're going to have to, kick on. Oh, no, it was wonderful to see. And so good, top of the leaderboard. So you've hopefully cemented all of that and we'll be awarding other things later on in the evening. Second place to Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH. So Jenny, you'll be pretty proud of that again. One of her homebred horses. Third was Logan Massey and Florence. Fourth place to Julie Davey and LT Holst Frieda. Fifth place went to Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Casala. And sixth place to Jessie Linton and Keltern William. So we'll just have a quick word to Sam. Are you going to stand still? Well done, Sam. How are you feeling going into that, knowing you were sitting at the top and it was pretty tight at the top?
Yeah, there was a bit of pressure, but he's such a good boy. He helps me out so much. He's just real cool.
Tell us a little bit about him. What is breeding?
He's by Eurosport Heartbreaker, and he's out of Mum's old Showjumping mare, who taught me a Double J Breeze, and both my first 3 horses were out of her, so it's pretty special. Yeah. Thank you to NZPH and Ultramox for sponsoring the class, and also Ultramox for sponsoring the 6-year-old series, and also to my own sponsor, AMS Salary. Yeah, really. Yeah, and to Mum and Robin for everything they do for me and Kim. We're very lucky.
Yeah, you are lucky, but you do yourselves proud and you're a credit to the sport. You work hard and we're all very proud of you. So well done, Sam, and well done to the rest of the riders. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We'll send them on their way and we'll be back in a moment with the 7-year-old class. So congratulations. Put your hands together for Sam Carrington and Double J Hurricane. First place, all clear in a blistering time of 35.49. Second went to Jeremy Whale and Bannockburn ECPH. Third place to Logan Massey and Florence. Fourth was Julie Davey and LT Holst Frieda. Fifth place to Briar Burnett Grant, Fibre Fresh Casala. And in sixth place, Jessie Linton and Keltern William. So a little bit of a course change going on out here, a bit of a change around, and then we'll be back with you shortly with the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old.
At www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
One of the great hallmarks of Dunstan feed is that the products are made very fresh. To us it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we also support the New Zealand arable industry, right through from the grain grower, right through to that grain going into a bag of feed, right through to the final user. It's a wonderful story to us, and one that we passionately enjoy telling.
Our grains are grown right here in New Zealand. You can ensure that you get good quality product, you can ensure that it's free from contaminants, free from mycotoxins and other issues, and we know that it is of the best quality, which we need to get the best nutritional results.
So I think New Zealand's a great agricultural country, and we grow some of the best maize in the world. All our maize is non-GMO, but we're really proud of our green image and what we do growing great maize for great horses.
Once we get the grains from the supplier and they've come into the mill, they might be processed depending on the product that the feed is going into. So we have an extrusion plant where the grains are processed to increase digestibility of starches. The type of grain, the percentage of the grains depend which feed they're going into, whether it's a high performance race feed or a more modest energy performance feed. And these will be coupled with appropriate vitamins and minerals that match the optimum requirements for those individuals.
Dunstan has been a core part of our team since 2016. The horses are working really hard. We want them to recover better and faster each day. We want them to build more muscle, and Dunstan have been great with that. It's really cool that Dunstan is using grains that is grown by New Zealand people and is supporting the New Zealand economy. I know that the maize is grown locally, which is really cool that we're using Te Awamutu growers and supporting the town as well. We mainly feed Dunstan Breed and Grow. The horses seem to do really well on it. It's a great fibre feed, and the horses just seem to love it.
We have a wonderful, passionate group of people that work for Dunstan, and it's very special that we see that being translated into quality performance horse feeds that assist people achieve their goals in the equestrian sector.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now, with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
Horses have evolved as grazing animals and will graze up to 17 hours a day in the wild. So the modern day horse has some challenges around the way that we feed them. They're out there and expected to perform. They need that extra energy. Fibre is the key foundation for that health and performance.
Thoroughbreds are obviously performance animals, and they're going from performing on the track to performing off the track, so they need good nutrients and good feed. I run Event Stars. We get thoroughbreds off the track when they finish racing, and from there we advertise them and rehome them. I've fed Fibre Fresh forever, really, for as long as I can remember. Heaps of fibre I find is really good for their diet. Hong Kong horses have had a pretty big trip and can have a few gut issues going on, so I find the Fibre Protect's really good for settling that.
Horses secrete stomach acid 24/7. What the forage does is it starts to buffer out the stomach and reduce the effect of that constant secretion.
I like the Fibre Fresh feeds because they're palatable, very consistent. Everyone eats them. I can keep them outside, which is really good. Easy to store. I can order by the pallet load.
The key benefits of Fibre Fresh is the high quality digestible protein that's found in the lucerne crop for top line and condition building. It also has high levels of calcium for gastric health, key amino acids for coat health and hoof growth, and you also have high levels of vitamin E. Vitamin E is important because in green forages it's available, but when you dry chaff it's no longer available. We're really proud to be a New Zealand company that is producing equine feeds that are highly nutritious, and they're extremely valuable to their overall well-being and performance.
We're really stoked to be working with Fibre Fresh. We really enjoy they're a New Zealand company, great product. It makes a healthy, happy horse.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now, with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
One of the great hallmarks of Dunstan Feed is that the products are made very fresh. To us it's very important that because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company that we also support the New Zealand arable industry, right through from the grain grower, right through to that grain going into a bag of feed, right through to the final user. It's a wonderful story to us and one that we passionately enjoy telling.
Our grains are grown right here in New Zealand. You can ensure that you get good quality product, you can ensure that it's free from contaminants, free from mycotoxins and other issues, and we know that it is of the best quality, which we need to get the best nutritional results.
So I think New Zealand's a great agricultural country and we grow some of the best maize in the world. All our maize is non-GMO, but we're really proud of our green image and what we do growing great maize for great horses.
Once we get the grains from the supplier and they've come into the mill, they might be processed depending on the product that the feed is going into. So we have an extrusion plant where the grains are processed to increase digestibility of starches. The type of grain, the percentage of the grains depend which feed they're going into, whether it's a high performance race feed or a more modest energy performance feed. And these will be coupled with appropriate vitamins and minerals that match the optimum requirements for those individuals.
Dunstan has been a core part of our team since 2016. The horses are working really hard. We want them to recover better and faster each day. We want them to build more muscle, and Dunstan have been great with that. It's really cool that Dunstan is using grains that is grown by New Zealand people and is supporting the New Zealand economy. I know that the maize is grown locally, which is really cool that we're using timutu growers and supporting the town as well. We mainly feed Dunstan Breed and Grow. The horses seem to do really well on it. It's a great fibre feed and the horses just seem to love it.
We have a wonderful, passionate group of people that work for Dunstan, and it's very special that we see that being translated into quality performance horse feeds that assist people achieve their goals in the equestrian sector.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
Horses have evolved as grazing animals and will graze up to 17 hours a day in the wild. So the modern day horse has some challenges around the way that we feed them. They're out there and expected to perform. They need that extra energy. Fibre is the key foundation for that health and performance.
Thoroughbreds are obviously performance animals and they're going from performing on the track to performing off the track, so they need good nutrients and good feed. I run event stars. We get thoroughbreds off the track when they finish racing, and from there we advertise them and rehome them. I've fed Fibre Fresh forever, really, for as long as I can remember. Heaps of fibre I find is really good for their diet. Hong Kong horses have had a pretty big trip and can have a few gut issues going on, so I find the Fibre Protect's really good for settling that.
Horses secrete stomach acid 24/7. What the forage does is it starts to buffer out the stomach and reduce the effect of that constant secretion.
I like the Fibre Fresh feeds because they're palatable, very consistent. Everyone eats them. I can keep them outside, which is really good. Easy to store. I can order by the pallet load.
The key benefits of Fibre Fresh is the high quality digestible protein that's found in the lucerne crop for top line and condition building. It also has high levels of calcium for gastric health, key amino acids for coat health and hoof growth, and you also have high levels of vitamin E. Vitamin E is important because in green forages it's available, but when you dry chaff it's no longer available. We're really proud to be a New Zealand company that is producing equine feeds that are highly nutritious and they're extremely valuable to their overall well-being and performance.
We're really stoked to be working with Fibre Fresh. We really enjoy they're a New Zealand company, great product. It makes a healthy, happy horse.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now, with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
One of the great hallmarks of Dunstan Feed is that the products are made very fresh. To us it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we also support the New Zealand arable industry, right through from the grain grower, right through to that grain going into a bag of feed, right through to the final user. It's a wonderful story to us, and one that we passionately enjoy telling.
Our grains are grown right here in New Zealand. You can ensure that you get good quality product, you can ensure that it's free from contaminants, free from mycotoxins and other issues, and we know that it is of the best quality, which we need to get the best nutritional results.
Well, I think New Zealand's a great agricultural country, and we grow some of the best maize in the world. All our maize is non-GMO, but we're really proud of our green image and what we do growing great maize for great horses.
Once we get the grains from the supplier and they've come into the mill, they might be processed depending on the product that the feed is going into, so even an extrusion plant where the grains are processed to increase digestibility of starches. The type of grain, the percentage of the grains depend which feed they're going into, whether it's a high performance race feed or a more modest energy performance feed. And these will be coupled with appropriate vitamins and minerals that match the optimum requirements for those individuals.
Dunstan has been a core part of our team since 2016. The horses are working really hard. We want them to recover better and faster each day. We want them to build more muscle, and Dunstan have been great with that. It's really cool that Dunstan is using grains that is grown by New Zealand people and is supporting the New Zealand economy. I know that the maize is grown locally, which is really cool that we're using Te Amutu growers and supporting the town as well. We mainly feed Dunstan Breed and Grow. The horses seem to do really well on it. It's a great fibre feed, and the horses just seem to love it.
We have a wonderful, passionate group of people that work for Dunstan, and it's very special that we see that being translated into quality performance horse feeds that assist people achieve their goals in the equestrian sector.
Alrighty, we're back with the live streaming. Just getting ready now to start the Matthews Hanoverian 7-year-old grand final. We've got 9 combinations in the class, and I've got with me Dirk Walden as my co-host for this class, so that'll be always entertaining with Dirk. We walked the course, Dirk, out there, and what did you think about that?
Oh, welcome everyone. This is a strong track. It's going to be challenging. Ground's good. You know, it's metre 35. This is the pinnacle of the year for these horses. There's some really well-performed horses in this class, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, and this fence number 10 is an interesting-looking thing. We haven't got it up on the screen yet, but you'll see it when it comes.
Stonehenge wall, yes. It's quite a tall, open-looking fence. And let's just be reminded, you know, these horses are still green at this level a little bit. So, yeah, it'll be, you know, it's towards the end of the course, so they'll have some momentum going towards it. But, yeah, challenging.
Yep, and they'll probably prove us all wrong and jump it beautifully because that's often what happens.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we've got some of the top riders in the series in here. We've got Fleur de la Cour and Eyecatcher NZPH, both at the top of the leaderboard. It's going to be hard to pull Rose down off that top spot with 119 points. But Sam Wells had a great season with Fleur de la Cour.
Hasn't she just? Yeah, this horse has done a lot of jumping this year, and it's been really, really well performed. It's even done a few 140s, and so yeah, it's got to be one of the favourites of the class.
Yeah, they do some miles, those guys, don't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been to the South Island and up again. Yeah, it's been all round. So let's hopefully the form carries on today.
Yeah, so they will be the last ones in because obviously we work in reverse order, but we've got Briar, you can't ever discount Briar. Kelly Smith had a great round yesterday with Kings Larkin in the one of the other classes. I can't remember, the amateur pro-am actually it was. Ellie Carson, that's a nice horse, Eye Candy, and that hopefully Evandro NZPH is a lovely horse too. So
yeah, we've also got Anna Parsons here. This is a beautiful grey horse by Cassiano. Annabelle Francis, this horse is very well performed as well. Might have won the North Islands, I think.
Yes, it won the North Island Champs.
Yeah. And then, yeah, we've got Jesse Linton on Beau Ballou. This horse hasn't probably done a lot at this level, to be fair. Very well-bred horse. Yeah, jumped really well yesterday too, so fingers crossed it goes well for him.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, we've got our first competitor in the ring, Jesse Linton in Beau Ballou. God, he's a busy boy. Jesse gets around these classes, doesn't he? So this horse, bred by Amelia Spalder, is by Ballou de Rouet out of Vertical Horizon, which was by Pride of Kalena. So pretty well-bred horse.
Got to be one of the age group specialists, this young man, isn't he? He seems to be able to get on anything and get them round.
Well, he's a pretty good day. He won the 5-year-old and he was placed in the 6-year-old, so...
Not a bad start.
Yeah.
So that's a bit, yeah, the triple bar to start with. It's 1.30 wide. Nice inviting fence, though.
Yeah, they love jumping triple bars, don't they? Horses?
They sure do.
Good fence.
So this is a bit of a challenge here. We come around, we've got a vertical, quite a tall vertical by the gate. And I think I walked 7 strides down to the, it might be 5 strides actually, down to this double. I think this horse is owned by Kate Hurdson, is that
Yeah, I think it is owned by Kate Hurdson.
Yeah.
One of a string of horses she had, and she's, yeah, it's had some lovely horses. So Jessie's got the ride on it for now. The other one is Idle D, I think is her horse, and that's been ridden by Jeremy.
He's doing a lovely round so far.
Oof.
Really nice through that treble. That's tough enough.
And here we go, the first of the stone hinges.
No problem.
Yeah, well,
There you
he's
go.
the master at it. Jessie could pull out the clear round. So
What a great way to start the class.
76.26, well inside time allowed.
No, Briar Burnett Grant coming, I think. Commentator got that one wrong.
Yeah, we've got Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Chazelle. Briar has got some really stunning young horses. The one she just rode in the 6-year-old is a beautiful horse, very well bred. And this one is by Coleman out of Beer or Fibre Fresh Casalita, which was a horse she used to ride. And the sire of the dam is Casal Ask.
So this is what I think. This is some of their homebred horses. They're all, well, the 6-year-old might be out of the same mare. Very scopy 7-year-old. Probably hasn't done a lot of 7-year-old classes in the first part of the season, but so it's a great effort for it to be jumping around at this end.
Yeah, she's. Let me just have a look at the leaderboard.
Certainly
and
got some
see
scope. Goodness.
where it's. Yeah, it hasn't done a lot in this series for this season. She's got 9 points on the leaderboard, so must have just stepped up recently.
Yeah, I think they've just taken their time with the horse. You know, he's a very scopy young horse, and some of them just take a little bit longer than the others. So it looks to me like he's been pretty well managed.
Oh.
As you can see, he's a bit green still at this level, but yeah, look at that.
Beautiful. Oh, she's having a bit of a fight. She's so calm, Briar, though. She just sorts it out.
Boom.
Beautiful. 2 clear rounds to start. That hasn't happened, I don't think, all show.
Aren't they jumping the Stonehenge fence well?
Well, we said that it happened.
Yeah.
We looked at it and went, oh, don't like that. And they all just sail over it.
Funny looking fence. It's pretty well respected by the riders so far, and the horses seem to jump it nicely. So here we have Kelly Smith coming in. This is King's Larkin. And I'm pretty sure he's by Lansing. Yeah. I think this horse was actually, Jesse Linton rode it a little bit last year as a 6-year-old. And I think it's reasonably well performed in the 7-year-old so far this year.
Yeah, so 12 points
Yeah.
she's had. Yeah, so it's by Lansing out of Mary Larkin, which was by King's Ransom. And bred by Kelly herself, so that's always good when you see them riding their own.
So King's Ransom, that's going back a bit. He was the horse from Hunterville, wasn't he?
Yeah, big horse.
Yeah.
Which you can probably see in there. This is a big horse.
Just looking a little bit sticky.
He's going, I think we're going out that gate. No, we're not. We're coming over here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Added a couple there. But he's got the scope, hasn't he? Doesn't it seem to worry him?
Nice. Lovely big horse.
It's nice that the rain stopped for this class. It's had a little bit of a wet morning here in Masterton, but it's where the gods have come back to help us again.
Hopefully it stays away. It would have given everything just a bit of a soften up.
Yep.
And
yeah, the ground is actually stunning here in Masterton. These been very well prepared by the group, holding up well. It hasn't cut up much this morning, so.
there's quite a lot of atmosphere around this ring too for these young horses, isn't there? You don't usually get everything so tight in.
Absolutely, you know, it's one of the nice things about coming to Masterton is the atmosphere that's is here around the oval. You know, the trucks are parked here, there's flags, there's people, there's stuff happening. So
she's had a rail and a time fault, Kelly Smith, but she was taking her time, and it was nice to see she was just, you know, giving it a reassuring.
look at him come through that double. He's a lovely horse, a great horse for the future.
So this is Ellie Carson and Eye Candy. This is a lovely horse. It's owned by, well, one of the owners is Marilyn Smith, who works for ESNZ Jumping. It's Centavos, which you can tell by looking at it.
Can't you just?
Out of United Blue, NZPH, which was by Mr. Blue.
Just trying to find it here on the.
Yeah.
He's got 17 points. Yeah, this horse, he was a bit of a late starter, or she was a late starter too in the series. So
I think it was down south, this horse.
yeah, that's correct.
And they brought it up, and she's got the ride on it, and she's doing a good job with it.
Yeah, so she might have only had it for a wee bit of the season. Lovely athletic type. This is a very light horse on its feet, suited to the sport.
Got a real Centavos look about it too.
Ellie does a great job of producing them, doesn't she?
Yeah, I see her young horse, Fiordo Ritchie, is for sale. Well, not her young horse, but her young rider horse.
Yeah, hasn't she had some fun on him? Surely he'll be snapped up.
Good farm bred horse he was.
Yeah, from up in Tutera, north of Napier.
Well, that was a bit disappointing.
This is a big step up for these horses. Metre 35, and you're still trying to produce them, so...
Yeah, it is a big track. So 16 faults for Ellie, I think, was the final score.
That horse would have learned a lot today.
Two clear rounds so far. Jessie and Bo Baloo and Briar with Fiberfresh Chazelle, and we've only got 5 to go, so it's a short class. But Bailey Harvey and hopefully Evandro NZPH. Now, when I can find my...
Haven't seen a lot of this horse, to be honest, but obviously to be jumping at this level.
Yeah, it's by that Cool de Bois Margot out of Vogue Blue NZPH, which was by Mr. Blue. So a couple of Mr. Blue horses in 2 in here. Bailey's a occupational nurse specialist at the Taranaki District Health Board and current national young horse 7-year-old champion with this horse.
There you go. Hats off to any nurse.
You probably didn't know she won the 7-year-old because you were on the organising committee at the Young Horse Show and you're probably at the back somewhere fixing something. It's pretty keen today, isn't it?
He's a prick, he's rolling around. He seems comfortable enough out there. Here we are, come down to the treble. Pretty daunting for a young horse coming into a treble that tall. Look at that. No worries to him.
Yeah, off quite a tight corner too around there.
Yeah, it is.
The wall.
And the flags are there. And
Whee.
That's pretty cool. I'd say she'd be pretty chuffed with that round, to be fair.
Just the one fence down in the combination for 4 faults. Right, we're up at the business end of it now. Anna Parsons and Snapchat Me, she has, great to see Anna with a horse and doing really well, isn't it?
Well, this is a super horse. I think he's one of my favourite young horses out on the circuit at the moment. He's got a great attitude, a bit of scope.
By Cassiano, which you can probably tell too.
Yep.
If you know that. Text Me Back is the dam, which was by Voltaire too. So some pretty good breeding.
So Anna's produced this horse right from a 4-year-old, I believe. Look at that back end.
Yeah. Springs in its shoes.
Anyone that can produce a horse through the age group series to this level, hats off to them, and it takes a lot of horse to carry on through the 7-year-old age group.
Yeah, so she's currently in 5th place in the on the National Series leaderboard, so with 42 points, so that's pretty good. Let's see what's under here.
Look at that, he's lovely, isn't he? So Anna Parsons, she's a PE and a science teacher. Originates from down the Dannyburg way, I understand.
Yeah. And she's been around for a lot. She came up through ponies and done all of that. Bit of hunting.
He's a lovely horse. I'd like to see Anna go clear.
Yeah, well, nicely done.
He's cute, isn't he? Look at that.
Yes, really good. And
stunning. That's awesome. Shaft. Oh, she had one down.
Did she?
Yes, the
She must have done.
Didn't see that.
Missed that. Both of us missed it.
She'll be very happy with that. I would have thought that, you know, he's a lovely, positive horse. He's not afraid of being out there doing it at this level, which is very cool.
She's she's a lovely round, so she'll be pleased.
Yeah. Here we go. We've got the young gun here.
Annabelle Francis and Chic Extreme. This is her sister. Well, her sister was riding it for a start. This horse.
Hasn't she had a great year, Anna?
Annabelle. Yeah, she really has. This is Corofino 2. A horse by Corofino 2 out of All Gems, which was by Grosvenor and bred by Shah at Extreme Sport Horses.
Yeah, neat for a breeder, isn't it, to have a horse in this class jumping at this level. Charlene will be very proud.
She won the Takapoto 5-year-old final a couple of years ago and finished 5th in the 5-year-old series class at Hawaii 2019.
It's for sale, this
Yeah, it
horse
is
at the
for
moment.
sale.
Yep. Some lucky person will end up with this on their truck.
Yeah, it's certainly got the goods.
Been really well produced.
Yeah, so where is she on that leaderboard? She's
Sitting in 4th, I think I heard them just say.
69 points. That's pretty good.
Pretty experienced rider for her age, Annabelle.
Certainly is extremely focused.
Yeah.
Works really hard. Nice round. All clear.
All clear.
So that's the third to come back for the jump off. Just 2 to go. Right at the top of the leaderboard. Now Sam Whale and Fleur de la Cour.
Yeah, this is one of the up and coming young horses too. I mean, this horse has done a lot of jumping this year, and it's keeps bringing out the goods.
Yeah, it's a Corofino. Corofino 2 out of Jazz, which was by Leo Kalian and bred by Butch Thomas.
I actually broke this horse in for
Oh, there you go.
Kim Best as a 2-year-old or 3-year-old, I think it was. And she was an extremely tough mare. But once you had her on side, she was really, really willing. And Sam's got a great relationship with her.
Yeah.
You know, I might have jumped in some FEI classes this year, some 140s.
Yeah, so there's FEI 1 stars, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, for a 7-year-old, that's certainly some effort.
Well, she's had some good results. She's, had wins at Rotorua Spring Show, Hawke's Bay A&P, Central and Southern Hawke's Bay, World Cup final, and at Taihape.
Well, that's
came
pretty
second
impressive.
at the Egmont A&P, so, she's
Pretty impressive.
packed away a few red ribbons this year.
Yeah, it's always neat, isn't it, to...
That's a shame. That's come down.
It is a shame. Watch a horse like this in the years to come. Corofino too, he's pretty well represented in these age group series classes, has been for a few years now.
Here we go. 8 faults. For Sam, she'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but, well...
I'm sure, there you go.
Another round, another day.
Giving her a pat, she'll be happy enough to get round.
Good stuff. So our last competitor in the class, Rose Allfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH, 119 points. So I think it's going to be pretty hard to beat on the National Series.
She just informed me before. It says in our notes here that she's 22, but she's not. She's a bit older than that.
I haven't been reading that out because I was pretty sure she wasn't 22. I've left that bit alone.
Yeah. Full-time rider from Christchurch, and Rose has been on the road for probably 4 or 5 weeks. They came up here early on with the plan on being at Horse of the Year, and with COVID and things, that didn't happen, so they packed up the truck and headed home, and then a few extra shows got put on, and they loaded them up again and brought them back up, which is pretty cool for the sport up here in the North Island to have, Rose with a string of horses. That's always very competitive.
Yeah.
To come back up here and be involved in it.
So this horse is by Cannon, and out of United Blue NZPH by Mr. Blue.
Rose's horses always come along and jump around. They're always very relaxed, really well produced.
Yeah, she's had a pretty good season. She won at Nelson and Marlborough and Ashburton area. She won the South Island Champs and the Showjumping Canterbury Show and the Wairarapa Area Show and Clearville.
Goodness me.
Second at the Christmas Cracker in Canterbury and second at the Nationals.
Some CV, isn't it?
It's a pretty good horse.
Yeah.
Consistency is key.
You know, for that to happen, this horse has got to be really well looked after between shows and managed really well. So, hats off to Rose. Let's hope she can leave all the poles up today.
And it's done a fair bit of travelling in amongst all of that too.
Yeah, it's another thing to consider, absolutely. One to go. Nice.
Easy. All
nice
good.
work. Nice to have her back in the jump off.
Yep, good to have her back. So 4 for the jump off. Jessie Linton and Beau Ballou, Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Chazelle, Annabelle Francis and Chic Extreme, and Rose Allfield and Eyecatcher NZPH. I'm pretty sure the judges will let us know who the minor placings are shortly. So we'll be able to announce those.
Well, this will be short delay while we set the jump off course. It'll be interesting to follow this.
What happened to that ragged bit of paper that Heather, the course builder, gave us with the jump off course in it?
Here it is. Here it's got a few rips in it. We've got jump off is 4, 5B, 6, 7, 9BC, and 11 and 13.
So bringing that wall in, the big wall at the end.
Right, so they didn't jump that in the first round.
Mm-hmm. So
that's been a little bit of a trap in the age group classes, the 5 and the 6-year-old. So
4 is which one? Where are we going? 4.
2, 3, 4 is the green vertical by the gate.
And then the double. 6. She's taken it.
6th.
Sorry, 74.26. My screen keeps disappearing on me.
Just trying to pick up the minor placings here.
5th, Bailey Harvey, and Anna Parsons will get 6th.
Nice.
That's good. All right, so Bailey Harvey and hopefully Evandro NZPH will finish in 5th place, and Anna Parsons and Snapchat Me in 6th. So that's a good result for Anna and Bailey, and just the top 4 to sort out.
It's going to be about leaving the poles up once again. That's the simple thing about this sport.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's not too much subjectivity. That's why they do it, I think.
Absolutely. So I'm sure Jessie will come out and try and put some pressure on the following 3 riders.
Yeah, he doesn't like to leave much to chance, does he? He'll have a go. He definitely will. Right, we're just waiting for the course designers to finish off the finishing touches.
What's our next class out here, Dana?
After this class, we will move on to the FMG Young Rider Series. So that's going to be a pretty hotly contested event.
Nice.
Lots of top riders. There's Sarah West, who's leading the competition, and Sam Carrington, who's right behind her. Annabelle Francis, Riley Sheehan on that great Bandito NZPH, which has served him very well. Briar,
some lineup.
Yeah, and you know the final 6 in that class who ride out, or 7 even, are in the top 5 or 6 in the series. So
there's a couple of South Islanders there.
Will be game face on, I'm thinking. So just a little bit of information for you about Matthews Hanoverians, who are the very great sponsor of this series. Jeff definitely becoming a force to be reckoned with in the jumping arena with great horses that Mel Matheson rides, Graffiti MH, Enya MH, Julia MH and Roulette MH, demonstrating the benefits of a breeding program producing top-class sport horses based on some of the best Hanoverian bloodlines. All of the mares are top quality, imported and selected, chosen for blood and performance. Matthews Hanoverian's breeding program incorporates quality bloodlines, top handling skills and good nutrition with lush New Zealand pastures, an ideal nursery for young horses to grow up on. They breed around 8 foals a year using imported frozen semen, using modern and successful stallions. Matthews Hanoverians welcome your inquiry about the stallions they use or young horses for sale. And if you want to know more about that, you should track down Angela Miller or at the show. She's usually not far behind where you can find Mel.
Yep.
They're a good team, those guys.
Aren't they just? Yeah, Matthews Hanoverian, they've been supporting this 7-year-old class for 3 years now, might be 4.
Yeah.
Great supporters. And I understand they've got some very nice young horses and foals, and very well bred, that are being bred up north, so I'm sure we'll see more of them coming out in the future. I see there's the other sponsor of the class on the day is Grassendale Genetics.
Yeah, the Williams.
Yeah, George and Luce Williams, the Romney breeders from around the Wairarapa here.
Yeah, Luce was competing yesterday. She got a ribbon even.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, their daughter competed, so I actually saw her. She might have got a ribbon too on her pony, homebred pony.
Yeah,
So
Luce
well done
had
to
a
Luce.
very nice horse in the Pro-Am, I think, or Pro-Am, I think it might have been. Amateur, one or the other. But she, I think, came 5th or 6th, and very nice horse.
Nice. So Jesse's just come into the ring. Here he is, and fence 1. Look, there's a tall vertical right by the gate. So they're going to have to respect
It's
that.
tricky enough, isn't it?
Yeah. Nice forward ride down to the 5B, the Oxer. Round we go, 6 and 7. Not sure whether I don't think they'll be going inside, down to 7.
Where's 6 down here? The Black Oxer.
The Black Oxer going away from us here in our commentary box.
7
9 BC, so the 2 verticals are the treble.
with a 1 stride.
Yep. 1 stride round to what was the last fence of the first round. And then down to the wall, which they haven't jumped, which can be a little bit of a something they'll have to respect. So here we go.
So the opportunities to make up time are from what used to be the treble to the
I'd say
cut inside down there.
The rest of it's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Fence 11, yep.
Started out well. Here we Jesse's. Making it look easy. It's always there's a tough fence too, jumping straight into the judges' box.
Woo! Took a long one to that one.
Cut one out to the last.
42.16.
Ooh, that will take a little bit of beating, I would have thought.
Nice ride from Jesse.
Absolutely. This horse has been tricky in the past, and for him to come out at the last show of the year and double clear in a 7-year-old is pretty impressive.
Yep, be pretty happy with that. So back to Brian now. Brian Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Giselle. We'll see how she can go. No stranger to this level of competition.
He's careful, isn't he, this horse? Oof.
Scope. He's definitely going a bit slower than Jesse.
Yeah, like I said in the first round, this horse is reasonably new to jumping at this level, so she'll be wanting to look after him as well.
Well, not only a couple of seconds slower. So Jesse's time was 27 seconds at the start of that double there. She was just behind that.
Nice, she'll be chuffed.
45.86.
Double clear.
You're such a lovely rider, Briar.
Absolutely, cool as a cucumber.
Yeah. Just does the job. And here we have our little pocket rocket, Annabelle Francis and Chic Extreme.
Pretty sure she'll have a crack.
I'm pretty sure she will. This little horse has done a fair bit of this season, so it's up for it.
Really economical coming around that turn to number 6. Rolling around to the what was the treble, double of verticals.
That is deceiving because she's about a second faster.
She's on the job.
At that
she's
pace,
very quick,
and now she's speeding up.
Yeah. Very economical on the turns. Coming to the last. Lovely.
Oh, the clock hasn't stopped. Yes, so she's just pipped Jessie at the post. 42.01. Only just.
Look at that, that's nice through that double of verticals. Little slight rub there, but she was turning over the second part.
So she'll go on to first place with just the one left, Rose Allfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH. Big stride, but whether a big horse can get around the corners like that will remain to be seen.
Covers the ground, this horse, so yeah, we never know. Rose isn't unfamiliar in being in this
no.
territory either, so. Travelling around the corner, she's seen a great shot to number 6.
Very smooth, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
Oh, she was
Just
going.
took an extra little hold round that corner there.
She did.
Slowed her
Cost
up a
her a
little
couple
bit.
of seconds.
Yeah. Coming to the last. Double clear, yeah.
43.01. We'll put her into third place.
Look, she'll be happy enough too, you know. Double clear at this level for a 7-year-old is no mean feat, so.
So Annabelle Francis and Chic Extreme will take out the class double clear in a time of 42.01. And they'll be closely followed by Jesse Linton. Just pipped at the post, 42.16 was his time. Third place will go to Rose Allfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH. And fourth place will be Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Chazelle. Great, thanks Dirk. Good to have you on the team.
Yep, nice. Well done to the riders. I mean, it was a great class. It's always good to watch the 7-year-old class. So yeah, well done to them all.
Yeah, so good luck for your next rounds.
Thank you.
Can you count between 3 and 6?
Yeah, I'll miss something, I'm sure.
No, you won't. You'll have it under control.
That'll teach me if you're going to bed early.
You went to bed too early last night. All good. Hey, thanks very much for being part of the team, and we'll look forward to catching up soon.
No problem. My pleasure. Thank
All
you.
good. Well, it's that time again, ladies and gentlemen. What a great class for the 7-year-olds. Just a small class, but classy, I would say. Some of our top riders in New Zealand showing off the 7-year-old horses who we know will go on to bigger and greater things. So, of course, congratulations to our winner, Annabelle Francis in Chic Extreme, looking pretty in pink, coming across there. And Ange Miller from Matthews Hanoverians here. We'll just have a quick word with Ange while they make their way across the field. You've been a long-time sponsor, Ange, of this class, and a few years now, and it's getting better and better.
It is getting better and better, and I just love watching the 7-year-olds. It's really the creme de la creme of the age group series, and it's always exciting because there's the number of them that move on and go up to World Cup or international level, so this is where we see them first.
So have we got any MH horses coming into the 7-year-old anytime soon?
We've got a 5-year-old, so a couple of years' time, fingers crossed, she'll make it.
Nice, that's great. So thank you very much for your ongoing support, and to Matthews Hanoverians, please make sure you pass that on for us. So first place, Annabelle Francis and Chic Extreme. Garlands are made by Jumpable, and they were all ready for the series final last year, and they've been hanging in Jenny Booth's cupboard for a year waiting for an outing, so we're very pleased to be able to present them this year. They look really great on the horses. Second place went to Jessie Linton and Beau Ballou, just pipped at the post by Annabelle by about 1/10 of a second. Third place to Rose Allfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH. Currently the leader of the national series. I think it would have been pretty hard to tip her off that today. So she will, I'm sure, completely take out the 7-year-old series with this horse throughout the season. Fourth place to Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Chazelle. Fifth place to Bailey Harvey and hopefully Evandro NZPH. And sixth place to Anna Parsons and Snapchat Me. Just going to go down here and talk to Annabelle for a minute. And maybe Charlie as well. Are you going to stand still? No, maybe not. Not called fidget for no reason, huh? Yeah, that's Annabelle's. Well, I don't know, is it Annabelle's horse or Charlie's horse? Both of them. Okay, nice. Congratulations, girls. Lovely little horse, and you've had some real fun on it this season.
Yeah, she's a really cool horse, and she's actually for sale at the moment. So, yeah, and I'd like to say a big thank you to the show committee and the organisers, and to Ange from Matthews Hanoverians.
Great, well done. So that's it, Charlie? No more riding for you?
Well, you know, I might get back into it, but definitely just focus on uni at the moment. And Annabelle's doing a fantastic job, so no complaints.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. You do a great job and work really hard, so you should be proud of it. All right. Thank you, everybody. Great round. Jessie, you haven't had a bad day. A first and a second and a sixth. It's all good. Right. But congratulations to Annabelle Francis and Chic Extreme. Off you go round the ring for your victory lap. Put your hands together for these riders. Well done, Annabelle. Second place to Jessie Linton and Beau Ballou. Third was Rose Allfeld and Eyecatcher NZPH. Fourth place to Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Chazelle. Fifth, Bailey Harvey and Holpri Evandrew NZPH. And sixth place to Anna Parsons and Snapchat Me. Our next class in this ring will be the FMG Young Rider Series, always hotly contested, so we'll be back to you in just a minute once Craig's done a quick roll of the field and the course designers have finished off their finishing touches.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
Horses have evolved as grazing animals and will graze up to 17 hours a day in the wild. So the modern day horse has some challenges around the way that we feed them. They're out there and expected to perform. They need that extra energy. Fibre is the key foundation for that health and performance.
Thoroughbreds are obviously performance animals and they're going from performing on the track to performing off the track, so they need good nutrients and good feed. I run event stars. We get thoroughbreds off the track when they finish racing, and from there we advertise them and rehome them. I've fed Fibre Fresh forever, really, for as long as I can remember. Heaps of fibre I find is really good for their diet. Hong Kong horses have had a pretty big trip and can have a few gut issues going on, so I find the Fibre Protect's really good for settling that.
Horses secrete stomach acid 24/7. What the forage does is it starts to buffer out the stomach and reduce the effect of that constant secretion.
I like the Fibre Fresh feeds because they're palatable, very consistent. Everyone eats them. I can keep them outside, which is really good. Easy to store. I can order by the pallet load.
The key benefits of Fibre Fresh is the high quality digestible protein that's found in the lucerne crop for top line and condition building. It also has high levels of calcium for gastric health, key amino acids for coat health and hoof growth, and you also have high levels of vitamin E. Vitamin E is important because in green forages it's available, but when you dry chaff it's no longer available. We're really proud to be a New Zealand company that is producing equine feeds that are highly nutritious and they're extremely valuable to their overall well-being and performance.
We're really stoked to be working with Fibre Fresh. We really enjoy they're a New Zealand company, great product. It makes a healthy, happy horse.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
One of the great hallmarks of Dunstan Feed is that the products are made very fresh. To us it's very important, because we're a New Zealand owned and operated company, that we also support the New Zealand arable industry, right through from the grain grower, right through to that grain going into a bag of feed, right through to the final user. It's a wonderful story to us, and one that we passionately enjoy telling.
Our grains are grown right here in New Zealand. You can ensure that you get good quality product, you can ensure that it's free from contaminants, free from mycotoxins and other issues, and we know that it is of the best quality, which we need to get the best nutritional results.
So I think New Zealand's a great agricultural country, and we grow some of the best maize in the world. All our maize is non-GMO, but we're really proud of our green image and what we do growing great maize for great horses.
Once we get the grains from the supplier and they've come into the mill, they might be processed depending on the product that the feed is going into. So we have an extrusion plant where the grains are processed to increase digestibility of starches. The type of grain, the percentage of the grains depend which feed they're going into, whether it's a high performance race feed or a more modest energy performance feed. And these will be coupled with appropriate vitamins and minerals that match the optimum requirements for those individuals.
Dunstan has been a core part of our team since 2016. The horses are working really hard. We want them to recover better and faster each day. We want them to build more muscle, and Dunstan have been great with that. It's really cool that Dunstan is using grains that is grown by New Zealand people and is supporting the New Zealand economy. I know that the maize is grown locally, which is really cool that we're using Tiamutu growers and supporting the town as well. We mainly feed Dunstan Breed and Grow. The horses seem to do really well on it. It's a great fibre feed, and the horses just seem to love it.
We have a wonderful, passionate group of people that work for Dunstan, and it's very special that we see that being translated into quality performance horse feeds that assist people achieve their goals in the equestrian sector.
At the heart of the Waikato, New Zealand, is Equibreed in New Zealand. Equibreed New Zealand is synonymous with some of the best equine reproductive services in New Zealand. Resulting from a passion for horses, science and technology, Dr. Lee Morris formed Equibreed New Zealand to provide the best care for horses, aiming for excellent results for breeding and competition. Now, with the ability to import horse semen from around the world, Equibreed New Zealand strives to improve the genetic pool of the horse population in New Zealand. Horses, science and technology, combined with dedication, skill and great people, Equibreed New Zealand is a world-renowned horse breeding facility. Visit us at www.equibreed.co.nz for more information.
Horses have evolved as grazing animals and will graze up to 17 hours a day in the wild. So the modern day horse has some challenges around the way that we feed them. They're out there and expected to perform. They need that extra energy. Fibre is the key foundation for that health and performance.
Thoroughbreds are obviously performance animals, and they're going from performing on the track to performing off the track, so they need good nutrients and good feed. I run Event Stars. We get thoroughbreds off the track when they finish racing, and from there we advertise them and rehome them. I've fed Fibre Fresh forever, really, for as long as I can remember. Heaps of fibre I find is really good for
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and you'll, for those of you who enjoyed the commentary yesterday, will be very pleased to know that Lou Bowie is back in the hot seat. So she has joined us for the FMG Young Rider Series Grand Final. Been a busy couple of days, Lulu.
It's been a very busy couple of days. No, looking forward to the rest of today. It's been some great jumping, the dinner tonight, and another hard day slog it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, well, you know, you're going to stay up half the night celebrating. That's what happens. So we're underway now. Bridget Smith in Kiwi Bonus. Bridget just picked up the ride on this horse this year. Graham Hart is, you know, a great one for picking riders and horses and saying, I think you should ride this.
Yes, no, he is. And this is a neat horse. It's going really well for Bridget. So clear through the double there.
Right, so we had a bit of a walk around the course. It's just, sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of... Heather, the course builder, is upsetting my apple cart. That's all good. Right, we're back onto it. So, Bridget Smith on the journey. Bridget from Tai Happy, I think, as I've said before, and is a great competitor. Was an endurance rider, very successful endurance rider, was the best in New Zealand leading into the World Champs in 2018.
Yeah. Oh, unlucky there. So coming up to the treble now. Beautiful through there. This fence here, the number 11, the Stonehenge, we call it. It's a bit of a tricky looking fence, isn't it?
Well, Dirk, who was in here before in the last class, and I said, oh, don't look at that. And every horse jumped it without pretty much fail. So we were proven completely wrong.
I know, I just don't want a horse to go through it because it takes a bit to put back together.
Yeah, it might do. So 4 faults, I think, for Bridget Smith in Kiwi Bonus. Sophie Geddes now, and she rides Bellagio GNZ, commonly called Barney. This is her mother's favourite horse ever, and will live out his retirement on the Geddes farm, disguised as a decorative garden ornament, apparently. So there you go. Sophie is from the South Island. I recall her father's a polo player.
Oh, Dean.
On some note, yeah.
Yes.
Dean Geddes. He's a bit of a trick.
Isn't he?
Fancies himself as a little bit. He announced to me at the polo in Christchurch he was going to, thought he could do a bit of amateur. I said, yeah. No, young rider. I think I'll join in the young rider. I said, yeah, you see, problem being you're not that young anymore, Dino.
And he's still playing polo?
Still playing polo.
Yeah.
And still the same.
So a couple of rails down, one at the Copthorne and through 4B.
Kind of settled down a bit into its round, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just tap that out. Coming down to the treble now. Ooh, lucky at the last there on the treble.
Now the Stonehenge. No trouble.
No, beautiful. Oh, bit tricky with that last fence's position because it's on a slight angle and sort of right into the judge's
Straight
box.
in there. Yeah, there was a bit of trouble with that with some of the young horses earlier this morning, but I think I had Sally Clark in here earlier this morning. She said she would have ridden her horse in the ring and taken it straight there.
Yeah.
And shown that what was happening.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't quite be how Sophie would have wanted that to finish up, but it went around, and she'll learn from that and come back out again.
Yeah.
Always another show, another time.
And it's a decent sized track, -30 to -40.
Kate Hudson we have now on this, and her horse Juno SSNZ, gelding by Lansing out of a Yamanin Vital mare. She's had a lot of fun with us and some good success too. Kate's a helicopter pilot, working towards her commercial licence, and has been in her final year of a Bachelor of Property at the University of Auckland.
Oh, she's game being a helicopter pilot, isn't she?
Yeah, well, she's got her private licence and working towards her commercial licence. I know she's in Hawke's Bay training with Skiv de Vescovy, who is a bit of a hard case, Skiv, but he's got a little business there that does it, and Kate's been training there.
Oh, wow. She's a good rider.
She was an eventer.
Ah.
Which I think you can tell probably, and she loves the show jumping. She has a lovely string of horses and had a good time. Nice.
Yeah. They really jump up over that, don't they?
Yeah. Beautiful,
Ah,
clear round
nice.
for Kate.
So our first clear round.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that. Well, we should have probably should have had a moment's silence for the Duke of Ed today.
Oh, yeah, someone told me that this morning.
He passed on, aged 99. That's a good clip, isn't it?
It is.
Right, next competitor to go, Lily Carpenter, I think I heard the announcer say. We must have missed out Sam Gillies. Kanori Rani, Lily Carpenter. So it's a 10-year-old Hanoverian mare bred at the Kanori stud in Australia. And Lily in her final year at Ngātawa, off to university next year. I was just talking to her father before, trying to see whether she's going to carry on riding. He thinks she will. He's
Sorry there, guys. Just had to take a quick phone call.
Oh, well, it's busy when you're the chairman of the area group putting on the show. I was lucky to have you in here. You're hiding.
Am I hiding? Yeah, it's quite nice.
Don't interrupt me. I'm commentating. Oh.
Well, I meant to be at the sponsors' lunch, but it's probably just a bit. No, oh, phone's ringing again. Sorry, team.
Well, she finished strongly, Lily Carpenter, but she'll notched up a few faults there with a few fences down. She'll be a bit disappointed with that, but It's not the easiest of tracks, and it's at a full height, metre 35, and at a quicker time speed too, so 375 metres per minute. So we've moved now to Jenna Lee Rose and Lulu. Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
here.
Hi, Keegan. You on delivery?
Thanks, guys.
All good. So, Jenna Lee Rose and Lulu. Jenna Lee comes from Dannevirke. She's been riding around these courses for some time now. Very experienced, takes on some young horses and gives it a fairly good crack. Family works really hard, does a lot of volunteer work in the sport. My brother Marcus is a
Course designer and still rides.
Yeah.
Now, she's got 2 good horses at the moment. Is this the 7-year-old?
This one's name is Lulu.
Lulu.
She wasn't in the 7-year-old,
Oh, wasn't
so
she?
I'm not sure.
Oh, the weather's turned out great today. It's good that rain's gone away.
So yeah, what have you got in store for us tomorrow? More of the same?
No, I think it's meant to be okay tomorrow.
Hopefully.
The ground's holding up pretty good though. Craig's been busy on the tractor, giving things a bit of a roll.
Yeah, it was that was good actually. It's the grounds look great out there, but a roll will have helped too.
Mm-mm. So it's just, yeah.
I think she just had a little bit of a drive by there, so we'll come back around, reset it.
We regroup after a bit tricky down the treble there. Oh, doesn't like the Stonehenge.
And she's retired. Retired?
Yeah, retired. Oh no, she'll be
Was that a second
eliminated
refusal?
because she did a circle and
So
then
that's
that
counted
stopped.
as a stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got Bridget Smith back in the ring on her second ride.
HR Leonardo. Lansing horse out of HR Kismet, bred by John Smith. Leonardo's pretty keen to get amongst it.
Yeah.
Right, what do we got going on here? So, Bridget has 31 points in this this Young Rider series, but she will have had to nominate her horse for points. So her first horse would have been the one that would have got any points.
Yes.
She can still win a prize today, but she can't get points on this horse.
Beautiful 7 strides down that line there. So what have we got? Just the one clear round at this stage, don't we?
Just the one, Kate Hudson and Juno SSNZ. We've got some pretty sharpish riders coming up towards the end of this class. Fran Corrich next up, Ellie Carson, Sophie Scott, Sophie Townsend, Briar, Riley Sheehan, Annabelle, Sam Carrington and Sarah West. So it's a pretty classy lineup, and it really could be anybody's day.
It could be. Ah, beautifully over the last.
Nicely done.
Nicely done. I was gonna.
No.
I was gonna say no. We're coming to the last. I was like, no, Lou.
We've had a bit of that today. A bit of the old owl. Shouldn't have said that.
Yes.
Oh, nice round for Bridget Smith. She'll be very pleased with that. And now Fran Corrich and LD Escardo. Fran's had a great season. 32 points on the leaderboard in this young rider, but she's really had a wonderful season and been a great competitor.
Yeah, and she's a great kid too. I tell you what, on Thursday when we were setting up here, she was out in this ring helping us set up in ring 1, and I was like, oh, yeah, great kid.
Yeah, nice. You will have seen a few of the people out and about with the Change the Rain Game Changers shirts on. In fact, you're sporting one yourself.
I
Lou.
am sporting. I'm sporting a
Nice
nice teal one.
Yeah, they're great. All the judges have them on, and some of the stewards and the ESNZ staff that are here have them on. Change the Rain, for those of you at home not knowing what that is, it's our campaign to celebrate the positive and the good in the sport, and make sure we understand how we like to be treated and how we like to treat others, and look after our horses, of course. So it's been a fantastic campaign. I'm really amazed at how well it's gone. And Fran's mother, Catherine, that's how I got to that, was one of the instigators of the campaign. She's been on the project. She's been on the project team and been significantly important in its development.
Oh, good. Because, yeah, it was a bit unfortunate there. She was just sort of a bit long into that fence, and he just dragged his back end through it. And had to regroup there coming into fence number 8.
Oh, stand still.
Oh.
Can you move that bottle, please? Thanks.
Oh.
Okay, so just a couple of time faults there, and a total of 18 to finish with for Fran. And our next competitor will be Ali Carson on that little pocket rocket Fiordo Ritchie. Fabulous little horse, station bred number.
And he's actually for sale.
And he's for sale. So anyone looking for a nice little junior young rider horse should be casting their eye towards Ali.
Yes. Ali does a great job with her horses.
So Fiordo Ritchie is 11 years old, this horse, but Ali's 20 years old. She's a dairy farmer at Litchfield in the Waikato. And highlight of her career was winning the 3 biggest Pony Grand Prix titles in 2015 and 16. She was first equal in the Junior Rider Series in 2018 and 19, and winner of the North Island Junior Rider. She's a great competitor, as Ali, a hard worker, and does an awesome job.
So I had a good chat to Ali yesterday, and she is going tractor driving.
Good on her.
So I think she's just going to sell most of her horses, keep one, and wants to drive tractors and head off overseas into Europe and get in the old combines and
fantastic. I can just see her in the cornfields of Montana.
Nicely down that line.
Into the treble now.
Oh, she had a life at that first.
You didn't breathe through there, did you?
What a shame.
Didn't like the wall. Whatever it is. The Stonehenge. It's not a wall. Come on, Richie.
Oh, beautifully over that.
So
it's a bit quick too.
Little 4 at the fence, but she'll probably end up with a time fault. Yep, 2 time. That's a bit of a shame for Ali because it was a sensational round up until there.
I kept all the sticks up.
Sophie Scott now. Sophie and Lakota. So Sophie's had a pretty awesome season on this horse. She won the young rider at Otago and the No, that's Sophie Townsend, wrong one. Sophie Scott.
83 points there.
83 points on the leaderboard, so it's going to be in the top 10 anyway for the series, which is a pretty good effort for Sophie. She's a good rider and she has a lot of horses.
She's a busy lady. And big horses.
Yeah.
Loves her horses big. And this has been a neat wee horse for her.
So this horse by Pintado Desperado, 13-year-old skewbald gelding. Sophie is a qualified vet technician, and she's won some. She started off as a show hunter pony rider. She was very successful. I think won every show hunter title there probably was, and is pretty precise in terms of striding and corners as a result, I think. But she's won the New Zealand National Young Rider Champs 3 years running, and winner of the Wellington Horowhenua Horse Grand Prix. She had a good year.
She has. And she produces all her horses herself. Oh, beautifully down there. Love little skewball's knees.
Oof, had a bit of a fight going around that corner.
When we have a jump off.
Great clear for Sophie.
Oh, we've got 3 clears.
She wasn't wasting much time going around there, was she?
No.
No, so she'll join Kate Hudson and Bridget Smith, both coming back. And they're now going to move down to Sophie Townsend and Kingsley Kiwi. So Sophie Townsend from Darfield, currently in her first year at University of Canterbury, completing a Bachelor of Sports Coaching and a double majoring in Sports Science and Performance Analysis. Her horse Kingsley Kiwi, or Marlow as it's known as at home, is a 10-year-old gelding by Awatea Splashback out of Strumpet.
She's won a lot of classes on this horse.
And Strumpet, I believe, was Miranda Harrington's horse.
Ah, yes, yes.
Some time ago. Sophie won the young rider at Otago, at the Otago show, at the Showjumping Canterbury show and the Otago area show, and she's notched up second placings at the Canterbury Labour Weekend show, the South Island Champs, Ashburton and Clearville.
Oh, just looked away then at the time and missed that.
Oh, that's a shame because it's a 6-second penalty as well as a 4 faults, which is tough at this speed to get around the course at the time.
Don't want to be doing big show hunter turns out here today.
No.
So we've got the Solway girls back out here in the ring today helping.
Yeah, haven't they done a good job, the girls, over the last couple of days?
Yeah, they've been great.
And I see Garrett was teaching them a little bit about course designing as they were helping him out. They were really good.
Yeah, well, they'd learn a lot from the master, wouldn't they?
Indeed.
Might have a little issue over there at the moment. I don't know if they broken something or...
Looking for a... No. Don't know.
Do I need to run out there?
No, I think there'll be enough. Well,
What is
not sure what's going on. Obviously, something hasn't happened. Everyone's looking westward.
Oh,
so,
Craig.
Craig.
Craig's been
Everyone needs to go. Oh, God, he's coming with a toolbox.
We must have. The keyholes are breaking on our stands.
Oh, that's hardly ideal.
Oh, no, this might be a bit of fill.
Things are coming apart. But here's Craig with his trusty drill, and he will fix it. Every show needs a Craig.
Every show needs a Craig. Every show pretty much has got Craig.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, wherever Craig goes, he's happy to help and be part of the team.
Yeah.
I think he prefers that to sitting in the truck and having to deal with the horses, doesn't he?
Yeah. He enjoys the horses though. He's pretty handy at home.
Yeah. Good groundsman. You know, anyone who wants some advice or looks for advice, he's happy to help out and see what he can do.
Oh, there we go. It's fixed. My little army out there.
Cast of thousands. It's great to see. Good on them. The Solway has an equestrian school, doesn't it, as part of the school?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
The girls come along and they're just over the fence. The school's just literally on the back boundary of the showgrounds.
Oh, we're opting to retire there. So she just had a wee jump over the first fence just to sort of finish on a good note there.
Oh, well, that's disappointing for Sophie Townsend, but...
well, it's sort of quite hard when, you know, the field obviously broken.
Bit of a break.
A bit of a break, and yeah, I think she did the right thing there. And it's hard starting fresh and then coming into a treble.
Yep. Right, we're down to the pressure test end of the class. 5 to go. Briar Burnett Grant, Riley Sheehan, Annabelle Francis, Sam Carrington and Sarah West. So Briar is next out. Fibre Fresh Delphine, NZPH. So you've got the points there, Lou. How's she doing on the leaderboard?
So Briar's had a win at Hawke's Bay AMP, Fielding World Cup Show, and Central and Southern Hawke's Bay. Is that what that one is?
Central and Southern, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And she's also had a second at Rotorua, Central Districts, and Taranaki and North Island Champs.
So that's a pretty good season.
She's a very competitive wee rider.
Ooh, can jump, can't it? This is Delphine, 8-year-old mare. I don't have the breeding for it, but I can probably find that if I...
Ooh, lucky at C there in the treble. Nicely over the last.
All clear. So we'll look forward to seeing Briar again.
So Briar's on 110 points.
And in fourth place, I think, isn't she? Fourth equal.
Yes.
With Riley Sheehan.
So this is Riley in here now. This is a great wee horse.
He's had a lot of fun with this horse. Alex Loisel rode it for a bit.
He did.
Maybe Helen Kippen before that?
Yeah. Yep, no, Helen did. I think it was one, yeah. I think Alex won. He won a big class of horse here on it, didn't he?
Oh, that's a shame. The triple bar came down. Yeah, I think he did. It's a nice horse. It is bred by NZPH, clearly.
And Riley's had a win at Larson's Showjumping Championships in Gisborne at Brookby. Northern Hawke's Bay. He had a second at Te Teko, Christmas Classic. Taupo Christmas Classic. And Woodhill.
Sorry, you can't read my scroll over there.
Oh, he'll be disappointed about that rail at the second.
Yeah, you don't often see the triple bar come down.
It's come down twice in this class, I think. Oh, it's a cool horse.
It's a nice looking horse, isn't it? Athletic. It's kind of little and, bouncy.
Oh, he's so clean.
Nice.
Oh,
He will be gutted, I think. It was a very nice round, though. He should be proud of what he's done this season.
But I don't think it's going to change points too much with riders behind him.
No, I think his position is pretty safe.
So on 110 points.
Right, 3 to go. Annabelle Francis and the very beautiful LT Holst Elizabeth. This horse out of LT Holst Andrea, Olympic Cup winner. One of my favourites. I do love this horse. By Clinton, which was out of LT Holst Andrea, which is by Casal Ask. So well-bred horse.
So Annabelle's had a win at the World Cup final, and she had a second at Hawke's Bay AMP, Fielding World Cup, and Central and Southern Hawke's Bay. So Annabelle is sitting on 118 points. And Annabelle is one of the riders to look out for in the future, or now. Well, she's just won the World Cup series, hasn't she?
Yeah, and she just a great win in the 7-year-old in the class before this.
Very competitive. Oh, it's going to be a competitive jump off, isn't it?
Beautifully done. Nice job, Annabelle Francis. And so we now have Sam Carrington and Double J Breeze on. So very competitive combination, this.
This is one of my favourite wee mares. Little pocket rocket that's got the biggest heart.
Yeah, it's a Centavos horse out of Double J Breeze, which was the same horse that she was the mare of the horse that she won the 6-year-old on this morning.
Ah, Hurricane.
That's right.
So Sam is sitting on 125 points. So she's had wins at Central Districts, Wairarapa, Egmont, Wellington, Dannevirke AMP and Fielding. And she's had a second at Fielding, Hawke's Bay and Nationals. So she's had a very good season.
Yep, the names come up a lot this season. Oh. She just was a bit off the pace, wasn't she?
Yeah. I tell you what, I remember talking to Wendy and Robin years ago, and they just couldn't wait till the girls were old enough and big enough to ride the horses. And now look at them go, producing beautiful horses with their mum and auntie. It's great.
It is great, and I've said it before, and I do not mind saying it over and over again, but they are a credit to themselves, these girls. They work really hard and never complain. Just get on with it.
And they're big helpers at all the shows. Yep. Always in the ring. They're great. So I think Double J will be going for quite a few more years.
Yeah, there's good succession planning from Robert and Wendy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Setting the girls up with an interest.
Oh, Sam will be really disappointed with that.
Yeah, what a shame for Sam. You know, would have been great for her to cap off a good season with a prize at the series final.
Yeah, well, she was sitting in second place, so it might bump her down a little bit with Annabelle and Briar coming back for the jump off. So it's, what is it? Is it double points today?
Yes, it is. Yep, Premier points. So Sarah West, Oak Centurion. Now this has been a sensational duo this season. They have a long list of achievements.
They do. They're sitting on 128 points, and they've had wins at Fielding, Waikato, Christmas Classic, Wairoa, another one at Wairoa.
Poverty Bay.
Oh, Poverty Bay, and had a second at Wairarapa and Fielding and Northern Hawke's Bay. So she's had a great season too, hasn't she?
Sure has.
And this is a great horse. I think it was just an import from Australia.
It's Australian bred horse from the Oak Stud in Australia. Lot of purple shampoo required. Lot of scrubbing. But I tell you, it always looks beautiful.
So I quite liked it this morning in the 5-year-old when it was raining. I was like, nah.
Didn't do any scrubbing this morning.
No, did a quick brush and on riding in the rain. So how many have we got to come back for the jump off?
Coming back, we've got Kate Hurdson, Bridget Smith with HR Leonardo, Sophie Scott and Lakota, Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Delphine, Annabelle Francis and LT Holst Elizabeth.
So that's 5.
5. So if Sarah goes clear, that will be the Magic 6.
Magic. There's nothing better than going into a...
Did we do that?
The commentator's curse.
Well.
But what I was going to say is nothing better than going into a jump off with 6 of you.
Yes.
Because you all know you're going to get a ribbon.
Yeah. Makes all the difference. So unfortunately for Sarah West, that is 4 faults and she will sadly not be back. And so her and Sam Carrington at the top of the leaderboard will be doing some mathematics, I think, this afternoon.
And I wonder what Sam's time was.
We'll have to see which was the fastest of the 4 faulters because someone's going to get a 6th place. And they'll tell us in a minute if we are patient. Not my strongest point, patience.
No, neither.
So...
But I'd say this is going to be a pretty fast and furious jump off out here.
Well, you know, it's all up for grabs, isn't it, really?
Stop eating, Luke.
Right, we're back in business. Lou, you'll have to put your lunch away.
Yep, had a quick bite. It's good. I didn't get to eat yesterday, so.
Oh, well, that's much better that you eat. So, Kate Hudson, Juno SSNZ.
Right.
I'd really like to see Kate win a class like this. Ooh.
That was an eventer stride.
Bit of a longie.
Yeah.
Triple bar's always open for a good long stride,
Yeah.
isn't it? So the next class will be the Premier League, and there'll be a course walk that won't be till, did he say 2 p.m?
Oh, I missed that, sorry.
So those of you watching at home wanting to set yourselves up with a cup of tea and a ginger nut and watch the Premier League, it'll be around the 2 o'clock 2:15 mark.
And that's going to be a great class to watch. Now, sorry, I was going to read this out before. Jump off is fence 12, 13, 2, 3, 4AB, 5, and 6.
Oh, so just those 2 fences for Kate. She'll finish on 8 faults. That's the bell now for Bridget Smith and HR Leonardo.
I'd like to see Bridget have a big win too.
Yeah.
We'd all like everyone to have a big
I
win.
want everyone to win, but I really like Bridget and her and the way she conducts herself. You know, she's a really good person.
Yeah.
And no, everybody is, but she's works really hard, and her family's great. Dad Murray carts around. Parents still quite involved in endurance. Murray's on the ESNZ technical committee. Her father.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. The endurance rep on the technical committee.
Oh, yeah. So what was the time of the first horse in the jump off? Have you got that written down?
Well,
there?
that's a really good question.
Really good question. I see over the last. 40.63 is her time.
Well, it's still anyone's game here. Sophie, Scott, Briar and Annabelle to go.
So that's put Bridget into the lead.
I should just read out a little bit about FMG, the fabulous sponsor of this class. A team of passionate, experienced equine specialists know exactly what to look for when it comes to properly ensuring your horse in its gear. FMG also ensure lifestyle blocks and the many things that a standard city policy doesn't cover. Whether it's your horse escaping and causing an accident, a tree falling onto your neighbour's property, or your bridge or culverts getting washed out by a storm, FMG offer protection for the different risks that come with living rurally. To speak to the equine and lifestyle specialists, give them a call, 0800 366 466.
Oh, that was a bit of a rub.
Ooh, she's not wasting much time, is she?
And a time of 36.02.
Smoked it. Great round.
Terrific round.
From Sophie and Lakota.
So that's put a bit of pressure on the other two.
She's just going, there you go.
On Briar and Annabelle.
Well, if anyone's going to do it, one of these two can definitely do it.
They probably love coming down and stepping down to the the young riders only being 1.40 metre when they're used to jumping 1.60 metre.
Quite right.
So 36.02 is the time to beat of Sophie, Scott and Lakota. Got deep to that. Oh. It's kicked it out with its back legs.
It was just the angle, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh. A bit flustered.
Yeah.
This is still only an 8-year-old, so it's jumping pretty good, decent heights for an 8-year-old. Be hard luck.
44.3. So time is definitely a bit slower. 8 seconds slower. No, 4 seconds slower.
Yeah.
8 faults.
Right, here comes Annabelle.
What can Annabelle and Elizabeth do?
So Elizabeth was produced by Oliver Edgecombe.
Yeah, Brooke and Oliver Road produced her. Brooke rode her in the 5-year-olds, and then Oliver took over from there, from memory.
And Annabelle's been partnered with this horse for what, a year now, probably?
I would say,
yeah, or 2 years.
I would say she bought it, I think, during the winter. So, yeah, it's been a season.
A season. I love this horse's trot.
Well, they're shouting, hold on a minute, something's not right.
Where's...
So she's hit a bell now. Ooh, there was a bit of a rap.
Right, let's see what spot she gets to this triple bar here. Beautifully done. So what's her time to beat? 36.02. I don't think she's going to get there.
You don't?
No. We're sitting at 30 seconds now. No. Oh.
No.
37.29.
37.29. So Sophie Scott will take out the class with a slick time, 36.02, and all clear. Annabelle will finish second. Bridget third by my calculations. And then I'm not entirely sure whether Briar or Kate, how fourth and fifth works. So we'll wait for the confirmed results.
I just saw Briar's replay there. It was unfortunate, that rail at the Copthorne. All right, I suppose I better go and do another course change or something. So our next class is the Premier League.
Next class is the Premier League, and we've got a little something special going on just before that, so don't go too far away.
No.
There'll be a bit of a special presentation prior to the Premier League class, so stick around. Should come up.
So what do you reckon that will do with the points? So Sophie's had a win here. So that will put her, is it 20 points at this show?
Mm-hmm.
So that will put her up to 103.
All right, so just to confirm those placings, first Lakota and Sophie Scott, second will be Annabelle Francis and LT Holst Elizabeth, third Bridget Smith and HR Leonardo, fourth Kate Hudson and Juno SSNZ, fifth to Briar and Fiberfresh Delphine NZPH, and sixth place Riley Sheehan and Bandito NZPH. I'm going to leave the maths with the points to the experts because sometimes there's drop scores and sometimes there's other things that go on, and it just all gets far too complicated
Far
for my...
too confusing.
Maths brain. Maths was like speaking Arabic to me at school, so I'll just leave that to someone who knows better. And we'll head off to the presentation arena. We'll be all ready to Come back, we can have a little break, and I would say a course change going into the Premier League class, and that was due to start around, I think, 2:15, something like that.
Yes.
Thanks, Lou.
Yep, sorry, my brain's in other...
You've gone now.
I've gone.
Your brain, you've moved on.
I'm thinking what I have
right.
to do. So.
Off you go. Go walk your horse. It needs to be walked.
Yes, I've got some horses. No, I need to... Oh.
Pony Grand Prix?
Yeah, I can do, yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
She's
got a lot to live up to now.
She said she wanted to do it, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah, she enjoyed it, so.
Pony Grand Prix, yeah?
Yeah, I can come in.
Hi, Emma.
Take
those, yes. Go ahead. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to say something. I just warned her of that. She's trying to figure out what to say. She's really nervous. Maybe you just ask her some questions. Well, congratulations to those young riders. Always a competitive class, and a lot of good jumping to be seen. So we thought we were going to get 6 clear rounds. We got 5, and it was a pretty awesome way to go. So I've got Emma here with me from FMG. FMG have been supporting equestrian sport for a long time now, and we've had a great partnership with them through the years. They've been great supporters of the young rider class, and good to have you here, Emma, today. How have you... Oh, Elizabeth's doing a bit of a sidestep there. How have you found it today?
Oh, it's been really good. It's been really neat. It's been cool to get out here and see everyone and put faces to the names that we talk to every day and be able to see what they're doing with their horses. And you guys are all doing really, really well. And yeah, it's really cool to get behind you and support the sport.
Tell me how important it is for FMG to get the feedback from the riders.
It's pretty important. We like to make sure that our clients are happy and give you the best that we can and what you need as well. So without that feedback, we can't make any changes and we can't make a difference to anything that we're trying to help you with. So yeah, it's really important.
Cool, so keep in touch with them, or they should keep in touch with you. Thank you once again. We'll get down to the formalities, and congratulations to our first place getter, Sophie Scott and Lakota. Second place to Annabelle Francis and LT Holst Elizabeth.
What are you doing? Go around. There's a rail in front of the thing and climb over because there's a rail being taken, especially for people like us. Come in and take the photo.
It's all right, we'll get Mum sorted, Soph. We've got her in now. Third place went to Bridget Smith and HR Leonardo. Fourth was Kate Hudson and Juno SSNZ. Who? Bridget. Bridget. Oh. Did you used to work at FMG, Bridget? Oh, well, there you go. And fifth place was Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Delphine, NZPH. And sixth place to Riley Sheehan and Bandito, NZPH. Well, Sophie, congratulations. Another for you. How was that today?
Yeah, it was great. I'm so happy to win this, and there's so many people to thank. Special thanks to Jeff McVean for all your help, to my mum, and to all my amazing sponsors, Kiowa Park Saddlery, Devico and AHD. And of course to the FMG for sponsoring the class. It was a great class, and well done to everyone else. And to the organising committee, thanks for running such a great show.
Oh, congratulations. You've all done really well, and it was a wonderful class to watch. So let's send them on their way. Congratulations to those riders in the FMG Young Rider class. Thank you, Emma, for coming and presenting the ribbons. First place to Sophie Scott and Lakota. Second place was Annabelle Francis and LT Holst Elizabeth. Third, Bridget Smith and HR Leonardo. Fourth place, Kate Hudson and Juno SSNZ. Fifth was Briar Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Delphine NZPH. And in sixth place, Riley Sheehan and Bandito NZPH. We're having a wee course build. Garrett and Heather are out there finishing off their designing and putting in the finishing touches. Once they've done that, there will be a little bit of a presentation going on prior to the Premier League class starting. So don't go away, enjoy your time and come back for the last two classes, the main classes of the day, the Premier League and the Country TV Pony Grand Prix. Huh? We've lost Ray. If anyone's seen Ray Eager, could he come over to the live streaming box, please? We have a very important question for you. Where is he? Oh, here he comes. Don't hurry now. Love the Change the Rain shirt. You're a legend, Ray. Get your gears off, girls. Come on, get those shirts out. Yes, you come here and you will just stand there for just 1 minute. Please, sir. All right. We are here in the presentation arena for a very special presentation. It's a little bit of a surprise. Pink shirts over here. A little bit of a surprise and something that we really need to acknowledge. So if I could just have your attention for a minute. It is a presentation to the very special course designer that is Gerrit Becker. He doesn't know why he's standing there. He goes, look, I'm busy. I've got stuff to do and I don't want to stand here like this. Well, I'm sorry, but you're going to, just for a moment. Because what we want to do, Gerrit, is acknowledge the fantastic work you've done over very many years. The work you've done training numerous course designers, some now at level 2, heading into level 3 in the FEI course designers world, which is a real credit to you. And we know you've worked hard on the mentoring scheme. You have built sensational courses. You've been an absolute model of behaviour and responsibility in the sport. A pleasure to work with and just actually an all-round good guy. So I think that it definitely deserves a big round of applause for Gerrit Becker and Fiona, if she can come forward and we've got a little token of appreciation for you from the team. We're going to get some photos in a minute. Now, Fee says she can't talk because she's going to cry, but she's not going to cry because she's just going to say,
Gerrit, you're awesome and we're going to miss you.
There you go. See, you have been amazing and we will miss you, and I don't know if there's still any possible way we can convince you to train a few more along the way, but we'll be giving it our best shot.
Well, I'll stay involved with the mentoring and the education of course designers for a while, and probably some technical delegate work.
Fantastic. That's music to everybody's ears, isn't it? I think they want to get a photo with you, so we can wait another few minutes for that out there. So Pink Shirt Brigade, move on out here. We'd like to get a photo of you all with... are we going to do that first? Yeah, so there's one other thing. Just, sorry, before we do the photos, another little surprise here. So we have another couple of people who are about to sail off into the distance and do fabulous things. And I can't think why. I don't know why you wouldn't want to spend your days out here in the rain, putting up timing equipment and fossicking around in the steward's ring, Ray, doing whatever it is that you do out there. Ray and Margaret, you guys are simply awesome. I don't even know if you could count up how many hours you've spent over the years officiating at shows. Ray as a steward general for a while, and then part of the jumping board and part of so many shows, area committees, and all the work you do. And Margaret, the most patient, tolerant woman I have ever met in my life. Don't know how you do it, but I take my hat off to you. Not only do you put up with Ray, but you also put up with all of these people and their craziness, and all of the people who go, oh, the timing's not working and this isn't happening and my computer doesn't work. But you are always calm and consistent and fabulous. So I want to thank you both, and it's your turn to come on out here. I think your friends duped you because you didn't know, did you? All right, who's got something to say for Ray and Margaret? Margaret's always got something to say. Ray, come on. It's a family show. All right. It's all these hugs. He can't cope. He's going to go red in a minute. Margaret, just a few words from you.
Well, it's been fun. It's been a challenge. It's kept my brain going. People might get confused about, the time is not working, but actually we do a lot of multitasking in that box. And sometimes you have blips that you don't expect, like at lunchtime today. The power dropped in and out, and I thought, oh, here we go again. But anyway, it works out, and I have a great team to back me up, so that's fine. And I'll always be at the end of the phone.
Oh, that's fantastic. We won't let you race off that quickly. We know the phone number. Right, we're going to get the team photo. So all of your mates who set you up beautifully for this are now going to join you for a photo. And in you go, team. And I'm hoping that you're... Fee, you should stand in front of Jarrett because it'll be fine. Everyone will see. You're all fabulous. We take our hats off to you. You all do a great job. I think you need to squeeze in a little bit. Come on, you're going to have to be bossy, Kerry. Come on, Heather. Where have you been? Okay. Well done, team. Thank you so much. And we've got 2 classes to go, and I'm hoping we'll see some of you tonight at the dinner. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen. You would have seen us getting ready there for the Poly Payments Premier League Series Grand Final. Second to last class to go at the Glistening Waters Jumping and ESNZ Series Final show. It's been a fabulous couple of days. We've got another day tomorrow, but the main series classes all finished today before the awards dinner tonight. So we're looking forward to that. We've just had a presentation for Gerrit Becker, who is our course designer who's retiring. We have managed to convince him to stay on as a mentor and a trainer, so that is very good news for all you budding course designers out there. And we also acknowledge the work of Ray and Margaret Eager, who have spent a huge number of hours, in fact countless, no one could count them, thousands and thousands, supporting the sport, being the timing people, and many, many other roles that they've fulfilled as well. So that was a good segue into getting started for this class. And we welcome back into the commentating box Trevor Pearce. He's going to be the co-talkie person for the Premier League round. 12 combinations in there. Trev, what do you reckon?
Yesterday was a very good class, Dana. There was 5 or 6 clear rounds that ended up being taken out by the veteran. I hope Glenn doesn't mind me saying that in the field. Glenn Beale, he did super well. Bit of a stronger track today, a little bit more vertical. Fence 7 out there, 1.55 metre vertical. Obviously they do get bigger internationally, but for what we're doing in this country, it's a very challenging track, and I think all 11 combinations will appreciate that.
Yeah, Ox is built at 1.50 metre by 1.50 metre, big enough, and there's a couple of there's a big triple bar in there which will be fairly wide, but they usually jump pretty well, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and I can't reiterate enough, you did have that presentation for Gerrit and Ray and whatnot. The sport is, one of its strengths and its hallmarks has been the huge amount of voluntary, not always voluntary, but the time that goes into the administering the sport, and we've had some good quality people, great quality people like Gerrit and Ray Eager and his wife, and we can't thank them enough. The sport just would not function without them. So say la vie or hasta la vista, Gerrit, but you'll be sadly missed, and we hope that we can entice you to stay in that mentoring role, because you've done a fantastic job over the years of course designing, and we hope that you enjoy your semi-retirement.
Yeah, I hope I think he intends to do some travelling and see a bit more of the world once that all settles down and returns back to some semblance of normal. Anyway, we have our first competitor in the ring. We saw this combination yesterday. They were pretty tight yesterday, but Sophie Scott and Glenbrook Riches Roses. 8-year-old, this horse by Cassini de Eclipse out of Dozen Roses.
Yeah, and he's a monster. I mean, Sophie's not a huge girl, and I hope she doesn't mind me saying that, but this horse is a real monster. He would be 17-2, all of it. So, had quite a bit of success this year. She's just won the young rider class, the previous class on her other mount, Lakota. And this is a warm blood horse that Sophie has produced from a 5-year-old. I think he had a mishap as a young horse. He may have technically broken a leg, I think.
Yeah, I do recall that, and he was on box rest for many, many months.
Yeah, and he's just having a bit of trouble standing up. She turns inside to that. The time will be a factor in this class.
Yeah, so Heather was keeping an eye on the time, she said. Currently set at, I think 80. It's on your sheet there. 85, but she will check that after the first couple of riders just to make sure.
And quite unusual, like Gerrit's just built that double down the end of the track, and then the next fence on the course is the treble. So you're going from combination to combination. Requires a lot of concentration and effort on part of the horse, and then there's no respite. You turn back to 7 and it's the biggest vertical on the course.
All out on its own.
So far, so good for Sophie. She's done a great job. Ooh, bit of a rub there. There's another double down the end, so there's plenty to jump. She'll just have to watch her time. I know she turned inside, but she's through the flags. What's the time allowed, Dana?
85. It was a stunning round. you'd think she would have turned inside because she knew she wasn't going to go fast on the rest of the course.
Yeah, that's the option she took. The triple bar, although it's, wide and high, it's probably the easiest fence to turn back up and jump. So she took the option to make sure that she could take maybe some longer options elsewhere.
Yeah, it was a smart move from her.
And here's yesterday's winner, is it?
This is Glenn Beale himself, All Expenses of Renton. This horse owned by Trish and Graham McPherson. Glenn being the accountant from Tikawata. Used to be on the jumping board.
He was chairperson for a while, wasn't he?
He was. He's on the Woodhill Sands board as a director of that too. And, yeah, still keeping his hand in with the sport.
Oh, very much. And, he'll be thrilled with yesterday's win, and I'm sure he's hoping that the run of form's going to continue.
Yeah, it's a Lordano horse, this, by Lordano. And bred by Glenn. Although I do believe that Philippa Howells may have... that's a different horse. That was Soprano. Sorry, I've put you wrong there.
Oh, he's got a gear failure here. He's had two down there, but the martingale between the horse's front leg is actually broken.
Gee, that was a good rub on there and it wasn't coming down.
Glenn's decided 2 rails on the floor probably see that strap flapping around, and it's not to be for him today, so he's decided to take what he's had.
That's a shame for Glenn because he had such a good ride yesterday, but he can rest on that one. It was a good win yesterday. He smoked them.
Yeah, a bit of grey power, gold card, or whatever you want to call it.
Experience, Trevor. That's what we call it, experience.
Yeah.
Now, this is a neat little horse, Idle D and Jeremy Whale. I think owned by Kate Hurdson, this horse. Imported gelding by Indoctro.
I think he did make the jump off yesterday, and having said that, he just had fence 1 down. So it is a couple of holes higher, maybe a hole, 2 holes higher today. So some of these horses will be calling on all their resource to get to the other side. Jeremy's had a great season, him and his partner Sam. Got a good team of horses, and they have truck will travel.
Gosh, yes, they went down to the Nationals, took a truck line down there and made a bit of a family holiday out of it. Had a few respite stops along the way and home. But they're everywhere you go. Jeremy and Sam are there supporting the shows and doing really well.
That horse has just jumped the treble in fantastic fashion. He'll be a little bit gutted that he's had fence 1 down.
It's a two-round course, Trevor, so 2-round event, so they could, if it's a 4-fault round, he could end up coming back for the second round.
Yeah. But fence 1's normally, I wouldn't say it's a gimme, but it's normally the warm-up fence, if you will, and it's a long line. He's had the last as well.
Oh, that's 8 for Jeremy and Idle D. We will see where the judges elect to bring what they bring back for the second round as we get a bit further down the track.
Well, I think I called Glenn Beale a veteran a while ago. I think I might have been wrong. I think this fella's got it, hasn't he?
Well, you'd be hard pushed to go past Maury as the veteran of equestrian show jumping, wouldn't you? And a fantastic little horse, though, that he's got here with Central Park.
Yeah, one that was bred, obviously, by Maury and Sally. And he's not an old horse. He'd be 9 or 10. Did very well in the age group series as he was graduating through the grades. I think he maybe was a high scorer in the 7-year-old series. And he has covered some mares, this horse. He's now a gelding, but there are some of his progeny running around. And he jumped that, didn't he? Sophie's the only one to have turned in there so far. Fourth, he's had the related line down.
And he's...
I'll tell you what, Dan, that's Sophie's round's looking like a good thing at the moment, isn't it? First in.
Trailblazing.
Yeah.
So he's sitting on 4. Jumped that pretty well.
No problem so far with anyone with the time, so it's probably not that big a consideration for them. Even if they come outside to go to the triple bar, they seem to be getting inside.
Mm.
There's one left for Maury.
Down to the last.
It's a tricky little skinny. There he jumps it
Well,
super.
there you go.
Yeah.
4 faults in a 2-round competition can still win it, you know.
Yep, and you wouldn't put it past Morris.
No,
So.
you wouldn't. Nicole White, all the way from Invercargill. Nicole, long haul. She's been up and down the country a couple of times this year, and she rides Elsie Sampson. One of Steve Cohen's horses originally.
Yeah, LC horses. There was a horse that was jumping in this league a few years back, Lindbergh de Hayats. He was an imported French horse, and he's got a lot of progeny around at the moment. Probably not as much as some these days that have equipped themselves very well at this level.
So she's a good kid, Nicole, 26 years old, based in Invercargill, studying sports massage therapy, working part-time on the family deer farm, coaches little local riders and plays touch, rugby and netball. Good to have them here. Now, what are we doing with these series points? We should probably figure that out.
So far, so good for Nicole.
Nicole's on 17 points in the series so far, and she's a little bit down the leaderboard, but it's good to have her here.
Oh, he jumped that super, that treble. He's a pretty careful thing. I don't want to put the hex on him, but he's jumping very well.
Oh, collective sigh.
I did put the hex on him, didn't I?
It happens.
Still, one clear round, Morris on 4 and Nicole on 4. You know, you'd have to think that out of a field of 11, they'll be back.
Yeah, you'd think so, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges' appetite is and where they want to go with it. And the big chestnut stallion now. Well, he's not that big, is he? Bravado Ego Z.
No, he's got a lump Logan around. Logan, you know, he should have a number 3 on his back or something, shouldn't he?
Well, you can tell him that later. I'm not going there. But
Is he a hooker? Maybe he was a hooker.
I don't think he was playing on the wing anyway, should we say that? Yeah, great rider though, Logan. You know, he doesn't ride heavy, does he? He's a big guy, but he's a very accomplished equestrian.
Yeah, I think I'm correct in saying a former Pony of the Year winner as well. So he's been around, even though he's young in age, he's been around the sport for a while, Logan. Farming just out of Dannyburg there.
Yeah, it didn't go so well yesterday, this horse. It had a bit of a spooky go around, but
he's gone inside.
Logan will have regrouped and had a think about it.
This is a new ride for Logan for this year, formerly with Jasmine Sketchley, this stallion.
Yep, he's bought into it with some wonderful owners, Fiona Hall and Sue Holden, Fiona's mother.
Go on.
Oof, woo, he says as he goes sailing over that.
Yeah, he's not a big horse, but gee whiz, he didn't struggle with that metre 55, did he? He made it look easy.
Oh, just the one came down?
Yeah, just one. Element A.
Phew, he gave it a roll.
Yep.
Stayed up.
He's got to be pleased with that. He jumped much better than he did yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, it jumped super today. Yeah, it was just maybe a bit fresh yesterday and needed that class under its belt to bring out the best in it.
And I guess that's why you just keep lining them up. You know, he probably could have backed off and said, "Oh, it's too hard. The horse wasn't going well enough." But put the saddle on, get in the ring, and have a go. And you never know what your fortunes can change. So
Yep.
Lovely round.
Good round from him. And former Olympic Cup winner Brian Burnett Grant and Fibre Fresh Verona. Next combination in the ring. She's had a big day today, Bri. I think she's been just about every class so far.
Yeah, did I see her in the lineup in the young rider?
Yes, you did, and I think possibly in a couple of the age group ones too. She's had a good day. So she's sitting a relatively good spot on the series leaderboard. She's got 66 points and sitting in 7th place at the moment. She had a 3rd in the Premier League. So remembering these are Premier League classes, not Grand Prix, and they take into account World Cup rounds too. So Bri had a 3rd at Egmont and a 3rd at the World Cup final. She was 5th at the Hawke's Bay World Cup show and the Taranaki World Cup. No, Taranaki must be the North Island champs, and she was 6th at Waikato in the Premier class.
He's a fizzy fella, this. He's got a bit of Indocto blood in him as well, I believe, and he's just had a late rail there. Unusual roan colour. You can see Bri's just got to do all she can to keep him bottled up.
Yeah.
He's a bit like a time bomb.
She must have some very strong arms. And finished well. For 12 faults for Bri. So looking more and more like those 4 faulters will be back in the next round. A lovely horse in the ring now, LT Holst Andrea and Brooke Edgecombe. One of the only horses that will jump once in the class but finish up owning the Cup for 2 years in the Olympic Cup due to no Horse of the Year this year.
Yeah. And one of the LC Holst breed, there's very many of them jumping very well at all levels at the show in the sport. And I think Brooke would say to you, this horse probably hasn't had the season that she would have liked. She's always been there or thereabouts, but maybe hasn't had the wins that might have followed on from an Olympic Cup victory.
But I'm picking between Brooke and Oliver. They can get it back there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, she came inside there where a lot of the others have gone around the outside of that fence. They're pretty good.
You might have to have another glass of wine. I think she went outside.
Inside the fence 14, the green one.
Oh, okay. Should we have an argument?
Oh, nothing new in that.
Jumped beautifully through the treble there, but there is one down at the other end of the course. And, if it does come to the situation down where the 4 faulters come back, that the pressure is still on Sophie as a clear rounder not to have a fault. It could be any one of them in the jump off.
Oh, that's a second rail for Brooke. And there's an 8-fault round for LT Holst Andrea and Brooke Edgecombe. So 4 left to go in the class. Mel Matheson and Quarterflex Graffiti MH are our next combination. No stranger to competition at the highest level, Mel, and a very cool customer in the ring.
Yeah, it's a lovely mare, this. She's been very consistent over the years. She's always knocking on the door. I think she did win the Grand Prix at the Hawke's Bay show the other day.
Yes, she did. Only clear in the class. Took it out, which was great considering she was also running the show. So it's worth the effort for her. She's had a pretty good season. She's run 2nd in the Premier League at Waikato Premier Show and at the World Cup final at Waitemata. She was 3rd at the Dannevirke World Cup Show and 5th at the Taupo Christmas Classic and 6th at both Egmont and Fielding World Cups.
And no shortage of range on this mare. She's got a lovely jump in her.
You would never discount Mel, would you?
No. Jump well through that treble there.
Mel says this horse, G, she calls her, always jumps better on the second day. So you'll note she had her out yesterday.
Yeah, and she comes into the ring sometimes in a bit of a sweat and a lather, so she obviously has some anxiety issues. Not Mel, the horse.
A collective groan from around the course as the last fence fell. It was a super round.
Yeah, she must have just rubbed that because that came down very late, didn't it?
70.45, so well within time allowed. She was motoring around there. Another competitor you wouldn't want to let get away from you, Tegan Fitzsimon and Windermere Cappuccino.
Oh, she just looking at the replays, Mel just caught that on the way down. Anyway, yeah, and this horse is one of the probably the only, I think I would be safe saying, that has a distinction of going through the age group series essentially undefeated. I think he won the 4, 5, 6 and 7-year-old.
Quite right, he did. And it was also awarded Horse of the Year in the Hall of Fame, the ESNZ Hall of Fame last year, for its prowess in 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds, but it also won the Premier League and the World Cup Series last year.
Yeah, he's been super consistent. He's by Corofino. Tegan, another one of the South Islanders, has joined us at the show. And they just, we love to see them up here. They've got a good bunch of horses, not just Tegan, but the many other lorries that have made the trouble of coming up and staying for a month. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm sure you have.
Oh, I think she has. She's been up here for quite a while, actually. Based herself up in the North Island for the season because wanted to really get stuck into that World Cup. But had a couple of World Cup shows where things didn't quite go to plan and had to regroup for a little bit in the middle there. But certainly coming out strong at the end, going by this.
Yeah, there's only one to go. She took her time getting down there too. Well done. Well done.
2 clears. Tegan, nice round. 72.56 is her time. So, 2 to go. Both of them Annabelle Francis. So I'm picking we'll have a little bit of a weight in the middle.
Oh, I was going to say, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Couldn't we do better than that?
Well, that's what happens when you're at the top of the leaderboard on 2 horses.
I see.
She's at the top on Corrado GHP with 127, and she is in second place with La Quinara at 123 points. She can be beaten by Tegan if she doesn't get anywhere, but she's, it'd be hard pushed to think she wasn't going to get any points today. This horse, Quinara, I remember a couple of seasons ago, and she rode this horse somewhere or other, and Richard Sunderland, who many of you will know, wrote its name down on a piece of paper, and at the end of the show he gave me the piece of paper and he said, watch that horse for the future. And it was this very horse, La Quinara, turned out to be a superstar for her.
Did he come from Australia, this one?
No, I think from Europe, this one.
Oh, okay.
But if I'm wrong, someone will tell me. Please, happy to be corrected if that's not quite right. But yeah, it came from Germany in 2017.
Yeah, Annabelle's had a great year, obviously. That's why she's second to last and last in this class. But she's she's had a great deal of success, travelled far and wide, and assisted by Jeff McVean in the training side of things.
Yeah, so she won at the Fielding World Cup, she won the Dannevirke World Cup and the North Island Champs, and she was second at the Christmas Classic in Taupo and was fourth in the World Cup final at Waitemata. Not bad at 1.60 m.
Yeah. So far, so good. After this horse, we'll obviously have a small break while Annabelle jumps on the other one and gets that warmer, and that looks
Beautiful
clear to her, so she'll be very happy with that. 3 girls now through to the runoff for certain.
So, yeah, they'll have... be interesting to see if they... I don't think they've told us yet who's coming back. There we are. 4 falters will return, so...
We're looking at 6 or 7 of them then, aren't we?
That means Morris Beatson's coming back, Nicole White, Logan Massey, Mel, Sophie Scott, Tegan, Annabelle, and potentially Annabelle. It's a pretty classy lineup, isn't it, really?
Yeah, some nice horses amongst this lot. Some of them will have aspirations to, go to the higher level internationally, and I think there's a class being run at Takapoto in a couple of weeks' time, a certificate of capability, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, it's a bit of an information gathering exercise for the selectors. For those riders on the long list, aiming for the Olympics, and they are pitching them up at Takapoto with a course that'll be similar to a course that the European riders jump. And just they'll be videoed, and there'll be a selection information gathering exercise for the Olympic big selection, which is yet to come. Yeah,
and I mean, I guess that there's a feeling that a lot of the European-based riders have probably an inside track, if you will, to international selection, but I think justifiably these local domestically based guys are jumping big tracks, and there's some lovely horses in this division now, and they deserve a consideration. We all saw Tom Tarver take Popeye over there a couple of seasons ago, and Tom's going great guns, and he was competing against these horses himself before he left. So, they're in good company, but of course we're so remote, we're so far away, and with the travel troubles that we've had, we just can't get them there. So I think it's a great thing.
Well, it just keeps everybody honest, doesn't it? And everyone pitched up against each other fairly and squarely.
And listen, while we're having a breakdown, are you going to have a dance with me tonight?
Look, I'm not sure that I'm in a dancing mood, Trevor.
Look, we'll work on that.
I've got a few jobs to do tonight before I have a few wines, and I'm not the greatest of dancer without a little bit of assistance. Okay. So, and then I think I'm fantastic, of course, like everything. Yeah. But like you and your singing.
Yeah. Good. Oh, it should be a good function. We hope to see you all there. It really is the culmination of the season, obviously, series final.
Yeah, it is being live streamed as well. So, there'll be a bit of that going on. I think there's a number of Showhunter series awards to get through first up, and then the Showjumping awards. But, yeah, it's always a good night in there. And those who haven't managed to secure a ticket because it's oversubscribed well and truly, about 270 people going to the dinner. And those who haven't made it will be back here in the Nations Bar, where it will be live streamed through to. So that's a good second option.
Aye, yeah. Of course, the Copthorne just across the road, and the Trust House Copthorne of sponsors of the show. I'm very appreciative of that. Along with all our series sponsors, they go all season and they come to the end of it here, and it's a really big commitment for some of them, and it's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, so Poly Payments, we should probably talk a little bit about them because they have been the sponsor for this. Well, we've got a break and Annabelle's warming her other horse up. Poly Payments have come into our lives in the last year or so, or two perhaps, and been a great sponsor. For those of you who are not aware, Poly is a payment alternative to credit and debit cards when purchasing online. It provides a quick, secure and fee-free payment option by connecting you to your bank. Poly is the internet banking solution behind the equestrian entry platforms Equestrian Entries, Main Events and Showday Online. With over 1 million adult Kiwis not owning a credit card, Poly has grown over the past 10 years to become the online internet banking solution for many major online retailers in New Zealand and Australia, including Air New Zealand, Jetstar, the New Zealand Transport Agency, the Warehouse, Spark, 2 Degrees and Farmlands, to name just a few. By choosing to pay with Polly, you pay no fees for your transaction. Banks place significant importance on online security, and security is the #1 priority at Polly. The system integrates easily with a wide range of web and e-commerce platforms, shopping carts and retail solutions. As you place your show entries through an online service provider, you can be at ease that the simple process is safe and secure. So that's Polly Payments. They've been fantastic partners to work with over the last couple of years, so we're very happy to have them on board.
Yeah, the days of cash are just about, who needs cash?
Well, there's a lot of shops now in Wellington when you're out and about that don't take cash. It's a cashless environment. And, I think COVID probably expedited that a wee bit.
Mm.
You can see Annabelle roaring around out there in the warm-up ring. And the little grey horse.
Yeah, and she needs to just take her time and make sure she's happy when she comes in the ring as her trainer. And she's in the lead, but her lead is not unassailable. Did you say to me a moment ago that should the coin roll Tegan's way, there could be a change on the leaderboard?
Well, it's double. It's Premier points, so it's 20 points for a win. And if Tegan was to win, end up with 133, Annabelle would have to get nowhere, and I can't see that being possible.
Okay, so shall I just be quiet?
Oh, look, maths is not your strong point. You've got a lot of good points,
I'm a
Trevor.
good dancer.
Maths is not one of them. Dancing.
I'm
Stick
a very
with
good dancer.
dancing.
Yeah.
For the record, maths is not my strong point either, so I get confused with the whole thing, and they drop scores, and there's all sorts of things that go on with those points, so you can leave it to the experts, I say.
Yeah, and just while we've got a bit of a break too, it's a bit emotional here in the broadcasting box, of course, with Phil Welling down her, she's leaving us.
Well, I don't know if I'll leave entirely. I might, find some way to remain involved somehow or other.
Right. We love to see it. We're hopeful. We're hopeful.
Ever hopeful, yeah. I've loved my time at ESNZ. I've learnt a hell of a lot. I've met some amazing people that I never ever would have met before, and I've learnt a huge amount about people, about challenging situations, and about finding ways to find money and keep things going.
Yeah, and you've done a great job. I mean, the equestrian sport itself, I don't think it's been any better off than it is right now. How many years has it been?
6 years in total. So I did 2 years as the jumping director, and then I moved into the CEO role from there. But I've always had a special interest in jumping. I guess my daughter show jumped from the age of about 8 till 18. So yes, it was easy, I guess, or easier for me to be the CEO and to be the jumping director because I was involved in the sport. So it was easy to know what was working and what wasn't, and how people were feeling, because you were on the, at the forefront of it. So
yeah, and these guys are not backward at coming forward if they want to bitch about something, are they?
No, passionate and enthusiastic.
Oh, is that the word?
Yep, that's exactly.
BITCH is not the right word.
Definitely not. We wouldn't use that word.
Okay.
Not in the change the rain environment, Trevor. That wouldn't be a word we would use. Passionate and enthusiastic.
Okay.
And just remembering that everybody's in it for their own reason. Some people don't want to win. They just want to ride their horse, and that's okay too.
Okay, well, here she comes. She's ready. So we'll be underway with our last competitor very shortly.
Jeff is dragging it into the ring, so here she comes.
A lovely grey horse. This got a hell of a jump on him.
Yep, Olivia Hamoud's little horse from Australia.
For our final combination, Corrado, GHP and Annabelle Francis.
They've got a great little combination. Both little pint-sized little things, but big heart and a lot of talent.
I'm not sure what this horse did in the class yesterday. Did it start yesterday?
Yes, but yesterday seems to be an awfully long time ago for me. She did start it. They both started. This little horse, Corrado.
He's pulled up.
Oh, that's not like this horse to do that. was first at the World Cup final, second at the Hawke's Bay World Cup, the Egmont World Cup and the North Island Champs, and fourth at Waikato in the Taupo Christmas Classic.
I'm not sure what went wrong there. I think it's a 4-stride line down the end there, and he just got there with half a stride missing, I think. Very uncharacteristic.
I said to Jeff yesterday, she was a credit. She had 3 horses in the class yesterday, and they were all in the first 12 in the class, and never missed a beat. She didn't. So, it's pretty tough to go one after the other at this level, but she's pretty focused, and I think she will give it her best shot.
And, the way he's jumped the rest of the course, that's a really unfortunate 4-fault for her. I guess 4-fault will be down. I don't know what the time was, but...
Time isn't looking great, 87.2, so she may end up with time fault.
Yeah, so she might miss the cut with that. She's still in with a shot with the other horse, but that was most uncharacteristic.
Oh, 3 time faults. So 4 jump faults and 3 time for a total of 7. That'll be disappointing for her.
Yeah, and just back to what we were talking about a minute ago. So what lies ahead for Dana?
Well, not really sure at this point in time. A few little things rumbling around in the distance, but going to have a couple of weeks off at school holidays. Might go do something with the kids, and my dad's been really unwell, so I might spend a bit of time with him and see where we come out.
Yeah, good on you. Good on you. I'm sure there'll be no shortage of opportunities for you. You've done a great job.
Well, I'm not going to be destitute for a wee while, but one can't not work forever. There is the bank that requires.
So shall I give you a call in a couple of 3 months?
Yeah. See if I'm in the cardboard box under the bridge, living out of there.
Yeah. Well, I know you've taken on a massive project doing up your own home in Havelock North, and I guess you'll focus on that a bit as well.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of work to do there, that's for sure. But it'll be good. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to a bit of time just doing some other things.
For the second round, first to go will be Central Park. 2 to go will be LC Samson. 3 to go will be Bravado Ego Z. 4th to go, Cortex Graffiti.
So they're going to come back in reverse order of faults. The 4 faulters will jump first, and the clear rounds will come back in later.
7 coming back, so someone's going to miss out.
Yeah, and that's healthy, isn't it? I mean, the course is sizable enough, and to have 7 horses on 0 or 4 with inside the time allowed is encouraging. Good surface out here today. We've had a bit of rain this morning, but it's fairly forgiving, I think. So you're not going to knock your horse around jumping on this, and any one of them, I think, has probably got a chance on 4, against the clock on the shortened course. People will take options, and there's always a chance that something might not come off. So,
what's the jump off course there, Trevor?
Oh, where's my glasses, Dana? Right, the fences in the jump off will be obstacles.
The second round, I should call it, shouldn't we?
Second round, we should call it. Fences 2, 3, 4, 5, B and C. So that's the
6 BC. Oh, you are blind, aren't you?
Is that 6?
Yeah, even I can see that.
Yeah. 7, 8, 11. 13 and 14. So it's actually a shortened course, but there's 2 new fences to come in. The 13 is the big yellow oxer right in front of the broadcast box here, the Copthorne oxer. And that looks big and square. And I think 14 is the green vertical at the end by the in gate.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Of course I'm right.
You're always right. Who said that? Well, Annabelle will be able to take a little bit of a breath now while she resets. And Maury will be back on board Central Park.
Oh, someone's blowing a breeze up our back door.
Losing my bits of paper. Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Can probably take that. Oh, no, that's right. Leave. No, I'll leave that here because that's my rubbish bag. And there's a rubbish bag.
Okay, we've got Maury back in. The course has been shortened. As I was about to say, the B and C elements of the original treble are in as a combination, just a double, obviously. The front element has been put up. It's slightly higher. The last fence 14's at the first round maximum of $1.60 m. And this 13 oxer in front of us, it's $1.50 by $1.50 m, but she's pretty gappy, so it'll take a bit of jumping.
Yeah, did you mention that triple bar?
Yeah, $1.80 by $1.55 m.
Whee, Maury. It's got wings today.
Yeah, I'm not going to say how old Maury is because I don't know, but by goodness, he's. We all talk about him. He's a fit.
He's 200 Grand Prix wins old. That's how.
Yeah. And counting, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, he just ran into the base of that and had it out in front. But what a cool horse.
Yeah, it's a lovely horse. Sally really rates this horse too. She loves it.
It's a long way around the second round. Like some classes, the jump off might be 6 or 7 elements. There's a lot of work to do here. You've still got 2 fences left. He makes that look easy, doesn't he?
No, it was super. And the time allowed 78, so he's well within that.
Yeah.
So just the one fence. It was awesome round.
So he's on, just unofficially, he'd be sitting on 8 total. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. $71. Oh, yes, 71.
The 2 rounds, a total of 4 faults. 4 in the first round, jumped beautifully clear in the second. So a total for the 2 rounds of 4 for Morris.
And here's the girl from Invergiggle, long way from home.
Yeah, Nicole White, Elsie Sampson's a big track for Elsie Sampson.
4 faults in the second round as well. So it's a total of 8 faults for Morris and Central Park.
It's 3 or 4 faulters to go first. Is it 4?
Yeah, Nicole and Logan and Mel are the 4 faulters.
Our second combination out, Elsie Sampson with Nicole White. Also on 4 faults from round 1.
So she starts with 4 faults, and we'll see where she ends up after another about 80 seconds or so.
He looks like a great guy, this horse. She's gone inside there to the triple bar.
Whew, it's a big jump off a standstill.
She's just riding him off a single rein. No martingale, no nothing. And a reasonably straightforward bit by the looks of it. Oh, look at him jump that. That was super.
Jumping well today. It didn't jump this well yesterday.
Maybe just needed the day in the ringer on the first day of the show.
Yep.
Gives that a rub, but he's pretty safe. Just 1 fence from home.
Time is easily in. Nicely done.
Yeah, well done, Nicole.
Good girl. She'll be wrapped with that.
Good on her. He tried his socks off, didn't he?
Elsie Sampson and Nicole. So after the 2 rounds, they sit on a total of 4.
Yeah, so she finishes the 2 rounds on 4, and Logan Massey in Bravado, Ego Z. Next up.
And I have no doubt Logan will be looking to finish on a real good note for the season. He's had a mixed bag with this horse, as I say, just first season in ownership and riding. He's a super talented horse, but being a stallion, I think he can probably at times be a little bit fickle. They're all taking that inside option now, aren't they? Even though that's a metre 55 by metre 80 wide, as I say, it's a good fence to turn back to. Well, oof, he dug deep there.
He's just still sitting on the 4. Oof.
One to go for Logan. Oh, he gave it a decent rub, but it stayed up.
That green fence has done that all weekend. Fantastic. Very.
They might just have popped that out of the cup too. They might want to check that just on the right-hand side for the next competitor for Mel. I think she's going over there to have a look at that.
She's no fool, Mel. She'll be just checking it.
But Logan will be wrapped with that, and he might be a bit hard to handle tonight, Dana.
Logan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might get a bit socially excited tonight. We'll have to keep that under control, won't we?
That was a great round.
Great round. No, Mel's checked the fence. She seems to be happy.
So what do we do in the second round? If we get a quality of faults, we do have a run-off?
No, we usually do it on time.
On time.
Yeah. So, Mel, she's the last of the 4 faulters. Jeez.
Oh. Long way around from there, isn't it?
Not ideal. Anyway, she'll probably give it a bit of a burn now.
This mare's got so much ability.
Oh, such a shame she had that first rail down, you
yeah.
know. Horse is going really well.
Well, it just goes to show they've got to be all jumped, you know.
She's
There's no gimmies.
going to definitely be the fastest around.
Oh, she's taking the last as
what
well.
a bugger. 62.32 is a pretty sharp speed, but unfortunately it's cost her.
Here is this big white chunk of a horse.
The Mel will finish on 12 faults and second round time of 62.32. Sophie Scott, Glenbrook Riches Roses, back in the ring.
Tanya will be sitting out there somewhere biting her fingernails, won't she?
She'll keep smiling. She's always smiling, Tanya. And she'll be videoing somewhere. That's normally where you can find her. Oh, actually, I can see her because she's doing a little jump at every jump down there on the rail. Every time the horse goes over, she...
Get
Look,
off
there
her
you go.
back.
Say, did you...
Get off her back, Tanya. He's probably big enough to carry the Perrier. Oh, and he's really trying hard today, this big fella.
Well, it'll be a good day for her if she wins this and the young rider, won't it? I'm happy. Put the horses away for the winter and start some new ones, probably.
Oh, it was
that's
cheap.
a shame. He didn't like that much, did he? A little jump and a skip.
And that's why the competition's never over until all the fences are jumped, isn't it? Sophie did a wonderful round in the first round, and that was certainly well ridden, but just didn't come home with the result she would have liked. 2 on the floor.
And 8 faults in the second round there for Sophie. So 0 in the first, the 8 in the second.
So who have we got left?
So
We've
that
got
drops her down
Cappuccino.
now behind Nicole and Logan. And we've now got 3 left to run, I think. Where are we up to? Yes, 2 left to run, Tegan and Annabelle.
So 4 faults holds the lead at the minute, doesn't it?
Sure does. 4 faults, 66.20. Nicole, I think it is.
Clear in round 1 is Windermere Cappuccino with Tegan Fitzsimon.
Not going particularly quick, Tegan. Obviously trying to get the clear round initially. Put the pressure on the last horse, if she can keep a 0 score. Oh, we're in deep there and he jumped it fine. 1 fence to go.
Sitting on a clear. Double clear.
Yeah, double clear. Good on her. That was a lovely round.
Rightio. Annabelle and Glistening. Great round from Tegan and Windermere Cappuccino, really showing their experience and their class in these higher grades.
Yeah, but if there's a horse that can beat him, this one can do it.
Yeah, it's a pretty sharp combination.
Yeah.
Last one in the class. Just don't want the wind to start blowing things over.
And Annabelle looks as though she's just moving along a little bit quicker than Tegan. She's obviously conscious if there was an equality of faults at the end of the class. It's going to come down to the time allowed.
Beautifully done through there.
So far, so good. Yeah, she's not mucking around.
Ooh.
Oh, he's gone deep there.
Ooh,
Really
got a
deep.
bit deep in there.
Yeah.
And there we
Oh,
go.
well done. What was that?
64-67.
So she's got it by 3 odd seconds, has she?
Oh, yeah, I think she has. I will need to wait for the confirmed.
Annabelle in 64.67.
So we're just waiting for those official placings before we get too excited. There'll be a bit of a course change after this for the Pony Grand Prix, last class of the day. And then we will be all heading off to get our glad rags on for the dinner.
Yeah, and I just can't wait. I just can't wait. Dinner.
I can't wait either. Oh, it'll be fun. It's always good to recognise all the hard work everybody's done throughout the season.
That was a lovely class and some very good quality jumping there.
Yeah, so Annabelle takes it out from Tegan and then Nicole White and Logan.
Second place, Windermere Cappuccino. And Tegan Fitzsimon, also on 0 penalties, with a time of 68.12. Third place goes to LC Sampson and Nicole White. 4 penalties and a time of 66.20. Fourth place, Bravado, Ego Z and Logan Massey. 4 faults, a time of 72.09. Fifth placing to Glenbrook, Richards Roses and Sophie Scott. 8 faults.
Right, so those are the final placings. You'll have seen them flash up on the screen, but sometimes it's a bit hard to get them all. So first will be Annabelle Francis and La Quinara. Second place to Tegan Fitzsimon and Windermere Cappuccino. Third will be Nicole White and Elsie Sampson. So that's a good day at the office for Nicole. Fourth will be Logan Massey and Bravado Ego Z. Fifth place to Glenbrook, Richards Roses and Sophie Scott. And in sixth, Morris Beatson and Central Park. And thanks, Trevor. You're a star. We've loved having you as part. Thanks, Trev. We've loved having you on the team.
Thank you. Been a pleasure.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Because we've got to set up all of the conference room yet.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so Judy might have to send me someone then.
What's his name from Poly Payments? Right, go and do that. And go and do that. Yeah, go and do that first, and then we'll wait for the rest to come in. Nigel, hang on, we'll wait for the rest to come. He's going to put that stuff off. So we're back here for the second to last time in these series classes, and what a great spectacle it was. Well done to all the riders. Good to see you all out there. Great jumping, some pretty big efforts out there, so sensational. We've got with us Nigel Cowan from Poly Payments, who've been the sponsor of this class for the last couple of years and the series, and we're really pleased to have you here, Nigel. Thanks for being part of the team.
Yep, thank you, Dana. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of such a high performance in terms of all the competitors. And Poly Payments is very pleased to be part of that going forward. The standard seems to be improving as the longer we're here, so we're very pleased. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and once again, thank you to you and your team. Please pass on our extreme appreciation for all that you do. Marilyn will help you out here with the ribbons. So congratulations to Annabelle Francis. She had a frantic time out there with 2 horses in the first round and came through with the win with La Quinara and showed us all how a cool, calm head will get you around that course. It was a sensational round and everybody thoroughly enjoyed it. So congratulations to Annabelle. Second place went to Tegan Fitzsimon and Windermere Cappuccino. What a great combination these two have been. This horse, as you know, winner of the 4, 5, 6 and 7-year-old series, national series over the years. Premier League winner, World Cup series winner. And been a very consistent performer. Nicole White and Elsie Sampson in third place. Nicole all the way from Invercargill. Sensational effort from you. Pleased to have you here and pleased to have you in the lineup in this big class. Well done. It was a great round from you and your little horse. Fourth place to Logan Massey and Bravado Ego Z. Chestnut stallion that jumped super round today. He had a bit of a sticky go yesterday, but must have just needed that first go out to make sure he was going to have a good go at it today. And in fifth place, Sophie Scott and Glenbrook Rich's Roses, the big grey. A sensational clear round in the first round, and just those 2 fences in the second round will drop her down to 8th place. But it was lovely to watch and a testament to your hard work, Sophie. And then the old campaigner Maury at the end there in 6th place. Morris Beatson and the lovely little horse Central Park for 6th. We'll just go down here again. You've had a good day, Annabelle. Couple of those garlands to go home for the war. One for you and one for your sister now.
It's been a good day for me, and I'd like to say a big thank you to the organisers and show committee. It's been a really nice show and we always enjoy coming here. And a big thank you to my coach Jeff McVean, I couldn't do without him, and my mum for all her hard work. And to my groom Bryce Sykes, couldn't do without you.
Just saying. That's awesome. What does that mean today? It's a good finish off for the season for you?
Yeah, it's a good finish to the season and good to win the series, so I'm really happy.
You've had an amazing season and we're really proud of what you've achieved. You've been awesome. So congratulations everybody. Put your hands together for our winner and our place getters in the Poly Payments Premier League Series Grand Final. First place, well-deserved, beautiful round, Annabelle Francis and La Quinara. Second, Windermere Cappuccino and Tegan Fitzsimon. Third place to Nicole White and Elsie Sampson. Fourth went to Logan Massey and Bravado Ego Z. Fifth place to Sophie Scott, Glenbrook Riches Roses, and in 6th place, Maury Beatson and Central Park. So just a little bit of a change around on the course there for some pony strides and a few different bits and pieces. And the last class of the day in this ring will be the Country TV Pony Grand Prix. Hotly contested pony class. For some, it will be the last time they ride their ponies as the season comes to an end, and for others, it will be the end of a long season. So we welcome those young riders on their ponies into the ring in just a short amount of time. All right, we are all ready to go. We have the class has started, Country TV Pony Grand Prix Grand Final. We have 18 combinations, so that's a pretty strong class for the Pony Grand Prix. And we've got our first competitor underway. Well, the countdown's on. They are on the journey already, and that's Ella Ray Wood and Leopoldo TSH. Ella Ray Wood is in her last season on this horse that she and had a wonderful partnership together, travelling all over the country to events. Leopoldo TSH is by Lansing. Ella brought him at 4 and produced him through to have his first Grand Prix start at the Canterbury Champs, where he also won the metre 20. So they've got a pretty good little combination going. I am expecting at some point quite soon Logan Massey to come and join me in the commentating box, but well, you never know the way horses are. He might be dealing with something else. So hopefully he'll pop in at some stage soon. In the meantime, you're just stuck with me. So we'll watch there as Ella goes around the course. She's finished her round with 12 faults. Dylan Bibby is up next. Dylan is riding Daisy Patch. They've had a great combination, these two, and Daisy Patch has been a wonderful horse, kept everybody in their family happy for a wee bit, and has a lovely career. She's a really cute little pony, Daisy Patch, owned by Pam Hamilton and young Strawberry Roan Mare students. Dylan's a student at Central Hawke's Bay College and lives at Onga Onga there. Just off State Highway 50, and been a strong competitor right through ponies, and now has also had quite a bit of success in the junior rider with his other horse, Weighty Vertigo. Ooh, it's a bit tricky. That big vertical sits out there on its own, and that's well, Daisy Patch just didn't quite pick her feet up before going into that last fence, so Dylan and Daisy Patch will finish their round with 12 faults. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Just trying to... we've got the graphics back. We just had a bit of a moment there with no graphics, which is a bit tricky when you're trying to commentate from inside a wee box. So we're now watching Molly Presling, and she's a young girl from Wellington and wishes she could spend all her time riding. She's been riding for a number of years, biggest achievement to date, riding in her first Pony Grand Prix. And Cece, her little pony, is a 14-hand, 11-year-old Pintalooza. Those graphics come and they go, so they've just disappeared again. We'll try and get them back for you as quickly as we can. Nice to see her giving her pony a big pat there. Ah, there we go. 12 faults. Oh no, maybe it's slightly more as we move to the end of the round. That was a replay. So... Yeah, so a handful of fences there for CC, as you may have heard Bruce say over in the main box. We're just not seeing that at this end, but that's all good. So Grace Webb is our next competitor in the ring. 17 years old, year 13 student from Maharangi College in Warkworth. Lazy lad, 12-year-old leopard spot, Appaloosa gelding. It's been a bit of a tough year for these kids. You know, lots of them doing their last year on ponies and... missing horse of the year, so no chance to ride in that pony of the year class that they all covet and want to get in that big ring and jump around. I can't imagine how nervous that would make me. But mothers and daughters alike, and sons to a degree, seem to think that that's something they'd like to do, so good on them. It's pretty tough in that big ring. Anyway, they've missed out this year, which is a bit sad for those in their final year on ponies, but you know, COVID has presented challenges for all of us in many ways, and we've had to cope with that. Grace Webb and Lazy Lad on the journey. Two rails down so far. It's just a little stop there at that fence, so the penalties are mounting up for Grace Webb. She'll just want to finish off strongly if she can, I'm sure. She comes down to the last fence. Oh, no, she goes back around. So now incurring time penalties as well. So that's a shame for Grace. Not quite how she would have imagined that playing out today. I've got Clem Coates in the ring now. Clem is from Hawke's Bay. She is... Oh, I've lost my bit of paper that I need. That's not ideal. Here we go. The wind and the rain is playing tricks on me. So, Clementine Coates from Hawke's Bay and Vapor Trail, NZPH. Clem goes to Woodford House. She is, and this is a 12-year-old gelding by Ruby Nay out of Twist Coralic. Oh, Clem just got a bit deep into that one. She Comes around to fence 7, which is that big green vertical. So Clem will finish on 16 faults for her round. We'll move through now to our next competitor, Holly Falloon and Buzzy Bees Max. Holly is a local girl. She goes to Wairapa College in Masterton, and Buzzy Bees Max is also known as Maxims. It's a bit of a mix of Welsh cob and other things, and this is his first season competing at Pony Grand Prix. Oh, that's 4 faults there in the C element of the treble for Holly Falloon. So she's currently sitting on 8. She turns in a moment for the last run down to the final fence. And that's another 4 faults at the last fence, so she'll finish on a total of 12 faults. Okay, so Ella Ray Wood back in the ring now with her second pony, Tally Ho Primrose. And this little pony, winners of the Speed Pony of the Year at Hoi 2020 and in the winning Sabre Sam team in 2019. Won several Grand Prix and been in the money, so good little pony, Tally Ho Primrose. Good Tally Ho stud down there in Canterbury. Sharon Greer, who turns out a few Tally Ho ponies round and about. A few more here on the leaderboard. She's got 5 points in the series to date, so yeah, lovely clear round for Ella Ray Wood and Tally Ho Primrose. So she is the first clear round, and hopefully we'll find a few more clears to come back for a jump off, because that would be the ultimate result in the final class of the Pony Grand Prix. On the journey now, look, here she comes, Annie Moffat and a Piripi. A great little pony Piripi has been. 10-year-old gelding enjoys hunting, eventing and jumping. It's his first season of Grand Prix show jumping, and as a 6-year-old pony, he won the Category C Show Hunter Pony of the Year with Annie's big brother Will. Last year, he and Annie won a few classes, and they have been a great combination. Annie at Woodford House competes in lots of different sports, including netball, hockey and other outdoors things, but she loves show jumping the most. Oh, and Annie has unfortunately had a stop and a fall. So under the new rules of equestrian sport, she will have to go and get cleared by the medic. She doesn't have another mount in the class, so that's okay. She'll just need to get cleared before she rides again tomorrow. Not quite sure how we've ended up out of whack here, but I think because Dylan Bibby is back in the ring with his second mount, My Funky Monkey. My Funky Monkey has done really well. It's 57 points on the leaderboard and done really well. It's a neat little pony, roars around. He has a lot of fun with it. Oof. My Funky Monkey just dipped into the top of that one. That's definitely not going to be his day. Oof. And that's a naughty little 4 at the final fence. So currently on 16, he'll come back round and give it another shot. Oh no, he definitely does not like that. So one more chance at this height. She can have two refusals at this height and have a third go. Dylan won't be best pleased. There we go. That's how we could have done it the first time, he says to his little pony. Cute pony, it tries real hard, and that's out of character for it to do that kind of thing. So I think there'll be some conversations to be had between Dylan and My Funky Monkey. And now we will move on to Penny Borthwick and Foxton's Merlot.
Several jump faults time fault setter for Dylan with my Funky Monkey.
Right, we're just about ready to get back underway. Wind causing a little bit of havoc, a few things blowing down and a few different things going on. We have Emma Gillies in the ring and Ben Rose Eclipse. So they will be ready to roll as soon as everything's back in place, which it looks like it is. Great little combination this, 84 points on the Pony Grand Prix leaderboard. So not to be trifled with. They have really had a very good time. This will be Emma's nominated pony. She has 2 mounts in this class. You have to nominate one of them and ride that one first, and that's the only one that would be eligible for points on the leaderboard. So you need to choose the right one, which sometimes just doesn't happen. But she had a great time, Emma, at Northern Hawke's Bay Showjumping just a couple of weeks ago, where her ponies were the only 2 in the jump off, and she elected for one of them. When that happens, you don't need to jump them, you can elect for one of them to have won, and she elected for this one to win it, so that was pretty good. She's no, she elected for the other one, Ben Rose Playtime, to win it. I'm sorry. But that's been a great little pony too, and she's had a huge amount of success on that this year. She would have been one of the ones looking forward to Pony of the Year. So she's just gone back out of the ring now to have another jump. She's been riding around in there for a wee while, and they can go off and jump a fence and come back. While we're waiting for that to happen, we could potentially find some information on Country TV, who have been a sponsor in the jumping series for a long time. They had a bit of a break for a while, and now they've come back, and good to see them involved again. Country TV, New Zealand's only dedicated rural and equestrian TV channel, broadcasting on Sky Channel 81. Now offers a subscription based live streaming and video on-demand platform with over 500 hours of exciting content to view at your convenience. Country TV's Equestrian Performance on Tuesday night is the ultimate resource for equestrians, airing show coverage alongside lifestyle programs that highlight the love of horses and equestrian sport. Country TV, an exclusive partner of the FEI, Country TV continues to partner with the FEI, and their mission is to offer the very best of local and international equestrian content that covers competitions, behind the scenes, clinics and reality programs. From show jumping, eventing and dressage through to vaulting, driving, western and leisure, Country TV provides everything a horse lover or rider could want to watch every Tuesday night, 7:30 till 10:30. Right, here we are, back with Emma Gillies. And she'll be pretty keen to get going. There we go. There's the bell. And countdown's on, and she can make her way round to the first fence.
Another call for helpers, please, for the derby. It's currently being set up. If you want it to run tomorrow, then I suggest you pop down and lend a hand. Take any family members or friends with you. There's people in the know down there that will give you good instructions of what to do if you're not sure. But it is about to be set up. Some more help, please, or else the event may not go ahead. Just report to the front of the grandstand and the main oval.
So just the first one fence down so far for Emma Gillies and Ben Rose Eclipse as they come round into the second part of the course down that far. Oh, and we've just had a stop at fence 9A. And must have knocked a little bit of it down because she's had a bell, so she'll have another bell shortly to get her started again. Here we go. She's going to come round in a big circle and present herself again at that fence. Oh, and no. A second stop. So the first stop is 4 faults, the second stop is 8. And then, of course, if you have a third, it's elimination. So that's why your trainers always tell you not to have a stop. You better take the 4 faults and keep going than to come around and have another potential 8 faults. End up with 12 at the same fence. No, that unfortunately will be elimination. That little pony does not like that fence. It's unfortunate because Emma waited a long time for her round and she's been very patient out there. He just didn't like what he was looking at over the fence there somehow.
And in the arena now we have Foxton's Merlot with Penny Borthwick.
Right, now we'll go back to Foxton's Merlot and Penny Borthwick. She is next one in. She's had a pretty good season too, Penny, and she's got 81 points and currently sits in 9th place on the leaderboard. So, you know, a good result today could change that a little bit. They're a bit congested up there. She's got 81 and then the ones above her are 84, 88, 89. So anything could happen. Oh, it's nicely done round there. Through that part of the course, as she comes down to the last line, she will run on down to the last fence, the little skinny, and over she pops for a lovely clear round. So that's fantastic for the local rider. That brings us, so means we have a jump off. Ella Ray Wood and Tally Ho Primrose and Petty Borthwick and Foxton's Merlot. 7 combinations left to go. Next up will be Molly Moffat. Molly from the South Island. She's had a good season. She won at the Canterbury A&P show. She won at the Ashburton show, South Canterbury North Otago Summer show, Showjumping Canterbury, and at the Clearville Classic. So she's had a good old season, and she currently sits with 88 points on the leaderboard at 7th place. But as I said, a good win today could really change things up. So she'll be looking to see how she can go. All of those top riders on the leaderboard: Kira Page, Johanna Weilers, Emma Gillies with Benrose Playtime, Riley Sheehan and Tony the Pony, Georgie Wilson, Maddie Jackson, all yet to come in this class. So there's still some class pony riders left. Well, now that is a shame for Molly. Didn't quite get that one right, so another 4 faults at 7, sitting on 8 right now for Molly Moffat. Down through the double, and another rail comes down, so that will be 12. Finished well. So 12 faults for Molly Moffat and Tanayo Ragamuffin. And Maddie Jackson now, Rednala Cowan. They've been a great little combination, these two. Maddie won at the Northland Show and at the World Cup final. She won the Pony Grand Prix, and she was second at the Showjumping Auckland Show and at Woodhill. She sits on 6th place on the leaderboard with 89 points. So Maddie is 16 years old, based at Karaka, coached by Jeff McVean. So you would have seen Jeff out there walking the course with her. Spent time training in Germany with Ludger Beerbaum this year and competing at Pony Grand Prix and junior rider level. This little pony has been a good pony for her. She's had a lot of fun with it. And today's not going to be her day, unfortunately. 8 faults at the moment, heading into the last section of the course. Comes round to the last 2 fences. Sitting on 4, I beg your pardon. No, I must have been watching a replay. So 12 faults now, and the last fault clear at the last. So she finishes on 12. Only 2 coming back so far, Penny Borthwick and Ella Ray Wood. But 5 class acts to come. Georgie Wilson and the very recognisable Showtime boss. Georgie is at Taupo Nui Atia College, hopes to study structural engineering at university. And during winter, Georgie hunts with the Taupo Hunt. This is Georgie and Boss's 2nd season together. Boss is a Nebstrupper, Danish warm blood with the leopard complex colouring, often confused with an Appaloosa. So Georgie coming into the last on 8 faults, and she just takes that last rail, so she also will finish with 12. Tough track out there for these young kids today. Only 2 clears so far and 14 been, so down to the last 4. Riley Sheehan and Tony the Pony. He certainly knows his job, this pony. He has been a sensation throughout his career. A wonderful pony ridden by Emily Fraser and Ellie Carson, and now by Riley Sheehan. I am reliably informed that this is Tony the Pony's last show. He is being retired after this, which is it won't quite be the same without Tony the Pony in the Pony Grand Prix classes, but he's been sensational for Riley this year. They've won the Hawke's Bay A&P Pony Grand Prix. They won at Equifest, Woodhill Sands, and at the Waitemata World Cup final, and they were second at the North Island Champs and at Brookby Showjumping show. So a pretty good account of his final season for Tony the Pony, and wouldn't it be lovely to see him finish on a high note today? He still looks pretty keen, you have to say. He's knows his job, this little fella. Well, that's a rail, unfortunately, over on the other side of the course. He scooted over the rest of that treble pretty easily. Well, it's not to be the swan song we hoped for Riley Sheehan and Tony the Pony. 8 faults, but a pretty good account of himself in his final class. This is a 2-round competition, so there will be a second round. There's every chance that Tony the Pony will come back for the second round. At this point, we'll have to wait and see. 3 combinations to go. We're now waiting for Emma Gillies on her second Mount Benrose playtime. This pony has won the Pony Grand Prix at the Otago Show, at South Canterbury A&P, at the Otago Area Show, and at Northern Hawke's Bay a couple of weeks ago, as I said previously, and has been second a huge number of times at the South Canterbury North Otago Show, at the South Canterbury Showjumping Canterbury Labour Weekend, Ashburton A&P, Canterbury A&P, South Canterbury North Otago Area Show, and at the Canterbury Christmas Cracker. So certainly done its time around the Pony Grand Prix ring this season, and doesn't it show? You don't notch up 116 points without some considerable effort. Currently sitting in 3rd place on the series leaderboard, and she'll be hard to beat, Emma, on this pony. It's a serious little contender. – She comes around the corner to the second to last jump and flies over that. Good canter down to the last, the skinny. And that's all clear from Emma Gillies and Ben Rose Playtime. What a sensational ride. Good on her. She's in the money. Johanna Weilers is next up. Johanna also from the South Island. She rides Wembley Brook Tiffany. She says she's had this pony for 5 years after purchasing her as an unbroken 5-year-old, and this is her first time to the series finals and her second season at Grand Prix. So that's not a bad effort, because Johanna Weilers and Wembley Brook Tiffany sit in second place on the leaderboard in 121 points. 20 points behind the top contender, Kira Page and Redcliffe's Colour Me In, who have 141, so they'll be hard to tip out of that spot today. But Johanna Weilers has done a sensational job. There she has the first fence down, which will be an account of how resilient she is to pick herself back up from that and continue on the course. She comes down to the treble now, still sitting on the 4 faults, which is and down to the last line. So she moves down to second to last fence and canters down to the little skinny. She will finish with a total of 4 faults. So that's a good shot for Johanna Weilers. And Wembley Brook Tiffany as our last competitor, already in the ring. One of those gorgeous little coloured ponies, they're Redcliffe's ponies from up north. Redcliffe's Colour Me In, this is, with Kira Page. First place on the leaderboard at this point and 141 points, so she's going to be hard to move off there, but she is fiercely competitive and will be taking this quite seriously, I'm sure. She's won at Te Teko 3 times at Woodhill this year, at Central Hawke's Bay, or Central and Southern Hawke's Bay, I should say, and at Fielding. She's also notched up a heap of seconds at the Hawke's Bay AMP Show, Waikato Premier Show, Equifest, and at the Nationals in the South Island. Cute little pony. You'll see it doesn't take a lot of gear to get it round. No bit. And they have a wonderful partnership, these two. Oh, fantastic. She really rode that line beautifully. Well done. And here she comes round to 7, sails over 7, heading down to the last part of the course. Oh, and quite uncharacteristically, it's had a little duck out at the second of the double down there. Fence 9B, so she'll come around again and have another go. It's 4 faults. She won't want to have another one of those. Oh, and she has, sadly, so that'll add another 8. Be 12 faults at this point. Come on, Kira. This is the same fence or same combination that Emma Gillies had trouble with her pony, didn't she? No, and unfortunately, that's going to be an elimination for Kira Page. That is most uncharacteristic for that little pony. She has come a long way for that. She'll be disappointed. What a shame for Kira Page and Redcliffe's Calamian eliminated. So just wait and hear from the judges who's coming back, because there's only 3 clear rounds, and I'm picking they might bring back a couple of the others as well. Yeah, so they're going to bring all combinations with 12 faults or less back. So that's quite a number. So I will just leave you for just a moment while I go and try and locate my co-commentator for the second part of this class. Oh, just from down here in the presentation area. Just wondering if Logan Massey is around anywhere. Logan, we were expecting you down here. It'd be great if you could join us for the second round of the Pony Grand Prix down in the live streaming box, please. Right, we've located Logan. He was having a bit of a problem. Yeah, where have you been?
Yeah, just checking that we're keeping the sport clean, and they did a few drug tests today, so that took a lot longer than we expected.
Well, that's all good. Good to have you with us, Logan. You've had a pretty good day today. Your horse went well in the Premier League.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a much better day for me today than yesterday, and the Premier League was some really good jumping. Good way for New Zealand to finish the season off, and I think a lot of people were happy with the way their horses jumped today.
Yeah, I thought it was a great class actually, and yeah, it was a big track, so it tested you out a wee bit, but your horse went really well.
Yeah, no, really happy with him, and I think the ground's dried out a bit, so these ponies should have a good jumping as well.
Right, I should be listening to this, shouldn't I? Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go. There's quite a number coming back. We've got Ella Ray Wood and Leopoldo, Dylan Bibby and Daisy Patch, Holly Falloon and Buzzy Bees Max. Ella Ray Wood and Tally Ho Primrose, one of the clear rounds, and the other clear round, Penny Borthwick and Foxton's Merlot. We've got Molly Moffat and Tinayo Ragamuffin, Maddie Jackson and Renala Cowan, Riley Sheehan and Tony the Pony, and Emma Gillies and Ben Rose Playtime, and last one will be Johanna Weilers and Wembley Brook Tiffany. They won't come back in that order because they'll come back in reverse.
It's a series leader.
They'll come back in the in reverse order, so it'll be slightly different to that, but we'll keep you up with that. So just while we're waiting, we'll just have a chat with Logan about his horse, Bravado Ego Z. First time out this year. Logan, it's been a bit of a mixed bag for you.
Yeah, it's been a really, really exciting season for Bravado, and he's really he's kind of ticked all the boxes that I wanted him to tick. But I was just saying to Dana, we're looking forward to having a bit of a holiday in the next couple of weeks. Definitely a month or two off with no riding. We've had him 7 months now, so like I was saying, he's consumed my life for the last 7 months. So it'd be really nice just to put him in a paddock and let him relax.
Yeah, so you just put him out on a hill and let him have a rest? Or?
Yeah, he's got a pretty flash paddock next to the stable. I was actually just talking about putting video surveillance up from the stable so we can keep an eye on him when we're not at home. But yeah, he hopefully can stay out until the weather turns tough, and then he'll come in every night, even if he's not in work. So.
Yep. Oh, that's good. Well, all the best for next season with them, and I'm sure go from strength to strength.
Yeah.
Right, we've got our first competitor in the ring, Ella Raywood and Leopoldo TSH. So. Right, so she's on the journey. I actually haven't. Oh, second. No, it's not the second round because that was the Premier League, but it might be the same course, is it, roughly? That's the first jump anyway.
Yeah, so they're going to have not just a jump off, it's a second round, so it's going to have more fences than a pure jump off class. So they'll have 8 to 10 fences in this round as well, I think.
And it'll bring in a couple of these new ones at the end, won't it?
Yeah, a couple of 13 and 14 that they haven't jumped, so that'll just test them. But it's a long way round when you come back for a second round. Puts a lot more pressure on the rider and the horse to not just fluke a few fences.
And completely different to a jump off?
Yeah, we saw that in the big class before. No one came out absolutely flying because there's just so many obstacles and so many chances to make mistakes that you just had to put a good foot forward. A little bit like this round here, she had one down, but that's a solid result.
Yeah.
When you're out early, you've just got to kind of do your own thing and see where you end up.
Yeah, so she'll finish on 16. She carried 12 through from the first round because the 12 falters are coming back. And here's young Dylan Bibby and Daisy Patch.
Yeah, so they're coming in reverse order of faults, which means it definitely gives the people that did a better first round a chance to see what everyone else is going to do. The earlier horses like Dylan here, he'll probably just try to put a really good time forward, obviously leaving the poles up. And then, like I say, he's got to then just sit back and see what all his fellow competitors do.
Yeah, so that was an inside turn into that triple bar there.
Yeah, there's plenty of chances to make up time here. Definitely into the triple bar there. There's a tough line down the back they're jumping. It'll be a short 5. A few of the horses had trouble there earlier. Just jumping straight into the tracks and away from the gate on a right angle just catches their attention a little bit. But Dylan seems to be pretty solid here. Yeah, we're hoping he can finish it off. Oof.
Oh.
That was the last fence.
That's not ideal, is it?
No, a little bit of miscommunication there. He couldn't decide whether he was going or waiting. I'd be disappointed in that.
That's a shame.
That was very soft.
He'll add 4 to his 12 for a total of 16. Well, I think we've moved now to Holly Falloon. Yeah, Buzzy Bee's Max. Holly Falloon, she's a local girl from Wairarapa. Little ponies are clever, aren't they? They just, very forgiving when they get out there.
They know their job, that's for sure. You forget how lucky you are when you move on to horses and think about the success or the fun you had on ponies and how much they look after you. It's been very hard to get a horse like that anyway. But these ponies have been doing it all season, so they're fit and prime and ready to roll. So this is a very good jump of this pony.
Yeah, this is a cool little pony. Buzzy Bee's Max.
So she's a bit tighter than Dylan. She's probably a little bit quicker than Dylan too. So if she can level the poles up, she'll go into the lead. Put the pressure on the horses to come.
We'll just do a little marker at the start of this double here. She's at 37 seconds round to there, so it's always a bit of an indication when we get through the class a bit.
Just jump. This fence is just jumping into the judges' box there a little bit. It's giving everyone a bit of trouble all day. If you don't get straight to it, you jump straight into the judges, and it just catches the pony's eyes there. So
Yeah, looking straight at the timing clock, aren't you? So she'll finish with 20. That was 8 faults in that round. Yeah, but like some other games you play, but, you know, the score not quite indicative of the performance, I don't think.
yeah.
Right, who we got here? Molly Moffat from the South Island and Tenayo Ragamuffin.
I haven't seen much of this pony, but if they've come up from the South Island, they're obviously confident and ready to roll.
Yeah, so she is, where is she sitting in the bigger scheme of things? Can't find her on my list now. Molly Moffat, she must be up here somewhere. There, she's in 7th place on the leaderboard.
7th, so she's jumping today for a series place.
Yeah.
So if she has a good finish, without looking at the scores, I'd say she's up here fighting to try end up in the top 6, which is a big achievement for these pony riders. Pretty cool thing to end up in the top 6 in any series, to be honest, whichever series you're in.
Yeah, they're pretty tough. I think more and more competitive, and these pony classes are so competitive, aren't they?
Yeah, it'd be really close at the top, I imagine, if you got the numbers out. With so many Pony Grand Prix ponies in the country at the moment too. It's good, strong fields.
Yeah, it's nice. It's good to have 16 or 18 in this class.
Yeah, and a 3-star, well, in a Premier Grand Prix, that's a good number. Sometimes you see the less than 10. So
she's just running about a second slower than Holly was going around there.
she's giving herself a bit more room here and straightened up. Little rub, but she got away with it. She's clear.
Good finish. So she will finish on 12. This one. And
so that drops her into the lead.
Yeah, but now there's still I figure 6 more to come. So you never know with these classes, do you? I mean, Sophie Scott in your Premier League class, you know.
Yeah.
Clear and a lovely clear in the first round and 8 faults in the second, dropped her right down. Maddie Jackson and Rednala Cowan.
I think the shadows are going to just come into play a little bit too. The sun's just coming and going a little bit, which can just catch the pony's eyes. These ponies are probably pretty experienced and won't mind it too much, but as you can see, the first fence down there's in the shadow. Like that. Maybe it just changed for her, to be honest.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah,
the shadows just arrived. Been a funny old day.
Yeah. Torrential rain this morning and now a beautiful afternoon. And we are lucky the sun has come out, which has allowed some really good jumping this afternoon. And the 7-year-old, the young rider in the Premier, now the Pony Grand Prix. It's a very cute pony.
It is. Oh, she gave that one a good whack.
She's home in a very quick time.
Yeah, 55.8. So she will finish on 16, just the one fence down for her. Georgie Wilson, Showtime boss. This pony knows what to do. Georgie's a very accomplished pony rider.
So these 16 falters, the time's going to come. It's going to come down to time in the second round. So now we look back, and maybe the time was more important than we thought when the class first started.
Sure.
Originally we thought it was just leave the poles up, but if the poles are going to come down, then it'll come to time.
So those ones later in the course will have a bit of advantage there, won't they?
Yep, they'll just know that if they have a fence down, what time they have to beat to stay in front.
Sure.
To play it safe.
Right. She seems to be going.
Yep, she's going really well. Which everyone knows what suits their pony or horse, so they try to put that plan in place.
Sure. She's doing a good job, Georgie.
Ooh, rub at the last.
Did it stay up?
I think
it did.
Oh, no, it come down. Oh,
You can't see it from here. Watch the replay. You might see it.
gutting when you just tap a brick off the wall.
That's a shame. It was a lovely round otherwise. That's a shame. It was a lovely round otherwise. Here we go. We might.
They're having a little bit of bad luck, these pony riders. No one's really come in the ring and had really good luck yet, so might fall the way for these later pony riders. Oh.
So you might have missed the earlier news, Logan, that Tony the Pony, this is Tony the Pony's last class.
Oh, he's going to be
retiring.
retired.
Yeah.
He's had a pretty serious campaign. I jumped against him for many years when Emily Fraser rode, and we went to the South Island together to nationals.
All right.
2 years actually in a row. So, yeah, he's been a long time campaigner. That was back when Morris and Sally owned him, and Emily Fraser rode him for them.
Yeah, he certainly knows his job, doesn't he?
But good to see him go out on a high. And Riley's he's quite tall now. He's ready to move on and concentrate on the horses. He's already got a very good horse, so he'll be looking forward to that, I'd say.
How old do you reckon this pony is now?
Have to be
flying leap at the last.
Have to be 17, I'd say.
48.08. What a great time. And stay on the 8 faults. Oh, he's stopped talking.
I'll be happy with that. 8 volts.
He'll be delighted.
A very quick time too, so that's going to put the pressure on the rest of them.
Well, he'll definitely end up in the ribbons, so that'll be good.
We'll he'll be up there.
Pay another tribute to him. Nice.
Yeah, it's really good to see a pony that's jumped for so many years go out on a high. It's a tough sport for the horses, and the longevity is a hard thing to keep into them. So he's obviously been a very sound and happy pony all his life, with a whole lot of success with different riders. Shown 4. All clear.
Yeah, I don't know what's... Yeah, I think so. So this is Johanna Weiler's in Wembley Brook Tiffany, up from the South Island. Second on the leaderboard. She's had a massive season. This girl, 121 points she's amassed across the season.
Yeah, it's a good jumper. She's obviously had a very consistent season to end up with that many points.
Yes, she sure has. She's an unlucky rail in the first round.
Coming to the last clear.
Nice.
Very good. So she'll jump into the lead.
Yep, she'll stay on the 4. And just 3 left to come. The clear rounds left to come. Ella Ray Wood and Tally Ho Primrose. Then Penny Borthwick with Foxton's Merlot and Emma Gillies and Benrose Playtime.
Yeah, so she's really put the pressure on them. A good solid time, not flying, but and full faults. So if any of these clear rounds take a rail, it's going to come down to time. So they'll know that now. They'll put a little bit more pressure on them. So let's see if they can step up and take the class. She's set sail, so she's looking for the win.
She's off.
Yeah, if you take off the first fence like that, you're ready to go for it, which is good to see. A lot of confidence in her pony, obviously. Looks like a nice, careful pony that'll leave the poles up. Ooh, this is a good round so far.
He's going pretty quick. Oh, she's
Oof. She's fighting for it.
she's not going to die wondering, that's for sure. She's giving it everything she can.
Oh, good pony.
And last one. Over she goes, all clear.
She's pretty happy with that.
Great round there from Ella Raywood.
So now she's set the time for the last two to chase it.
Yeah,
it's definitely unbeatable.
Oh, I missed the time. What was the time?
I missed that too, sorry. But it's there's plenty of places to make that time up. But whether these girls can really put the foot down and leave the poles up.
Right, we're now at Penny Borthwick in Foxton's Merlot. She's on the journey.
It's quite a hot, sharp pony, this one, so it's definitely going to be there or thereabouts on the time.
Now is Foxton's Merlot with Penny Borthwick. 0 faults in
round 1. Ooh.
She's a little quick into the double, but she got away with it. 2 to go. Added 1 extra to the last. She could have come down to 1 less. 52.04.
52.04. All clear.
Yeah, so not quite as quick. So just 1 pony to go.
Last run up, Benrose Playtime. So this pony has had a fantastic season. It's won, won or come second in just about every show in the South Island, in the Pony Grand Prix class.
So she'll be confident in her pony and having a good season. I think she'll be heading out to try win this class. All or nothing, I think she'll go for.
Pretty much it is. She's in 3rd place on the leaderboard, but if she takes it out, she could tip Johanna Weilers out of 2nd place, so she'll be
set sailing
into it.
She's this is a quick pony. It's covering the gown quick, so she's definitely on the time here. She can leave the poles up.
Yeah, she's definitely fast coming around that corner compared to some of the others. Ooh, in a little turn into the fence 8. 1 to go.
She's 1 less to the last.
And
there you go.
I think that's going to be good enough.
That's a great round. That's good riding under pressure, that. Super win.
48.52, so 4 seconds faster than the nearest one.
It's always good to see the last pony come out and put the foot down and take the win.
Yeah, we'll just wait for those official results. They'll pop up on the screen there.
48 to 52.
First. Second. I think she'll be first. Penny Borthwick will be
second, yep.
Second, and then Johanna Weilers 3rd, I think. No, there was another clear, wasn't there?
One more clear.
Ella Raywood.
Here we go.
Ella Raywood 2nd, Penny Borthwick 3rd. Changes so fast, I can never get them in time. Penny Johanna 4th. Riley 5th. That's a good shot for Tony the Pony. His last outing. He'll get 5th place.
Did he take a place in the series?
Yeah, he was in 4th place. So
Oh, nice. Yeah, so he's had a good season to finish anyway.
Yeah, and Molly Moffat will be in 6th place. So, great round. Hey, thanks,
No,
Logan. Good to have you here.
thank you. And there was some awesome jumping, and we'll change the ring over for tomorrow morning and come back for one more day of jumping.
One more day
At
tomorrow.
this awesome show.
Yeah, thanks very much, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Awesome.
Okay, we're down in the presentation area. We're keen to get these pony prize giving underway. So if those place getters in the Pony Grand Prix would like to make their way down here to the presentation area, that would be fantastic. We've got all the rugs and ribbons and things down here because the people who've been delivering them to you at the gate have gone to set up the conference room for the dinner. So can we get those ponies from the Pony Grand Prix, please, down to the presentation area?
I don't know what he'd be like if he just didn't feed him up, because he gets fed up to be alive and he's bumped a couple of people off.
So she rode
Easy. So Danny is a finance manager from My Busy at home on the farm.
undercoats. Must be warm in Tauranga. Oh, had a wee spook at 9A.
He had a look. Us that we're wrong,
Yes,
so
I'm sure
that's all good.
Mark Brooks used to ride Kizzy.
Well, why don't you?
Just loves this job.
Quite like having you around. Whoa. Okay, over here, team. Bred by Oak Sport Horses.
Oh, look, you
poor
lost
souls. You didn't
breeding
know where
behind
you were
it, didn't
going. Well, it does have a
This
pretty
way.
big leap, doesn't it?
Trot
So
on.
let's
Look
go.
at him. Look it up. Go. Oh,
And
beautiful.
Right, we've got a few things to get through here.
Don't want to
Lara's
forget
gonna,
about She's still really
get
fast
Tony
into
dressed
9A.
first.
Oh!
And we've got Sarah Borthwick here from Borthwick
No,
Wine.
Jeremy
She's
Clark.
the local class
My
sponsor
Bay area show jumping group
for
where
the
she,
class today. So she's going to present the ribbons
basically
for
with
us. We've roped Lara in to help us. The ESNZ team went off to set up the conference room and forgot about me. Left me to it. Things aren't going according to plan.
Yeah, and his partner, I think a handful of really quality young ones for her to be better than me, and interestingly used to top level Grand Prix in South.
very well known in Canterbury, equestrian circles for show hunter rider on ponies. She, that's a shame.
Farmer in the ring at top level. Back in the day.
Right, well, hang on. Take the first one and then give the rest to Lara.
Oh, imported to Australia as a 3-year-old, winner of the Gold Tour final at Takapoto.
Right, we've got dressed now. That's good.
Fun.
Thank you, Lara. Can you just
member of the Young Rider Squad?
Sarah. Otherwise, they get all mucked up in the wind. So, congratulations to Emma Gillies and Ben Rose Playtime.
Grand Prix at
Great round from Emma. She had 2 ponies and one didn't go quite so well, but this one was sensational. So well done, Emma, all the way from Oamaru. Yep. Second place went to Ella Ray Wood in Tally-Ho Primrose.
It's keen.
Cute little Tally-Ho pony. It's got that look about it.
It was, yeah, no, it wasn't the most ideal.
That Tally-Ho look. And third place to Penny Borthwick and Foxton's Merlot. There you go, Mother. Well done, Penny. Oh, thanks, Dad, for sponsoring the equestrian cohort at the Borthwick family. Fourth place was Johanna Weilers and Wembley Brook Tiffany. Well done, Johanna. You've had a great season. It's fantastic. Fifth place to Tony the Pony and Riley Sheehan. And sixth place went to Molly Moffat and Tanayo Ragamuffin. Right, we're going to have a little quick chat to Emma down here. She's going to do all the right thank yous and what have you and tell her pony how wonderful it is.
I'd like to thank Country TV and Borthwick Winery for the sponsorship of this amazing class. Also to my mum, my family and to the Scott family for all of our amazing support and help. Also to the other sponsors of the class and Better Vet, my sponsor, for keeping the ponies going, and the rest of the competitors. It was a great class.
Yeah, you've had a wonderful year, all of you young pony riders, and you're a real credit. You've done a great job. Just one more thing we've got to do before we go is say goodbye to Tony the Pony. What a gorgeous little pony, Riley. And we've got some of your friends here who want to come and say goodbye too, Emily and Ali. So the riders of Tony the Pony, who's been in the sport for a very long time. First up was Emily, and then Ali, and then Riley. So Tony the Pony going home to live out his retirement, I understand, in a fabulous paddock. And it's a very special moment for these girls and Riley. So they're going to hold it together. I'm not going to ask Ali to speak because that won't work. And what about Emily? You might have something to say about Tony the Pony. You started him off.
Well, he was a lot of fun as a young pony, should I say. Yeah, he kicked me a fair bit. There's a few bruises and whatnot, but he's been a super pony the whole way through. Like, yeah, he started all of our careers, really, hasn't he?
Go on, Ellie, your turn.
I may have got Tony when he'd got past his kicking stage and
He was a damn good pony for me. He took me down south, won nationals, pony of the year and the series all in 1 year. So, no, he really got my show jumping career underway. So thank you, Tony.
That's good. Awesome. And Riley, the last word? No? Can't.
Thank you for getting me my first Pony Grand Prix win, I suppose, and teaching me how to be patient to getting a clear round. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you to everyone who's helped me and Ali for helping when, needed help. Sweet.
Thanks, Riley. Awesome. And such a tribute to Tony the Pony. Brings a tear to all of our eyes. So it doesn't take anything away from the fabulous win today for Emma Gillies. So we'll send you all off. There's a big clap there for Emma, big clap for everybody, and a big shout for Tony the Pony. So Emma Gillies, first place, and wins the Benrose, with Benrose Playtime, wins the Country TV Pony Grand Prix Grand Final. Second went to Tally Ho Primrose and Ella Ray Wood. Third place to Foxton's Merlot and Penny Borthwick. Fourth to Wembley Brook Tiffany and Johanna Weilers. Fifth, Tony the Pony and Riley Sheehan. And in sixth place, Tanayo Ragamuffin and Molly Moffat. They've still got a bit of a gallop left in them, those ponies. All right, we'll see you, some of you tonight at the dinner, and the rest of you we'll see tomorrow.
We can say
It was you and Mick.
And the reigning Olympic Cup title holder. Yeah. Phone minute.
Well,
to get
see,
there.
that's it's definitely slower. He's quite a big horse, isn't he?
And he did a slicey corner, slicey angle.
Oh, that's disappointing. Oh,
What
and
I
that's
would
cost him
call
Whee.
Awesome shot.
They'll be hustling these guys out of here pretty quick to get that last class in there. So it's by Tiger Moth out of More Reason, which was out by Jacinta.
So your Tiger Moss, that's your long spring. Kicked in the face, and so she rode.
Easy. So Danny is a finance manager from Wai Busy at home on the farm.
Undercoats. Must be warm in Tauranga. Had a wee spook at 9A.
He had a look. Us that we're wrong,
Yes.
so
I'm sure
that's all good.
Mark Brooks used to ride Kizzy. This just loves its job.
Quite like having you around.
Whoa!
Just bred by Oak Sport horses.
Oh, wow. It's got some breeding behind it, doesn't it?
Well, it does have a pretty big leap, doesn't it? So
Look at him. Hook it up. Go.
and don't want to forget about Dust. She's still really fast into 9A. Oh no, Jeremy Clark. Jeremy Clark. I think
Park. top.
The gate, but this is a nice horse. I haven't seen it. Oops.
And Sister Vicky's had a couple of lovely horses. That's all web show jumping. So
Yeah, so
hi,
it was one
Daniels.
of Daniel's.
A lot of Centaurus horses out yesterday.
Oops. You know, beautiful temperament, you know, and temperament is with young ones, so it's all positives. Then you want to hop on a experienced horse. It gives you
a lot.
Yeah. Be nice to get on after her good mare.
After the second half of the course.
Oops. You know, it catches up.
Mm.
Yeah. I can't tell you exactly what that would be. Morris could tell you all that. This horse has been nice. I don't know how long he's had it, but I mean, you know, he spent all that time working with Cian O'Connor, which is lovely for his horses, but it's lovely for everybody. Yeah. No, that wasn't the stride length. But sisters have the warrior name. We just ended up doing that. So Schimmel. Lovely big horses. You know, she does a really good job.
Ooh,
and you know, she did well because, you know, these big horses, they're going to have big strides. His horse, so, you know, it's his ride, and that makes it so much nicer when you ride them because they've already had a look around.
Ooh. Being clear at Central Hawke's Bay, Egmont, Taupo, Gisborne, Dannyverse.
5 and 6 year old classes is to get those points because
when you start having drop scores and other things go on,
you've got to spend too much time
down to this double.
Oof.
Really.
Yeah, well. Yeah, she's, let me just...
Green's still at this level, but there, look at that.
Beautiful. Oh, she's having a...
4, 5, 6. Added a couple there. But he's got this well. He hasn't cut up much this morning, so.
There's quite a lot of atmosphere.
Up in Tutera, north of Napier.
Disappointing, she'll be...
This is a big step up for these horses.
A couple of Mr. Blue horses in 2 in here at the young horse show, and you're probably at the back somewhere fixing something.
Here we are, come down to the treble.
Nicely done.
Hasn't she had a great year? I think I heard them just say.
69 points.
Watch a horse like this in the years to come. Cut, which is pretty cool for the sport up here in the North Island, and managed really well. So hats off to Rose. Let's hope she can leave all the poles up today.
And it's done a fair bit of travelling in amongst all of that too.
Yeah, it's another thing to be wanting to look after him as well.
Well, only a couple of seconds slower. So Jessie's time was. She's about a second faster.
She's on the job.
At that
She's
pace.
very quick. Coming to the last. Coming to the last.
So we're underway now. Bridget Smith and Kiwi Bonus. It's just sorry. I'm just.
Oh, unlucky there. Beautiful through there.
Yeah. No, Young Rider. I think I'll join in the Young Rider. I said, yeah, you see, problem bingo.
And he's still... Just tap that up. Ooh, lucky at the last there. Oh,
Nice.
yeah. They really jump up over that, don't they?
Yeah. Beautiful. I'm not sure. What have you got in store for us tomorrow? More of the same?
No, I think it's meant to be okay. The ground's holding up pretty good, though. Craig's group after a bit tricky down the treble there. Oh, doesn't like the Stonehenge.
And she's retired.
Beautiful.
She and Annabelle, Sam Carrington and Sarah West, so it's... So it's been a fantastic campaign. I'm really amazed at how well it's gone. It was one of the instigators of the campaign. She's been on the project. She's been on.
Oh. Oh, you. Over that.
So
It's a
it's
bit
just
quick too.
Little 4 and
Oh, beautifully down there. Love little skewballs neck.
oof. Had a bit of a fight. Otago show at the Showjumping Canterbury show and the Otago area show, and she's notched up.
Oh. Ooh. Nicely over. I think Alex won. He won a big class. I think. Oh, it's a cool. One of the riders to look out for in the future. Or
Yep, the names come up a lot this season. But they are a credit to themselves, these girls. They work really hard.
They will be going for quite a few more years.
Yeah, there's good success.
Quite deep to that.
Call that, and he was on box rest for many, many months.
Events on the course is the treble, so you go from combination to combination.
All out on its own.
So far, so good. Ooh, bit of a rub there. There's another.
Pals may have. Oh no, that's a different horse. That was Soprano. Sorry, imported gelding by Indoctro.
I think he did make the.
They went down to the Nationals, took a truck line down there, and made a bit of a family holiday out of it. Had a few respite stops along the way and home. But they're everywhere you go.
And he'll be a little bit gutted that he's had fence one down.
It's
the warm-up fence, if you will, and it's a long.
Oh, so he's sitting on 4. Well,
the hex on him, didn't I?
it happens.
Go on.
Sailing over that.
Yeah, he's not a big horse, but gee whiz, he didn't struggle. He's a fizzy fella, this. He's got a bit of Indoctro blood in him as well, I believe. Unusual roan colour. He's a bit like a time bomb.
She must
jump beautifully through the treble. He has a clear round and not to have a fault. It could be any one of them in the jump. Jump well too. Not Mel, the horse. And they just, we love to see them up here. They're assisted by Jeff McVean in the training side of things.
And was 4th in the World Cup final at Waitemata.
Very uncharacteristic. And you know, the way he jumped the... Oh, look at him jump that. That was sick. Whoa. Oof. He dug...
Still sitting on the 4. Oof. Mel, she's the last of the 4 falters. She's
this mare's got...
definitely be the fastest around.
Oh, she's
Start some new ones, probably.
Oh.
Inside a wee box. So we're now watching Molly Presling, and those graphics appeared again. We'll try and get them back for you as quickly as we can. 2 rails down so far. Oh, Clem just got a bit deep into that one. See that big green vertical. She's got 5 points. Show jumping the most. Oh. Oh, top of that one. Oof. Oh no, he definitely does not like clips as they come around into the second part of the course down that far. Oh. Oh, and for Molly Moffat, down through the double, and another rail comes down. A lot of fun with it. So Georgie coming into the last on 8 faults, and today, but Johanna Weilers has done a century. She comes down to the treble now, still sitting on the 4 faults, which is fantastic. She ran to the last part of the course. It's not the second round because that was the Premier League, but it might be the same.
Oof.
Oh, she's at 37 seconds round to there, so.
Just jump. This fence is just jumping into the judges' box. Sometimes you see the less than 10. So
she's just running about.
As you can see, the first fence down there is in the shadow. Out on a high. And Riley's he's quite tall now. He'll be looking forward to that, I'd say.
How old do you reckon this pony is now? She sure has. She's an unlucky rail in the first round. Nope. She's
2 to go.
Compared to some of the others. 8. 1 to go. My area show jumping group where she basically with
And Jarrett Becker, our course designer today. 27-year-old sheep and beef farmer from Dannyburg, just down the road.
When things aren't going according to plan.
Yeah. And his partner, I think a handful of really quality young ones for her to be Britannia me, and interestingly used to top level Grand Prix in South.
Very well known in Canterbury, equestrian circles. For show hunter rider on ponies, she, that's a shame.
Farmer in the ring at top level.
Mm.
The day.
Oh, imported to Australia as a 3-year-old, winner of the Gold Tour final at Takapoto.
That was unlucky.
Bun, member of the Young Rider Squad, and at the moment he's won the Grand Prix at Dannyburg AMP. Yeah. It's keen.
It was, yeah, no, it wasn't the most ideal situation.
The breeder is unknown, I'm pretty sure.
We can say
It was you and Mick.
And the reigning Olympic Cup title
Mhm.
holder. Yeah. Phone minute.
Well,
to
yeah,
get
see,
there.
that's it's definitely slower. He's quite a big horse, isn't he?
And he did a slicey corner, slicey angle.
Yeah. Oh, that's disappointing. Oh, and
What I
that's
would
cost him
call
a whee.
Awesome shot to.
They'll be hustling these guys out of here pretty quick to get that last class in there. So it's by Tiger Moth out of More Reason, which was out by Jacinta.
Oh, yeah, so your Tiger Moss, so that's your long spring. Kicked in the face, and so she rode.
Easy. So Danny is a finance manager for My Busy at home on the farm.
Undercoats. Must be warm in Tauranga. Oh, had a wee spook at 9A.
He had a look. Us that we're wrong,
Yes,
so
I'm sure
that's all good.
Mark Brooks used to ride Kizzy. This just loves this job.
Quite like having you around. Whoa.
Just
bred by Oak Sport horses.
Oh, wow. It's got some breeding behind it, doesn't it?
Well, it does have a pretty big leap, doesn't it? So
Look at him. Hook it up. Go. Oh,
and don't want to forget about. She's still really fast into 9A. Oh no, Jeremy Clark. I my area show jumping group where she basically with G.
And Jarrett Becker, our course designer today. 27-year-old sheep and beef farmer from Dannyburg, just down the road.
When things aren't going according to plan.
Yeah. And his partner, I think a handful of really quality young ones for her to be Britannia me, and interestingly used to top level Grand Prix in South.
Very well known in Canterbury, equestrian circles. For show hunter rider on ponies, she, that's a shame.
Farmer in the ring at top level.
Mm.
The day.
Oh, imported to Australia as a 3-year-old, winner of the Gold Tour final at Takapoto.
That was unlucky.
Bun, member of the Young Rider Squad, and at the moment he's won the Grand Prix at Dannyburg AMP. Yeah. It's keen.
It was yeah, no, it wasn't the most ideal situation.
The breeder is unknown, I'm pretty sure.
We can say
It was you and Mick.
the reigning Olympic Cup title
Mhm.
holder. Yeah. Phone minute.
Well,
to
yeah,
get
see,
there.
that's it's definitely slower. He's quite a big horse, isn't he?
And he did a slicey corner, slicey angle.
Oh, that's disappointing. Oh,
What
and
I
that's
would
cost him
call
whee.
Awesome shot.
They'll be hustling these guys out of here pretty quick to get that last class in there. So it's by Tiger Moth out of More Reason, which was out by Jacinta.
Yeah, so your Tiger Moss, so that's your long spring. Kicked in the face, and so she rode.
Easy. So Danny is a finance manager from My Busy at home on the farm.
Undercoats. Must be warm in Tauranga. Oh, had a wee spook at 9A.
He had a look. Us that we're wrong,
Yes.
so
I'm sure
that's all good.
Mark Brooks used to ride Kizzy. This just loves this job.
Quite like having you around.
Whoa! Just
Bred by Oak Sport horses.
oh wow, it's got some breeding behind it, doesn't it?
Well, it does have a pretty big leap, doesn't it? So
Look at him. Knock it up. Go. Oh,
and don't want to forget about. She's still really fast into 9A. Oh no, Jeremy Clark. Jeremy Clark. I think.
Park. Left top.
The gate, but this is a nice horse. I haven't seen it. Oops.
And Sister Vicky's had a couple of lovely horses. That's all Web Showjumping. So
Yeah,
it's
so
one
it
of
was
Daniel's.
one of Daniel's.
A lot of Centaurus horses out yesterday.
You know, beautiful temperament, you know, and temperament is with young ones, so it's all positives. Then you want to hop on a experienced horse, it gives you a
lot.
Yeah. Be nice to get on after her good mare.
After the second half of the course.
Oops. You know, it catches up.
Mm.
Oh,
Yep.
I can't tell you exactly what that would be. Morris could tell you all that. This horse has been nice. I don't know how long he's had it, but I mean, you know, he spent all that time working with Cian O'Connor, which is lovely for his horses, but it's lovely for everybody. Yeah. No, that wasn't the stride length. But sisters have the warrior name. We just ended up doing that. So Schimmel, lovely big horses. You know, she does a really good job.
Ooh,
and, you know, she did well because, you know, these big horses, they're going to have big strides. This horse, so, you know, it's his ride, and that makes it so much nicer when you ride them because they've already had a look around.
Ooh. Being clear at Central Hawke's Bay, Egmont, Taupo, Gisborne, Dannyverse.
5 and 6 year old classes is to get those points because
when you start having drop scores and other things go on,
no, you've got to spend too much time
down to this double.
Oof.
Really.
Yeah, well. Yeah, she's, let me just...
Green still at this level, but there, look at that.
Beautiful. Oh, she's having a...
4, 5, 6. Added a couple there. Well, he's got this well. He hasn't cut up much this morning, so.
There's quite a lot of atmosphere.
And 2 Terra north of Napier.
Disappointing, she'll be...
This is a big step up for these horses.
A couple of Mr. Blue horses in 2 in here. At the young horse show, and you're probably at the back somewhere fixing something.
Here we are, come down to the treble.
Nicely done.
Hasn't she had a great year? I think I heard them just say.
69 points.
Watch a horse like this in the years to come. Cut, which is pretty cool for the sport up here in the North Island, and managed really well. So, hats off to Rose. Let's hope she can leave all the poles up today.
And it's done a fair bit of travelling and amongst all of that too.
Yeah, it's another thing to be wanting to look after him as well.
Not only a couple of seconds slower. So Jessie's time was. She's about a second faster.
She's on the job.
At that
She's
pace.
very quick. Coming to the last. Coming to the last.
So we're underway now. Bridget Smith and Kiwi Bonus. It's just sorry. I'm just.
Oh, unlucky there. Beautiful through there.
Yeah. No, Young Rider. I think I'll join in the Young Rider. I said, yeah, you see, problem bingo.
And he's still. Just tap that up. Ooh, lucky at the last there. Oh,
Nice.
yeah. They really jump up over that, don't they?
Yeah. Beautiful. I'm not sure. What have you got in store for us tomorrow? More of the same?
No, I think it's meant to be okay. The ground's holding up pretty good though. Craig's group after a bit tricky down the treble there. Oh, doesn't like the Stonehenge.
And she's retired.
Beautiful.
She and Annabelle, Sam Carrington and Sarah West, so it's So it's been a fantastic campaign. I'm really amazed at how well it's gone. It was one of the instigators of the campaign. She's been on the project. She's been on.
Oh. Oh, over that.
So
It's
it's
a bit
just
quick too.
Little 4 at.
Oh, beautifully down there. Love little Skewball's neck.
Oof. Had a bit of a fight. Otago show at the Showjumping Canterbury show and the Otago area show, and she's notched up.
Oh. Ooh. Nicely over. think Alex won. He won a big class, I think. Oh, it's a cool. One of the riders to look out for in the future. Or
Yep, the names come up a lot this season. But they are a credit to themselves, these girls. They work really hard.
they will be going for quite a few more years.
Yeah, there's good success.
Quite deep to that.
Call that, and he was on box rest for many, many months.
Events on the course is the treble, so you're going from combination to combination.
All out on its own.
So far, so good. Ooh, bit of a rub there. There's another.
Pals may have. Oh no, that's a different horse. That was Soprano. Sorry, imported gelding by Indoctro.
I think he did make the.
They went down to the Nationals, took a truck line down there, and made a bit of a family holiday out of it. Had a few respite stops along the way and home. But they're everywhere you go.
And he'll be a little bit gutted that he's had fence one down.
It's
the warm-up fence, if you will, and it's a long.
Oh, so he's sitting on 4. Well,
the hex on him, didn't I?
it happens.
Go on.
Sailing over that.
Yeah, he's not a big horse, but gee whiz, he didn't struggle. He's a fizzy fella, this. He's got a bit of Indoctro blood in him as well, I believe. Unusual roan colour. He's a bit like a time bomb.
She must
Jump beautifully through the treble. He has a clear round and not to have a fault. It could be any one of them in the jump. Jump well too. Not Mel, the horse. And they just, we love to see them up here. They're assisted by Jeff McVean in the training side of things.
And was 4th in the World Cup final at Waitemata.
Very uncharacteristic. And you know, the way he jumped the... Oh, look at him jump that. That was sick. Whoa. Oof. He dug...
Still sitting on the 4. Oof. Mel, she's the last of the 4 falters. Jeez.
This mare's got...
Definitely be the fastest around.
Oh, she's
Start some new ones, probably.
Oh.
Inside a wee box. So we're now watching Molly Presling, and those graphics appeared again. We'll try and get them back for you as quickly as we can. 2 rails down so far. Oh, Clem just got a bit deep into that one. You get that big green vertical. She's got 5 points. Show jumping the most. Oh.
All top of that one. Oof. Oh no, he definitely does not like clips as they come around into the second part of the course down that far. Oh. Oh, and for Molly Moffat, down through the double, and another rail comes down. A lot of fun with it. So Georgie coming into the last on 8 faults, and today, but Johanna Weilers has done a she comes down to the treble now, still sitting on the 4 faults, which is fantastic. She ran to the last part of the course. It's not the second round because that was the Premier League, but it might be the same.
Oof.
Oh, she's at 37 seconds round to there, so.
Just jump. This fence is just jumping into the judge's box. Sometimes you see the less than 10. So
she's just running about.
As you can see, the first fence down there is in the shadow. Out on a high. And Riley's he's quite tall now. He'll be looking forward to that, I'd say.
How old do you reckon this pony is now? She sure has. She's an unlucky rail in the first round. Oh, she's
2 to go.
Compared to some of the others. 8. 1 to go. It's my area show jumping group where she basically with G.
Jarrett Becker, our course designer today. 27-year-old sheep and beef farmer from Dannyburg, just down the road.
When things aren't going according to plan.
Yeah. And his partner, I think a handful of really quality young ones for her to be Britannia me, and interestingly used to top level Grand Prix in South.
Very well known in Canterbury, equestrian circles. For show hunter rider on ponies, she that's a shame.
Farmer in the ring at top level.
Mm.
Day.
Oh, imported to Australia as a 3-year-old, winner of the Gold Tour final at Takapoto.
That was unlucky.
Bun, member of the Young Rider Squad, and at the moment he's won the Grand Prix at Dannyburg AMP. Yeah. It's keen.
It was yeah, no, it wasn't the most ideal situation.
The breeder is unknown, I'm pretty sure.
We can say
it was you and Mick.
And the reigning Olympic Cup title
Mm-hmm.
holder. Yeah. Phone with it.
Well,
to get
see,
there.
that's it's definitely slower. He's quite a big horse, isn't he?
And he did a slicey corner, slicey angle.
Oh, that's disappointing. Oh,
What I
that's
would
cost him
call
Whee!
Awesome shot to.
They'll be hustling these guys out of here pretty quick to get that last class in there. So it's by Tiger Moth out of More Reason, which was out by Jacinta.
Oh, yeah, so your Tiger Moss, so that's your long spring. Kicked in the face, and so she rode.
Easy. So Danny is a finance manager for My Busy at home on the farm.
Undercoats. Must be warm in Tauranga. Oh, had a wee spook at 9A.
He had a look. Us that we're wrong,
Yes,
so
I'm sure
that's all good.
Mark Brooks used to ride Kizzy. This just loves this job.
Quite like having you around.
Whoa!
Just bred by Oak Sport horses.
Oh, wow, it's got some breeding behind it, doesn't it?
Well, it does have a pretty big leap, doesn't it? So
Look at him. Knock it up. Go. Oh,
and don't want to forget about Dust. She's still really fast into 9A. Oh no, Jeremy Clark. I my area show jumping group where she basically with
Jarrett Becker, our course designer today. 27-year-old sheep and beef farmer from Dannyburg, just down the road.
when things aren't going according to plan.
Yeah. And his partner, I think a handful of really quality young ones for her to be Britannia me, and interestingly used to top level Grand Prix in South.
Very well known in Canterbury, equestrian circles. For show hunter rider on ponies, she that's a shame.
Farmer in the ring at top level. The day.